Okay, thank you, Grassroots, and welcome to everyone for the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular session on Wednesday, April 14th. And we have a lot of things to kick off our agenda, but I'm just going to make a few announcements because as many of you may have read in the paper, our administration and sheriff's office building is currently closed. We have evacuated that building for the time being. And so ordinarily we would come to you live from our boardroom, and we are all joining via Zoom today. And so that will require a little bit of technical flexibility and shifting on everyone's parts. And so with that, we may take things a little bit slower today. I will need to as chair, just so I can make sure I see everyone who's presenting and all the board members with questions. And so thank you for your patience with that. And thanks for folks joining us from all your corners of the world and the public watching from home on Zoom today. And with that, I will start us off on our first item on our agenda, which is a proclamation for the preservation of our night skies. And I would like to recognize the young ladies who have brought this request to the BOCC, Teresa Guilander and Brooke O'Sullivan. Nice to see you again, ladies. They had approached the board earlier this year to request that we acknowledge a lights out event, which the proclamation will explain in more detail. These young ladies are members of the Aspen High School Astronomy Club. And I will go ahead and read the proclamation, and then I'll put up on the screen the lights out event calendar and invite you ladies to give any more detail you'd like to cover. So welcome to you today, and thanks to the community for considering participating in this event. So this is a proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, supporting an April 22nd, 2021 Lights Out Aspen event. Whereas Lights Out Aspen is an hour-long event on the evening of April 22nd, it will be from 8:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. And during this hour, businesses, residents, and visitors will be asked to turn off all unnecessary lights to see the stars and meteor shower. And whereas April 22nd falls on the week of the annual Lyrid meteor shower. The meteors are at their peak on the night of the 22nd and will be the most visible. Earth is passing through the tail of the comet C-1861 G1 Thatcher. Predictably, there will be around 20 shooting stars per hour and over 100 meteors per hour. And whereas those who participate will reduce light pollution and energy consumption, there is a potential to see 2,500 to 5,000 stars at night. But with light pollution, only 200 to 300 are visible to the naked eye. Bringing awareness to light pollution may help encourage people to take part in the Dark Sky Initiative, a global initiative dedicated to light pollution specifically. And whereas weather is a factor for the best viewing of the stars, if the weather on April 22nd interferes with the stars and meteors visibility, the Lights Out Aspen event will be moved to the following evening. The event will continue to roll to the following evening if the weather conditions continue to block the night sky. And whereas in the United States, 21% of the annual energy consumption is used residentially, and in Pickens County, 53% of our greenhouse gas emissions are from powering buildings. Residents, businesses, and guests consume the vast majority of Pickens County's energy. In Aspen, 56% of the greenhouse gas emissions are from residential and commercial buildings. If every resident of Pickens County turned off their lights for that hour, it would stop 44.1 tons of CO2 from being emitted. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners that on April 22nd, the Lights Out event Aspen will occur from 8:30 to 9:30 p.m. I'm looking forward to that. So thank you. Woo-hoo. Yeah. And I will welcome Brooke and Teresa to go ahead and say anything else you would like about the event, and then I'll check in with board members for any comments or questions.
Hi, I'm Tessa, and we do have some help with like getting the word out, but as we're getting closer, we could really use help like spreading the word and making it more public. And that's kind of like a main thing we need from everyone, and to like maybe have like help with neighborhoods and getting the word to like neighborhoods and that kind of thing.
Great.
Okay, wonderful. Any questions or comments from BOCC members? Greg, and then Patty.
I had a couple of questions. First of all, congratulations and thank you, Tess and Brooke, for bringing this to us. This is great, and it's something we've all talked about and been enthusiastic about for quite some time. So it's great to see you back here, and really appreciate you taking the lead on this. It's very important, and I'm gratified as a high school graduate to know that you guys are doing this. So this is part of our team, right? I did have a couple of questions. One was, I don't know what is the difference between a meteor and a shooting star. 20 shooting stars per hour and 100 meteors. Boy, I think I've been confusing them. Can you help me with that?
Yeah, I mean, they basically are the same thing. Like visually they look the same, but meteors are like more visible just because they are bigger, and you're going through, I think during that hour, the Earth is going through the tail of the meteor shower. So it's like they are more visible just because they're bigger and closer up, but a shooting star and a meteor are basically the same thing.
Okay, thank you. And I really appreciate you talking about, how important it is to lights out and to focus on greenhouse gas emissions and energy consumption. That's front and center for us too. So this is great. If you have an ad or can post your calendar to Facebook or social media, we can broadcast that. So if you can get links to us, we'll make sure to get it out there, and I'll do my best to help. Thanks.
Actually, yeah, we have an Instagram that we did start, and it doesn't have very many followers, but we did start it, and we have posted on it a few times, just like bringing awareness to the event. And
also, I do believe that the calendar, I don't know if Cindy did it or not, but I do believe that the calendar is linked towards the bottom of the proclamation. So if you have access to that, you probably also have access to the calendar.
And I can bring that up right now. Just give me one moment here. But let's see, Patty, did you have a question you want to jump in while I bring that up?
Yeah, I just want to recommend that the board work session, is it the 20th? If we can remember, Kelly, we can either reread the proclamation at our board work session, that just a couple days before the event, and we can do a public service announcement that day. We just need to be remember to do it and have that data, because I think those numbers are pretty impressive, and I think what'll really attract the community to want to turn off their lights and get outside and see the sky. So let's remember to do that. We'll get some advertising out there.
Okay, and let me just check in. Tessa, Brooke, is this the calendar? Yep, perfect. Okay. Let me see, Francie or Steve, I don't have you on my screen. So Steve, go ahead. I see your hand. Go ahead.
So I'm really looking forward to this day. Where I live in the countryside, we have good viewing of the skies all the time because the lights in the countryside are very minimal. However, we can always see a big glow on the eastern horizon where Aspen is located. And so I'm looking forward to seeing if I can tell a difference on that night to have that glow be very minimized. Also, we live in a very good part of the country for night viewing all of the year. My relatives who live in Alaska, during half of the year, it is so light because the sun is just barely below the horizon for half the year. They can't even see any stars or anything for a lot of the summertime. So we are really in actually a very good location where we can look at the night sky all year round. So thank you, ladies, for doing what you're doing. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, girls, it's a really cool thing that you've done, and I love that you're interested in the skies. And I am so looking forward to this, and I'm going to pass the word to all my neighbors because I live in a very rural part of Pitkin County. So I'm going to go around to my neighbors and remind them so that our whole area will be dark, which it's pretty dark anyway, but we have spots of light at people's front porches and stuff. So I'm really looking forward to it. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you and congratulations. And I think we have a framed proclamation that we'll make sure we pass along to you sometime soon. So, all right. Okay. And we are going to move on here. And the next item on our agenda today is a proclamation acknowledging April as Child Abuse Prevention Month. And I want to check in. Ordinarily, we have our Child Protection Services staff from Health and Human Services. So let's see, I have Elizabeth, and do we have Matt on today? Sorry, folks. Like I said, I have to sort of toggle around here to find everybody. Okay.
Kelly, this is Kelly Kirkpatrick.
Hi, Kelly.
Hey there. I supervise child welfare here, and Matt's actually in a different meeting that he had to attend to this morning.
Okay, well, thank you, Kelly, for helping me out here. Nice to see you. Are there other members of your team that you want to recognize at this point? And then I'll read the proclamation and we'll go back for any comments and questions.
Yes, right now we've got E.B. Nix with us, Emily Langford, and also Sarah McNamara today.
Okay, wonderful. Well, thank you all for your hard work. And so with that, I will read our proclamation of the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners recognizing April as Child Abuse and Neglect Prevention Month. Whereas children are key to the county's future success and quality of life, and while children are our most valuable resource, they are our most vulnerable. And whereas children have the right to be safe and to be provided an opportunity to thrive, learn, and grow, and parents have the right and responsibility to raise children in a safe manner. And whereas child abuse and neglect can be reduced and prevented by supporting and strengthening healthy, trusting family bonds. And whereas Pickens County recognizes that parents and families have strengths that are built upon to encourage healthy change, and that family involvement is the key to success in preventing child abuse and neglect. And whereas Pickens County values access to supportive services for families that are struggling in order to prevent child abuse and neglect. And whereas Pickens County values strong community partnerships and services that are critical to keeping children, adults, and families safe and successful. Whereas Pickens County recognizes that effectively intervening in the lives of children and families is a shared community responsibility, and highly values the strong partnerships that exist in our community between youth and families serving nonprofits, schools, law enforcement, public health, human services, and the families that we serve. And whereas by providing a safe and nurturing environment for our children, free of violence, abuse, and neglect, we can ensure that Pickens County's children will grow to their full potential as the next generation of healthy citizens. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners that April is Child Abuse and Neglect Prevention Month in Pickens County. And I'll just note for folks in the community, you'll see the blue pinwheels around town, and those are honoring Child Abuse and Neglect Prevention Month as well. And I'll welcome any comments from staff or any questions from the board. Comments from the board. Hi, Kelly, go ahead.
Thank you. Our goal as an agency is to support families and prevent child abuse and neglect, which can increase when families are stressed out or disconnected from their supports. We know that this last year has increased stress and disconnect for all of us, and our department's able to offer services that can really help parents stay centered and be the parents that they want to be, even during hard times. Thank you all for taking the time today to make this proclamation and just draw attention to preventing child abuse and neglect.
Thank you. Patty Klepper.
Yeah, real quick. I just have to say, I can't wait for the month when we can celebrate no child abuse. That would be a real bonus benefit, and I think a goal that the Child Abuse Prevention Month strives for. So let's keep our fingers crossed and hope we can get the education process out there and the help that people need to prevent child abuse so that we can celebrate No Child Abuse Month. Thank you.
Other comments from any board? Greg.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for bringing this to us, and it's good to see this, and it's good to see that we just how strong and resilient a community we actually have. And I know there's always room for improvement, but I'm always so gratified to see the faces who show up and are doing the heavy lifting for working on this. When I think about, we can all think of instances of child abuse or neglect or just tragic events in the lives of young people that shape their lives forever, for the rest of their lives. And it just underscores how important it is that we do the absolute best we can and support parents and support the kids now, because as you say, becoming a citizen, becoming a healthy adult requires, what you've gained from hopefully a healthy childhood, or the experience you've gained. So I've been thinking a lot about that lately, and I'm just so grateful that we have this service here, and we'll do our best to share this far and wide throughout the community. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, any other comments from staff or the board? Okay. I'm not seeing any. Again, I apologize if I miss anyone today. It's just a little clunky doing everything on Zoom. All right, well, thank you all for all of your hard work in keeping the most vulnerable in our communities safe, our children. So thank you. Okay, and continuing on here, this is a popular week to honor people. And so the next item on our agenda is a proclamation recognizing National Telecommunicators Week. And I'm not sure I see any of our telecommunicators on here. So I'll go ahead and read the proclamation, and then if anyone joins us, we'll go ahead and invite them to participate. I'll double check. Okay.
I just promoted Brett Loeb to a panelist.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Hi, Brett. We'll go ahead and read the proclamation, and then we'll invite you to make comments. So, a proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, recognizing National Telecommunicators Week, which is April 11th through 17th, 2021. Whereas 911 call takers provide the first critical contact for those in need of emergency services, where and when such emergencies may arise, regardless of time, serving as the first of the first responders, and must ascertain the location, nature, and extent of an emergency, often under stressful, life-threatening conditions. Pickens County Regional Emergency 911 dispatchers are the first in a line of emergency responders to receive these cries for help in a time of crisis, including managing calls from the public during the COVID-19 virus within our community. And whereas Pickens County Emergency 911 dispatchers are CPR certified and specially trained in emergency medical dispatch. During a crisis and under high pressure, Pickens County Emergency 911 dispatchers exhibit compassion, skill, and professionalism as they carry out the vital work of responding to emergency requests for assistance. And whereas Pickens County Emergency 911 dispatchers are the single vital link for law enforcement, EMS, and firefighters responding to an incident. By monitoring their activities by radio, dispatchers provide first responders with real-time information that can keep them safe as they respond to calls for help. And whereas Pickens County Emergency 911 dispatchers led as an example to agencies who have since elevated their 911 dispatchers to the status of first responders throughout the state of Colorado and the nation. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners proudly recognizes and honors all Pickens County 911 emergency dispatchers and their dedication and service provided by all of those involved in making our community and visitors have efficient and reliable means of obtaining emergency assistance, and recognizes April 11th through April 17th, 2021 as National Telecommunicators Week in Pickens County, Colorado. And so, hi, Brett. We honor you, and I welcome you to make any comments or remarks. You're on mute. Brett, we still can't hear you yet. No, I haven't seen you come off mute. And I'm dying to know if there were any babies delivered over the phone this year.
How about now?
We can hear you. You're breaking up a little bit, but let's give it a try.
Okay. Sorry, I'm on my phone. If you can hear me, thank you very much, Kelly and the board. It's as for everybody, it's been a crazy year, and I'm extremely proud and honored to be part of this team. You know, we ability to work from home. We've been here in our center all year long, and the difficult part of this is, you know, we started out and we didn't have as many calls. We didn't have the bar fights. We didn't have the car crashes. We didn't have some of the severe calls that we normally get. But that was replaced by a lot of calls of very fearful and sometimes sick citizens. And then it kind of evolved into an anger. For both sides, you know, why do I have to wear a mask? These people aren't social distancing. You know, we've really felt this year kind of the temperature and the mood and the attitude of our community. And our dispatchers persevered through a lot of that. We were lucky. We only had, we only had one dispatcher infected with COVID over the course of the year, but we had over 600 hours that our dispatchers had to be out due to exposures, you know, away from work or even within work sometimes. And I tell you, the only time anybody ever complained was when they couldn't come to work because they had to be quarantined. They wanted to provide the service. They wanted to help everybody. And man, they really came through. So thank you for recognizing us. And on a note, that last part of the proclamation, you know, we in Pickens County, the board and the sheriff elevated our status to first responders in October of 19. And we were the first in Colorado. And just last week, 2 more counties, Eagle and Gunnison, our neighbors, did the same thing, and that made 25 counties across the state that followed us in that. So I'm really proud that we were able to kind of blaze the trail. And as we speak, there's a bill on the national level that will do that same thing, that will really make a big impact on us, and hopefully that'll be approved here in the next few months. So thanks again, and we really appreciate the board, and we thank you for recognizing us.
Okay, Brett, thank you for all you do. Any comments or questions from other board members? Patty.
Yeah, Brett, you know, when I say this, I mean it in every sense of the word. We cannot do this without you guys. I mean, from every aspect of all that you do, without you guys being there to be there for us, we cannot survive whatever comes our way. And so from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank you and your team, and please pass that along so everybody knows how much we appreciate what they do, and we know how hard their job is. All right. Thank you. Thank you so very much.
I'll pass that on for sure. Thanks, Patty.
Greg.
Yeah, Brett, I was just thinking, if you're part of the advocacy for the national bill or state bills, you know, giving the status to other first responder status to other 9/11 dispatchers, perhaps we could help. If you need a letter from our board, I just wanted to put that out there. Don't hesitate to ask. We often do advocate support for things like that, and sometimes it helps. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. I have a letter ready to go. I'll send it right to you.
That's good. Send it to me or John Peacock, and we'll get it. Make sure it gets.
Okay, will do.
Steve or Francie? Francie, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much, Brett. You know, I live over in the Crystal River Valley in a tiny little corner of Pickens County, and you guys have responded to us on a couple of occasions over the last 20 years. And it always amazes me that people respond and show up all the way from the other end of the county, and we really, really appreciate it. So thank you for serving my part of the county and all the rest as well.
Absolutely. We love the Crystal. Thanks, Francie.
Steve.
Yes, I also would like to express my thanks to all of you. I've been amazed at the technology that the country has for 911 calls. There was one time we were in Moab and we wanted to report a fire, and we tried to use a payphone to make the call. The payphone was dead. It would not work, but they received a notice at the 911 center there in Moab that someone had tried to call from that phone. And immediately here comes a police officer out to check on that location. It just amazed me, the technology that we have available, and the service that you can provide as a result is really important and oftentimes life-saving for people in the community.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. And that actually is translated into cell phones as well. Even if you remove a battery or don't have an active cell phone, you can still dial 911 and we'll get the call. And then coming up in the next couple months, we're going to be start a little bit more innovative and work our way into video for 911 callers as well. So stay tuned for that.
Well, thank you, Brett. Yeah, keep us posted on that. I've learned some things here today, so I appreciate that, and I can share that knowledge with others who might be in a emergency situation. Okay, any other comments or questions? Okay, Brett, extend our thanks to your whole team. I know it's been a rough year. Thank you.
I will. Thank you guys very much.
Okay, we're going to move along to our regular agenda, and I'm just going to check in quickly with our IT staff for to help me out. Again, thanks for being flexible and with us today, everybody. But Andrew, I'm going to ask that you move over Mike Kramer and Ben Makoff as attendees for now, as they will be participating later in the meeting, and that will give me more screen space to see all the board members.
That was Mike Kramer, and what was the second name?
Ben Makoff, please.
Okay.
And for anyone who were just making attendee rather than a panelist, we'll change your permissions when your item on the agenda comes up. We just have to be a little flexible today. Okay, thank you. All right, so John Peacock, any additions or deletion to today's agenda?
No additions or deletions to the agenda today.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to go and check in with all with anyone who may have called in or joined us for public comment for items that are not public hearings on our agenda today. And I'll go ahead and ask you, I think it's to raise your hand. If you've called in, I believe that's *9. Okay, I'm not currently seeing anyone who wishes to make general public comment today, but we will give it a few seconds for folks to join us on the Zoom.
You're correct, Kelly. That is *9 to raise and lower your hand.
Okay, not seeing anyone join us today. We'll go to commissioner comments, and I'm a little out of sorts today, so I've failed to recognize my board, but we have a full board here today, and so I see Vice Chair Patty Clapper with her hand up. Hi, go ahead.
I just want to, I want to thank everybody who's been part of the vaccination clinic out at the Benedict Music Tent. It's been an awesome experience, I think, from all sides and every angle. John, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think we're winding it down. We'll be getting out to the public with more information about where they can get their vaccines. And if we see another surge, we still have the opportunity to use buttermilk. But for now, we're going to kind of tone it down, bring it back into the local level at your physician's office, at community health, and at the local pharmacies. And we'll be dispensing those vaccines. So again, I want to thank all of the people, all of the, I don't know, hundreds of volunteers we had out at the music school at the tent, not the music school, at the tent. helping us to provide these vaccinations. It was an amazing effort, and I'm really proud of Pickens County and of all of those who are out there helping us. And for the community really was really kind. We got lots of thank you notes and thank you messages, and having those numbers on your windshield is kind of like a badge of honor when you're driving around town. So you can say that you've done your part to protect your friends, your neighbors, and our community. So thank you all.
Steve, please go ahead. Steve Child.
So I'm speaking today. I'm sitting in the Pickens County building on Southside Drive in Basalt right now, taking advantage of the space that we have available there. Because the electricity is turned off on Capitol Creek Road, for Holy Cross Energy is installing a bunch of new power poles today. So I participated this year in the Aspen Choral Society Spring Concert, and it turned out to be an amazing performance when it was all put together on screen. It looks like a Zoom call on the screen, which you can view that in two different locations. One is at aspenchoralsociety.org, and click on View Our Spring Performance on there, and that takes you to the 6 gospel songs that we sang. The other place you can view it is on the snowmasschapel.org website. And
the meeting with the BLM and learning about the whole the development of Prince Creek and the whole master plan there and the Red Bluffs and Red Hill, they call it, and how all that came to be. I went to the Mountain Pact meeting on 30 by 30, following up on Steve's attendance at the meeting in Garfield County that was supposed to be about something else, but veered to 30 by 30, right, Steve? And in the 30 by 30 meeting, which was attended by commissioners and municipal elected officials and other interested people from all over the West, from Taos and Santa Fe and Idaho and all over the place. They definitely mentioned Garfield County and their take on 30 by 30 as compared to the take of the counties that were represented at the meeting. There was a lot of specifics about it, but the main part about it, which is that there's been, from the time it was first proposed by Biden on January 27th, they had 90 days with a group of stakeholders, a really big group of stakeholders, to come up with the actual specifics of it and recommendations for it. So that is coming up really soon in 2 weeks. And I'm really looking forward to that. And also Biden addressed NACO, which was really interesting and was received really well. And that was about 30 by 30 also. I also went, I think Kelly went also to the Rethinking Homelessness webinar yesterday, which was going to be specifically about how do we spend the upcoming money that comes with the stimulus on rethinking homelessness, but it was actually an informational meeting about how much money is coming to Pickens County, and that was also really interesting. I also met with, I went to the new director orientation at the Colorado River Conservation District, and that was a 2.5 hour orientation that was really interesting. I mean, you'd think normally attending a class for 2.5 hours, you'd get sleepy or bored, but I never did. In fact, we have to schedule another one for 1.5 hours to cover more material. It was really, really interesting. And one of the things that came up during that orientation was the recent changes in the river district approach to the Colorado River, and that now they are trying to balance all the demands on the river, including those of the habitats and riparian areas, and they're not looking just at consumptive uses of the river. So that was really, really fascinating. So anyway, just catching you up on where I've been and what I've been doing for the last couple of weeks, and it's been really educational, and thanks to all the voters for giving me the opportunity to do this.
Great, thank you. All right, And I'll just take the opportunity to, thank SKICO, thank all of our resort community workers. I know Aspen will close this weekend. Snowmass will be open a week later, but places are starting to close down for off season. And, I just want to honor everyone who, is on the front line, the workers who are just keeping this community humming all year long, and in a really tough year of fits of starts and stops for work, a lot of uncertainty about, income and number of hours available to work, and, just hanging in there and trying to keep yourselves healthy and trying to keep our community and our visitors healthy. It's been really, really hard. And, I hope that we all can engage in a conversation looking back on how to better structure our community and our economies to support these frontline workers in the future. I want to grab that opportunity. I want to make sure that people, don't always have to live paycheck to paycheck and don't always have to live with so much uncertainty and fear and risk to their health and the health of others. That's a conversation forthcoming. So folks who might be tuning out for off season, we're still going to try and engage in the coming months of the year. And I look forward to that conversation. And just to say thanks to SKICO for, a good ski season, for keeping the slopes open, for not having a reservation system, for, having this great, awesome recreational opportunity just to sort of contribute to all of our sanity. I was late to get on my skis this year, but I've been having a blast and look forward to a few more days before it all shuts down. So thank you. Okay, and sorry for any background wind here. I'm outside today. Steve, another final comment. Go ahead.
So I noticed that Aspen Mayor Tory is on our meeting right now. I thought maybe he wanted to make a comment, like a public comment. I was suggesting, Kelly, that you call on him and see if he wants to speak to us about something that's not something else on our agenda.
Sure. Thanks, Steve, for bringing that to my attention. Hi, Mayor. Are you joining us today for a specific cause? And
yes, I am actually. No public comments at this time, but yes, I'm here to speak on an item that you're going to be talking about this afternoon.
Okay, great. All right. Well, we're going to move you over as an attendee to sort of free up my Zoom screen a little, but we're happy to see you. Thanks for joining. And Greg, go ahead.
Yeah, a couple of quick comments. One, I learned this weekend about a new organization called the Futures Fund, which is a group of Aspen High School alumni who've created a scholarship fund for Aspen High School kids and student athletes. And I just wanted to put in a plug for them. I think it's the coolest thing. And I made my donation to it last night as an alumni, but anybody can donate to it. But it's a way of trying to pay it forward or pay it back for having been through our local high school and to help Aspen kids get on to the next thing. So wanted to give a plug for that. Then also, what's something I meant to bring up during the Dark Skies initiative. I'm sorry that Brooke and Tessa aren't here any longer, but the other night I was able to attend Theater Aspen's spring concert, which they did at Harris Hall under COVID guidelines as laid out by public health. And they had a very safe and nicely social distanced event with three singers. Beth Malone, who's a local, who's a Broadway actress who of great repute and incredible talent, and two other great singers. But they sang about dark skies. They had a song about dark skies, and I'm dying to get her engaged, involved with this Dark Skies initiative. So I'll try to introduce her to the girls doing that program. But anyway, doings with Dark Skies and the future funds. It's great to see high school kids in Aspen engaging in such ways. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Greg. Okay, last call for commissioner comments. All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and move on to our consent agenda. We have 3 items on the consent agenda: the minutes of March 24th, 2021 regular meeting, the ratification of the assessor's determination on abatement petitions over $10,000, and an application submitted by Ruby of the Rockies LLC for a transfer of ownership for the Redstone General Store. Would any board members like to pull any of those items from the consent agenda? Otherwise, I will look for a motion. Sorry, Steve.
Kelly, I'd like to pull the application for the Ruby of the Rockies at the Redstone General Store. I noticed some of them were on the call, and I'd like to give them an opportunity to speak.
Any others? All right, then can I have a motion to approve the minutes and the ratification of the assessor's determinations, please?
So moved.
Greg?
Second?
Second.
Okay, thank you, Steve. And any further discussion on those items? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. All right, I'll note a unanimous vote for those two consent items. And then we'll move on to the third item, the application submitted by Ruby of the Rockies LLC for a transfer of ownership for the Redstone General Store. And hi, Jeanette Jones, if you could please introduce this item for us.
Hi, thank you, Kelly. Jeanette Jones, I'm clerk to the Board of County Commissioners, Deputy County Clerk. The background of this is CBL LLC has owned the Redstone General Store and has held a retail liquor store license for the last 13 years. And recently they sold the store to CPP TGS LLC, who has entered into a lease agreement with Ruby of the Rockies LLC. And the partners in that LLC, and I believe one of them is here today, is our Rebecca Sue Beer Mobius, 50% ownership, and Rochelle Lee Norwood, 50% ownership. The retail liquor license, or liquor store, adjoins the Redstone General Store, and it's located on the boulevard in Redstone. The applicant has submitted an application for a temporary permit, and they've been operating under that permit for a little bit of time now to give them the opportunity to get all their paperwork together that we have to bring forward to you, and also the Colorado Department of Revenue Liquor Enforcement. So I think, yeah, well, additionally, there have been no issues or complaints for this establishment in the 13 years of the previous owners, or since the new owners have held a permit. So I cannot see who's here like Steve can, but maybe Kelly, you'd like to turn it over to them now. I believe maybe Rebecca is here, maybe Tyler Mobius, but I'll turn it back to you, Kelly.
Thank you. Yes, and I see, Andrew, can you promote, it looks like Oriana Mobius as a panelist, and we will, I believe that's the applicant, and we'll invite you to go ahead and address the board. Tell us about your plans.
Hello, thank you so much for the opportunity today. It's so exciting to be a business owner in Pitkin County. I'm here and open for any questions.
Okay. And I'm sorry, can you tell me your first name again?
Well, you know, it's a little interesting. I have two names. My birth name is Rebecca Mabius, Rebecca Beer Mabius. And I have a chosen name that's Oriana. So
okay.
Forgive me for the confusion.
Oh, no problem. We'll address you as Oriana then.
Okay.
So, thank you. Questions for Oriana about the Redstone Store? Francie.
Hi, Oriana. I think it would be nice if you told us a little bit about what we could find at the general store now and what your business looks like, because some of us like to go to Redstone for a little visit. And what can we find there?
Yeah, it's well, you can still come up and get ice cream. We sort of up-leveled our ice cream and are actually serving the same that Fat Belly Burgers is, a local in Boulder. We are really focusing on supporting local businesses and local artists. And so we have quite a wide variety of items, both grocery and merchandise that people can bring in. We have our own honeys, a lot of supplements for people in terms of locally grown teas and candles and things like that, but also your groceries. And we've really kind of up-leveled what we're offering in groceries and providing local produce, along with local milks and things coming from Paonia, all throughout the valley. So it's been wonderful. And then our liquor store, we've really had a lot of fun with, because we've been investigating and discovering our local purveyors of alcohol here, and it's been really fun to learn about what people are doing these days. And it's kind of a nice exploration if you have an opportunity to come up. It's a slightly different experience. It's like a boutique liquor store. But we still have all the same that people are used to as well. Mm-hmm.
All right. Can't wait to get back. This
is our logo here. Maybe you can see it. I don't know. We've got a little bit of a river mermaid there and Chair Mountain, and so come up and check it out.
Steve.
So we did not visit the liquor store, but on our way to Paonia a couple weeks ago, a friend said, "Oh, you have to stop and get some of the baked goods at the general store." Mm-hmm. And so we did, and we got a couple different items, and they were absolutely delicious. Now, always in the past, that has been our ice cream stop in Redstone, but now I realize there's more reasons to go to your business than just to get ice cream. So we'll be back many times, I'm sure. And we will try the liquor store out too. To me, it was, the place you get ice cream.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah, I want to make a comment that Rochelle has done a great job at curating the experience there, and it's very uplifting coming in. There's a real family experience that happens that just, I think, matches the community of Redstone beautifully.
Okay, well, this item does not require a public hearing, and so if there are not other questions of board members, I will look to the board for a vote.
So I'd like to make a motion to approve the application submitted by Ruby of the Rockies LLC for a transfer of ownership for the Redstone General Store.
Also.
Is that Greg you seconded? Okay. Any further discussion? Greg, go ahead. No? Okay. Further discussion by the board? All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye. Thank you.
We have unanimous support. Thank you, Oriana. So nice to meet you. Can't wait to visit.
Thank you, Jeanette.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeanette.
Yeah.
Okay, on to individual consideration items. These items are for first reading and will be set for public hearing and second reading on April 28th. And so the first item is a budget carry forward resolution. And Andrew, if you could please move Connie Baker, our budget director, over as a panelist, please. Hi, Connie.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Nice to see you.
So the budget carry forward resolution is something that we do every year. After all 2020 invoices were submitted, then we go through and review budgets with each and every department and determine if there are items that need to be carried forward. Now, back when we were preparing the 2021 budget, we did ask departments whenever possible to re-budget items that they didn't think they would get to in 2020 to try to reduce the number of carry forwards. However, as departments are working on their budgets in July and August, it's not always possible to correctly estimate what will be done in the current year and what might be needed to move forward to the following year. So that's why we have the budget carry forwards. There are a few different types of items that are allowed to be carried forward. Some items are multi-year projects. say a courthouse remodel or the conversion of our financial accounting software, we know it's going to take sometimes 2-3 years to complete a project. And we need to appropriate the full amount of those projects upfront in order to enter into contracts, and that's by state statute. And then we can carry forward the amounts from year to year as we go through the project. Sometimes there are changes in timing as departments are working on a project and it is not able to be completed in the current budget year and needs to move forward to the next. There are also replacement schedule items. And each department has a 10-year replacement schedule that they follow. But then there are some times where, for one reason or another, an item has not been replaced in the year it's budgeted, but they plan to do it the following year, and it's carried forward if it was not already rebudgeted in the next year. An example of that is in the Sheriff's Department. They had a number of vacancies in 2020 and did not purchase all of the vehicles that they were intending to purchase, replacement sheriff's vehicles, and held off. And so one is being carried forward into 2021. And then there are also dedicated revenues. These are revenues, sometimes a grant that is received for a specific purpose or a donation received for a specific purpose, which is then carried forward as an expenditure appropriation so that that money can be spent in the following year for the purpose for which it was donated. An example of that is Friends of the Library, and they receive donations. So it's quite a variety of different items included in this resolution. Over a quarter of all of the expenditure items and 100% of the revenue items are grant related. And in the AIS, I listed out what the different grants are. There's the Energy Challenge Grant and a Northwest COG Economic Development Grant in the manager's office, a number of different grants in the Human Services Fund. Some of these grants, like Human Services, were received late in 2020. And so they were not, they did not have the opportunity to include them in their 2021 budget. So we are now carrying them forward. Also, Veterans Assistance Grant, a number of grants in the Healthy Rivers and Streams Fund, CARES Act, and also an FAA grant for the airport for runway identifier lights. So those are the grants. I also mentioned the largest dollar amounts. There are some items that are fairly small and insignificant in the resolution, but there are others that are fairly large. And the largest is in the Open Space and Trails Fund, which is for St. Jude's Conservation Easement, which was originally approved by the board in 2016, but the second phase of that has not yet been completed, and we keep carrying it forward year to year. There are different improvements in the Healthy Rivers and Streams Fund for the Whitewater Park and also for Robinson Ditch improvements. There's one correction which will show on the second reading of this resolution for airport carry forwards, and that is for the runway broom. This is a very large piece of equipment, heavy equipment that is used on the airport runways. It's one of those purchases that kind of straddled the 2 years between 2020 and 2021, and we were uncertain which year it needed to be booked into. We recently, working with our auditors, have booked it into 2020, so a carry forward is no longer needed. So the second reading of this resolution will have a reduction of $765,000, which is the amount for that runway broom. And then there are some road and bridge projects that are being carried forward. Many of their projects were put on hold when our revenues took a dive at the beginning of the COVID pandemic, and they held off on projects and are carrying forward a few of those. So all put together, the dollar amount of all of the expenditures in your resolution is about $11.4 million. After the runway broom is removed, it will be $10,653,939 in expenditures being carried forward. And that's offset by the grant revenues being carried forward of $2,329,143. So that will give a net budget increase of $8,324,796. It's quite a long resolution with many different items. If you have questions on any of them, I will try to answer. And if I'm not able to, then we'll bring staff in for second reading.
Thank you, Connie. Questions for Connie on this budget carry forward or any of the specific items? I'm not seeing any. Okay, then can I, yes, Patty.
Yeah, Connie, thank you as always for bringing these things forward. And we do this every year. We understand why. And I think the public needs to know that this is just, it's not additional budget issues. It's just carryover for projects that haven't been done in the past year or past years. So thank you for bringing it forward. And I will make a motion to approve the budget, let's see, carryover resolution and set for second reading on public hearing on April the 28th.
Second.
Thank you, Patty. Thank you, Francie. Any further discussion?
This is a testament to how well you presented it, I think, Connie.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And Greg, I think you might be joining us by phone now. So can I just get a voice vote from you? Because I don't see you on video. Might have to press *6 to unmute. Okay, well, I'm not sure if we've lost Greg temporarily, so I'm going to note that as a 4-0 vote. Moving on to the next.
Real quick, Kelly, I just want to see if Greg's the phone number that's joined as an attendee, press *9 to raise your hand and I'll get you moved over. There we go.
Okay. All right, let's check in with them before we move on. Hi, Greg. Can you, are you in favor of the budget carry forward resolution going to second reading?
You may need to press *6 to mute or unmute yourself. There we go.
This is Greg. Yes, I approve.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Connie. Second item for first reading set for public hearing on April 28th is a resolution of the BOCC adopting an intergovernmental agreement with the City of Aurora and a memorandum of understanding with the City of Aurora and the Bureau of Reclamation concerning the BOCC Ivanhoe water rights in the Frying Pan Exchange. And we have our county attorney here, John Ely.
Hi, Kelly.
Sure.
Afternoon, board. So as introduced, this is a first reading of a two-reading process to enact a resolution authorizing the execution of the IGA and the MOU. Now, the IGA and the MOU are designed to affect the last component part of the BOCC Ivanhoe settlement that was reached between Pitkin County and the City of Aurora. The settlement was participated in with a few other West Slope parties, but the items that are related to the BOCC Ivanhoe project in Pitkin County and the City of Aurora are unique to Pitkin County as opposed to the other West Slope parties. I guess it's kind of a complicated transaction, although it was fun to take part in. Kelly, if you can share my screen, I'll see if I can.
So let's see, Andrew, can you confirm John has permissions to share his screen?
Yep, should be all set for that, John. If you wiggle your mouse on the screen, you'll see a green button at the bottom. Oh, there we go.
Are you good?
Yes, we can see your map there.
Thanks. So this is a locational description of where the BOCC-Ivanhoe project is. With my cursor, I'm just following the Continental Divide here. This is Hagerman Pass. The map is oriented north up. Ivanhoe Lake, actually it's mislabeled. This should be Ivanhoe Reservoir, is located here. And this, of course, is the head wall of one of the tributaries, Ivanhoe Creek, which flows into Frying Pan River. So the BOCC-Ivanhoe project captures water from the west side of the Continental Divide in this general description along this dotted line. It then routes the water through a system of open canals and ditches into Ivanhoe Reservoir, and then underneath the Continental Divide through the old railroad tunnel that was utilized by, it was the Colorado Midland. It was never occupied by any other railroad. It was occupied by the Colorado Midland, first established by those guys. When they ceased rail travel, it was then occupied by a Colorado highway and then fell into disuse. So in 1928, an enterprising group of folks decided to expand Ivanhoe Lake into a reservoir by building up the downstream end of it and then funneling water through the old tunnel alignment and into BOCC Creek over here, which flows into Turquoise Lake here. Once in Turquoise Lake, it would then feed into Arkansas River, and then the water that was developed along with this project was to be used to irrigate ranch and farmland below Pueblo in the Arkansas River Valley. So the project worked pretty well. In fact, it was the first trans-mountain diversion project that was done in Pitkin County. Right now, we are the host of 3 projects. The 2 other projects are quite a bit bigger than this project. And in fact, the amount of water that is exported to the east from Pitkin County is greater than any other headwater, western slope headwater county, other than Grand County, which is where the CBT project is located, which takes water through, essentially underneath Rocky Mountain National Park. So with the establishment of this project, I'll get rid of that now. The water was used for irrigation until the project was acquired by the city of Aurora and the city of Pueblo. They both managed the water rights associated with the project to supply their municipal water systems. The interesting aspect about it, which gave us an opening, was the fact that in 1990 or thereabouts, the city of Pueblo decided to prosecute an application for a change of use, which under Colorado water law is the appropriate thing to do. They filed an application for a change of use, converting that water's use or adding additional uses available for that water from just irrigation to any municipal purpose, so they could put that water in their municipal system. The city of Aurora decided not to do it, and they sat on their rights, even though they were using it consistent with their municipal system without prosecuting a change case. The interesting aspect about it is it feeds into an issue that is very near and dear to folks on the west side of the Continental Divide. The issue that was pushed by the city of Aurora was that they felt that the general rules of Colorado water law didn't apply to them, and that they could, once they developed water on the west side, transport it to the east side and use it for any purpose that they wanted to without adhering to the original terms or the existing terms of any water court decree. Well, they decided to eventually change the use in 2009, and that's what began this saga. When they filed that application, we opposed it. We opposed it because of our contrary interpretation of the law, in that you could only use water according to your decreed water rights, regardless of the fact that you're transporting it across the Continental Divide. We ended up by going to trial, and as I mentioned in my memo to the board, it looked like Pickens County was going to be the only opposer to take Aurora to trial. However, a settlement agreement with other West Slope parties fell apart, and we ended up by being joined by another half dozen or so parties in the litigation. The matter went to trial and was determined in favor of the city of Aurora and against Pickens County and the other West Slope parties on every instance. So we decided to appeal it to the Supreme Court. It was an incredibly long process. So we had an application that was filed in 2009. We had a trial that went forward some years later, and ultimately a decision by the Supreme Court that was done in 2018. And the Supreme Court decided to go along with Pickens County's arguments and the other arguments presented by the West Slope opposers, and to negate Aurora's interest in the project. The result of that was that Aurora did not have the water available to them to change. In other words, they could not continue to use the water in a municipal fashion and was only available for irrigation, which of course didn't do much for Aurora. As it turned out, that hit to their system was significant enough that it drove Aurora to a bargaining position. For the next year and a half or so, we started to have discussions with the city of Aurora as to what accommodation could be made to the city to allow them to continue to utilize water from the BOCC project in exchange for benefits conveyed to Pickens County and our interests. The interests that we had primarily that relates to the utilization of water by the city of Aurora is the upper Roaring Fork stream flow. And so what we demanded was an increase of stream flow or water attributable to stream flow to the upper Roaring Fork. As it turns out, city of Aurora, in addition to having a 50-50 ownership in the BOCC system, is also a shareholder in the Independence Pass Reservoir and Canal Company, which operates Twin Lakes. So the Twin Lakes Trans Mountain Diversion Project or system is what diverts water out of the upper Roaring Fork and takes that water over into Twin Lakes itself and then delivers that water to the same Arkansas system. That way, it enhances Aurora's position in Pickens County, I guess you could say, or at least in Western Slope water resources. So what we were able to construct with the city of Aurora is a benefit of 1,000 acre feet or up to 1,000 acre feet of bypasses and releases to the upper Roaring Fork to benefit stream flow down through the city of Aspen. That was our target reach. That's particular reach of the upper Roaring Fork, and then culminating in that stretch through the city of Aspen until the river is charged with tributary contributions of water from Hunter Creek, Maroon Creek, and Castle Creek is really one of the more stressed reaches of the Roaring Fork. It's been hammered by trans mountain diversions and quite a few other processes that have left the river degraded, particularly as it goes through town. So with that 1,000 acre feet, what we were able to do with the cooperation of Twin Lakes is to sequence a release of that water in a seasonable variability to when that water would do the most benefit to the upper Roaring Fork. It's really a great resolution of a very long litigated case whereby Aurora continues to benefit from the BOCC, but we get a portion of Aurora's water rights. And those water rights are in the form of water that is either not diverted through Twin Lakes or released from Grizzly Reservoir at the top of Lincoln Creek to benefit the Roaring Fork. So that sets up the last element, which is what is the subject of this MOU and IGA of that settlement agreement, and that is an additional 100 acre feet to benefit the upper Roaring Fork. And the way that that would be accomplished is that the water that is released up to 900 acre feet for the benefit of the upper Roaring Fork, and that water is released or bypassed up at Grizzly, up on Lincoln Creek, or at the Roaring Fork Dam near Lost Man, will flow down the Roaring Fork under the ownership and control of the city of Aurora. They will prosecute a change case on that water such that they can use it in an exchange up the frying pan. So what this means for us is a significant benefit. Up to this point, the water that is released and bypassed into the upper Roaring Fork is simply available on the river and might be diverted by any other water user on its way down. Fortunately, we've been able to work cooperatively with water users upstream of the city of Aspen, such that that water is not taken, even though it is legally available, and will flow through the city of Aspen to satisfy, stream flow in our target reach. But with this exchange up the frying pan, and with ownership maintained by the city of Aurora, and with the city of Aurora prosecuting a change in that use of that water, we can now see that water called successfully all the way down to the confluence of the frying pan, benefiting the entire Roaring Fork as it flows through Pitkin County. So once that water is physically available at the confluence of the frying pan, it will go to satisfying contract demands on water stored in Rudai, such that if there is water that is being held for the benefit of, say, a water user in Silt, rather than a release of water from Rudai to satisfy that demand based upon contracts that individual water users have for stored water in Rudai, that amount of water, up to 900 acre feet, will be satisfied by Aurora's water. So that water will continue to flow down the Roaring Fork. And what we will see is a secondary and tertiary benefit in this process, in this exchange, in that we will have less releases late in the summer season from Rudai Reservoir down the lower frying pan, which means that lake levels or reservoir levels in Rudai will be stabilized at a higher level, and that you won't see as many surges of water being released from Rudai down the lower frying pan, making it more difficult for fishermen to access the river. So those three benefits alone are pretty good scores for us. But as the water is papered into the exchange, in other words, water from Aurora is being used to satisfy calls against Rudai storage, Aurora then will see their water maintained in Rudai. In other words, that is the paper exchange. The physical water going down the Roaring Fork is substituted for water that is still in storage in Rudai. So what the MOU and the IGA do is establish this relationship between Pitkin County and the city of Aurora, that this water right will now be called down to the frying pan, and it will establish a storage right in the name of Pitkin County in Rudai to allow the city of Aurora to exchange their water up into Rudai. So the water will be under the possession and control of Aurora for the purposes of this exchange, stored in a capacity under Pitkin County's name. With our participation in the exchange, we can ensure that the exchange works according to its intended purpose and continues to benefit the upper Roaring Fork. So once the water is in City of Aurora's name, under our storage contract in Aurora, they will then exchange it one more time up to Ivanhoe Reservoir that was depicted on the previous map. Once in that reservoir, it's available for transport through the Ivanhoe BOCC system and delivery back into the Arkansas for available use to Aurora. As a consequence of that final delivery, Pitkin County will be entitled to 1/4 of the water that makes it through that exchange, up to 100 acre feet. And that 100 acre feet will be released or bypassed to the upper Roaring Fork, consistent with the other 900 acre feet that is currently being released or bypassed. So that completes the exchange. These two agreements are necessary to affect that exchange and make it possible to go forward to realize these 4 additional enumerated benefits, as I would term it. You would have the ability to see this water flow all the way down the Roaring Fork from the headwater diversion points on Twin Lakes project, all the way down to the confluence of the Pan. You'd have reduced releases from Rudai Reservoir in the late summer, which would benefit recreational fishing on the lower frying pan, as well as maintaining higher level of water stored in Rudai. And then you would also have water being credited back to Pickens County and released to the upper Roaring Fork, augmenting the original 900 acre feet. So it's kind of a complicated tale. I'm not sure if I was able to explain it completely adequately. So if there are any questions, please just let me know. I see a couple of hands, Kelly.
Sure. I'll just say that was probably the clearest I've heard it explained now over 3 years. So thanks. You're getting better. I'll have a question, but I'll go to other board members first. Francie.
Yeah, so I think we're talking about 325 million gallons, if I'm not mistaken, in the whole 1,000 acre feet. Is that correct?
I don't convert acre feet to gallons very often, Francie. I'll take your word for it.
So that's a whole lot of water. And then I'm wondering, up at Ivanhoe, is that on the other side of Hagerman Pass? So is it part of the Frying Pan watershed, or is it on the other side of the pass?
Ivanhoe Reservoir
On our side.
is on our side. It's on the west side of Hagerman Pass. It sits right below it.
Yeah, okay. I know it. Yeah. So then by sending water from there over to Arapahoe, we're actually taking away that 100 acre feet from the Frying Pan and Roaring Fork and Colorado River watershed. Is that correct?
No, it's not exactly correct. And the reason why that isn't correct is this. First, the amount of water that we are stipulating to permit Aurora to divert through the BOCC-Ivanhoe system is consistent with water the volume of water that's been diverted historically. So although water is being depleted out of the Frying Pan system, drainage, that depletion is consistent with water that's been exported since, about beginning of the 1930s anyway. So there's no noticeable change in the Frying Pan watershed. Plus the fact you have to recognize that depletions of water out of the Frying Pan watershed have not had the detrimental impact as depletions of water out of the Roaring Fork watershed. So the limits of export of water out of the Frying Pan system to the Arkansas drainage underneath or over or underneath the Continental Divide are remaining the same, but we are now entitled to a portion of that water. We realize that benefit because of Aurora's ownership in the Twin Lakes system. So water that they would have been entitled to as a consequence of their ownership position in Twin Lakes is now being released for the benefit of the upper Roaring Fork. So we're realizing the benefit over there.
Yeah,
and then secondly, though, you have to also remember there's quite a bit bigger of a Trans-Mountain diversion project up the Frying Pan than BOCC-Ivanhoe, and that's the Fry Arc project itself. So just below Ivanhoe Reservoir, down Ivanhoe Creek, is a diversion structure, and that captures water that is fed right into the Fry Arc system. So that if this particular transaction and settlement with Aurora was not constructed, the water that would be prohibited to Aurora as part of our litigation would simply be picked up by the Fry Arc system and delivered to Colorado Springs.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how involved you were with all the details of this, but it's pretty incredible. So it looks like an amazing job you've done, John. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Yeah, it only took about 11 years.
Yeah, well, it's incredible. Really well done.
And I have to give kudos also to Laura Maker, in our office. She, as well as I, worked pretty hard on this for a number of years. It fed into work that that we were also conducting with Twin Lakes. So in addition to this exchange, which completes the transaction or the settlement with the city of Aurora, what we've also been able to do is coordinate these bypasses and releases to the bypasses and releases that are owed to the Roaring Fork from the Fryark project itself. As a consequence of depletions in the Hunter Creek drainage from 3 diversion points that feed the Fryark, the Upper Roaring Fork is due 3,000 acre feet. So we combine all of that into one synchronized system of releases and bypasses into the Upper Roaring Fork to get the maximum benefit of that water for the Upper Roaring Fork River. That particular effort is ongoing and will probably continue to be ongoing with research that we are conducting with our water engineers, hydrologists, biologists to try to better refine when those releases and bypasses are made. But in conjunction with that, also ties into work that Laura initiated in dealing with the Twin Lakes system. The accounting for the bypasses and the releases was not being done, well, according to the law of the river and how it should have been done for many years. And so we've been able to insert some logic into how that's done. And we did that through a court process that we were involved in with Twin Lakes themselves. And so now, instead of the Roaring Fork being credited for bypasses that really were not bypasses, but just simply water that could not be diverted underneath, the Continental Divide through the Twin Lakes system, we are only credited for water that is available but not taken. And this, although that seems like a minor distinction, it's really a huge difference in the reality of water that's available to the Roaring Fork. And we've been running the system that way for the last 2 years. And I think that we've realized a very good benefit for the Upper Roaring Fork as a consequence of that. So it tied a lot of work that we were doing in a variety of different court cases together into a sort of a global settlement for the benefit of stream flows, from Twin Lakes all the way down to the frying pan.
Well done.
Okay. Other questions for John? Greg, I saw your hand.
Yeah, thanks, John. That was, as Kelly said, it was very clear, and I really appreciate it. And Francie, you don't have to wonder. John and Laura now put so much effort into this, and it simply wouldn't have happened without him. And this is really a coup, and it's really an incredible thing that you've done on behalf of the Roaring Fork River and the frying pan, for that matter. So people can understand the significance of this. Can you share with us how far down the Roaring Fork has been drawn in recent years, and how this may be a noticeable, significant improvement when we can pull water through this agreement? What will this actually do to stream flows in the Roaring Fork, for instance, as it passes through Aspen or maybe up higher?
Well, it will make a difference in years like this one, in an average dry year, and in an average year. When we're in a wet year, so to speak, there should be enough natural flow or native flow in the river that this isn't needed, but will still be there anyway. In an average year, the benefit will be seen that you'll be able to run Slaughterhouse Falls a lot later in the year than typically. That the fishing will be improved because the habitat and the riparian environment will be improved along the river. Things like that. And, when the work on this initiated, it was right after one of the Ducky Derbies early in the 2000s, where there was not enough water in the Upper Roaring Fork to float the ducks down. And if it wasn't for some gracious releases by a few private ditch companies, that little event wouldn't have worked. So you have a potential situation where the Roaring Fork is really quite dry, which would be devastating for the fishery, which is definitely not appealing to just being along the river, and is certainly not in keeping with our mission of protection of the environment. So the amount of water that we're trying to shepherd down now will, in a dry year or in an average year, put into the river up to 20 to even 30 CFS, depending on how we sequence it, which is the difference can be the difference between a healthy river and a dry river, up as high as the city of Aspen, and will certainly continue to improve stream flow all the way down to the frying pan. The significance becomes less as you get closer to the frying pan, just because the river is naturally higher, even though it will experience some stress. What I was trying to do, to be quite honest, is to achieve a benefit that would be not only recognizable to the people who are paying close attention to the gauges, but recognizable by people who are just going up and down the Rio Grande Trail, that it would be a visible improvement to the Roaring Fork.
Right. Yes, I think that in the low years, it's down to single digit CFS, I think. So if we're going to get 20 CFS on top of that, that saves the life of the Roaring Fork, the upper Roaring Fork. And that was, I know, an important objective for you and for all of us. And I am really, really grateful and excited to see this happen. Thanks.
Addie.
Yeah, John, thank you. And thanks, Laura. I think we used to tease you about waking up in the middle of the night and drawing pictures of water going this way and water going that way and water. And he would show us those pictures, which was extremely confusing. So the narrative as written in our pack today was great, John. The best I've seen, and I've seen him since 2009, I believe. But I do want to mention, I think last year was our first year of draw, and the timing, was it last year? Was it last year?
We've been doing it for 2 years now.
But last year, the timing was such that when they stopped the diversion at Lost Man or wherever, and this water came over, it was definitely noticeable by users of the river. And they were excited. And I got calls saying, there's more water in the river today. What's going on? And so trying to explain all of this. And it worked. It worked exactly like we wanted it to work. The fact that we were able to draw this water when we needed it most was really a key point in this whole deal that was worked out so meticulously. So I want to thank you and Laura. You guys put in an amazing amount of time, and this is the result of your efforts, and it's very exciting. And Kelly, I don't know if you're ready, but I'd like to make a motion to approve.
I'll second it then.
All right. And there may be additional discussion or questions from anyone. Steve, did you have any? Go ahead.
Well, I'll make comments now that because I won't be here on the 28th. This is a terrific agreement. We've been working on this. I've been aware of it for quite a few years, that John keeps filling us in on the progress and the successes and failures we've had along the way. And it came out to be a really good agreement that really helps us out here. The only other alternative would be that Aurora would not get their water, but then Colorado Springs would get the same water and the upper Roaring Fork would not benefit. And so this is benefiting the upper Roaring Fork River tremendously, and the Frying Pan River is basically ending up with the same amount going down there. So thank you so much to you, John and Laura, for the work you've put into this.
Thanks, E.
And I'll just note, which I always thought, when I heard was surprising, but fishing contributes more to Colorado's economy than any other recreational activity in the state, even more than skiing. And so, the benefits here like extend to people's lives and incomes and things like that. So it's Awesome.
Kelly, you just have to ask
Yes,
my
Patty.
son about that and he will agree with you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor to send this to second reading on April 28th, please say aye.
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 Thank you, John.
Aye.
Thanks.
Okay, we're going to move on to second readings and public hearings. And we're on item number 6 on our agenda, an amended ordinance of the BOCC approving a lease agreement with Mind Springs Health for space at the Michael W. Schultz Health and Human Services Building. Let me check and see if Jody has joined us. I don't see her. John Peacock, will you be taking this for us today?
Yeah, let me just do a quick look-see. Has Jody not been promoted to a panelist, Andrew?
I don't see her
I
on
can take care of that right now.
Oh, good.
There she is.
Thank you.
Good morning, board. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to present today. This is the second reading of this amended lease agreement with Mind Springs Health. The amendment, this was approved back in January, and the amendment really boils down to that we're adding 177 square feet for a use of a suite 110 on the lease agreement, and the ordinance is amended in accordance to that. There are no other changes to this lease. No.
Any questions for Jody on this item? Okay, I'm seeing none. I'll look for a motion, please.
It's up. Public hearing.
Public hearing.
Oh, you're right. Thank you. Sorry. Public hearing on this item. Appreciate you, Vice Chair. And Steve reminding me, are there any members of the public that wish to comment on this amended ordinance of a lease agreement with Mind Springs Health? And if you have joined us, please press *9 to raise your hand to comment on this item. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone wishing to comment. I'll close the hearing on this item and bring it back to the board. Steve?
So I'd like to make a motion to approve the amended ordinance of the board approving the lease agreement with Mind Springs Health for space at the Michael W. Schultz Health and Human Services Building.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Francie. Thank you, Steve. Okay, all in favor or any further discussion? I'm getting sloppy here. Let me pull it together. Or any further discussion on this? All right, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. And
Aye.
Greg, okay, thank you. Okay, moving on to, thank you, Jody. Take care. Moving on to item number 7, an ordinance of the BOCC authorizing the conveyance of a driveway easement on the Wilden parcel. This is also a second reading and public hearing, and I see Dale Will from Open Space and Trails. Hi.
Howdy, everybody. Well, this is an item that you all approved on first reading a couple weeks ago. So I'll run back over the basics, and I think I've got a little bit different map to put this in more context. A couple years ago, we purchased the Wilden parcel, and you'll see here on the map, it was about 7.5 acres. And when we did that, we wanted to make sure that we could get off of the back of the Wilden parcel onto the old railroad right-of-way, now known as DeRay Way, to get onto Faloha Meadows Nature Preserve, which sits right here. It's on the screen. And so we also purchased this 100-foot wide strip of the right-of-way. Then our neighbor to the east, Bob Durham, has his house up here and currently gets on and off that old railroad grade up here, but he would like to add a storage unit, maybe an ADU, down at the other end of the property, and he's requesting that we convey to him driveway easement just to get off of the edge of his parcel over to the old railroad grade. And when we purchased the Wilden parcel with this railroad grade, we anticipated that we might want to do a little reshuffling of some of the property interests that we had acquired. So the ordinance that authorized this purchase did reserve our ability to make these kinds of conveyances, as we discussed at first reading. We have come up with a price that's based on a pro rata reimbursement of what we spent on this 2.5 acres for his driveway easement. It works out to $1,800. And he wants to put it approximately where I have the pointer here, although in talking this through with Rye, we think it's best to authorize it somewhere along here with a requirement in the easement that it'll be re-recorded when he actually places the driveway, just to make sure that he can get around any trees or obstacles that are on his property. Commissioner Postman did raise a question on first reading of whether or not this was in anticipation of subdividing the property. And the property is currently 5 acres. The zoning there would allow it to be subdivided. But Bob Durham has clarified that he's not looking to subdivide on the basis of having this easement. So in discussing this with Rye, we're proposing when it comes time to actually write up the easement, we'll include some language that nothing in the grant is intended to facilitate a subdivision of the property. The Open Space Board has unanimously recommended that we do this. It does support a policy that we have of trying to be a good neighbor with people that own land abutting our open space properties. There wouldn't be any downside in terms of conservation impacts from having this little short stub connect down there. In fact, the impacts would be an awful lot less than it would be if he were to try to build a road internal to his property to get down there to do what he needs to do. Of course, it would all be dependent upon him having the requisite permits from ComDev, and he did do a pre-app with Suzanne Wolf, and she advised him to square this part of it away with us first and then come back to proceed with whatever kinds of development permits that he would need. I'm happy to answer any questions about this, and we would recommend that you approve.
Okay, thank you, Dale. Any questions? Patty, I see your hand.
Yeah, Dale, I just want to mention too, it was mentioned at first reading that the Durhams have been great stewards in helping the county just keep an eye on things in this neck of the woods. And I want to thank Melanie and her husband for helping us to do that. And that I appreciate them coming forward on this, and I'm getting ready to move it forward after public comment. So thank you, Dale.
Thanks, Patty.
Any other questions? All right, sorry, Francie, go ahead.
This is just sort of a bookkeeping thing, but the first reading and this reading, it says when it recommended action or something, it says stuff about the Kaufman Ranch. And I don't know whether that matters in the least, but it will matter in the minutes when we get to the minutes. So just noting that's still there, that mistake.
Oh, thanks, Francie. That's my bad. I don't know how that slipped through. I picked up an old template when I wrote the AIS. I did see that this morning when I was preparing and double checked. And fortunately, the ordinance itself is free of such typos. So that only appears in the issue statement in the AIS. I apologize for that. But
no, I figured it was something simple like that, but I just wanted to point it out so it didn't stay forever on the record.
No, if it were in the ordinance, we would have a problem, but I don't believe it's going to affect the approval that we're requesting.
Thanks for bringing that to the attention, Francie. I tend to look for those things before I sign them as the chair. So I will make sure to double check it's all right. All right, I will open this up for public hearing. Again, we are just discussing the conveyance of a driveway easement on the Wilden parcel. And if you would like to comment on this, please press *9 to raise your hand. I'm not seeing anyone wishing to comment on this item. And so I will close the public hearing on this ordinance and bring it back to the board for a motion, please. Steve.
I'd like to make a motion to approve an ordinance of the board authorizing the conveyance of a driveway easement on the Wilden parcel.
Have a second, please.
I'll second.
Nancy? Any further discussion? Steve?
So I'd like to thank Dale and all the staff at the Open Space and Trails who have worked on this, the whole process of acquiring the Wilden property and then acquiring the easement on the Doré Way at that end of the Doré Way. It's all been a good project, and I'm really glad we can help the neighbor out on this part too, because they have been good neighbors to us.
All right, seeing no further discussion, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Give me a nod or a thumbs up. All right, I see Patty is motioning aye, so we'll go ahead and do a unanimous vote on that one for the record.
Thank you.
Dale, nice to see you. Take care.
Yes.
Moving on to item number 8 on our agenda. These are emergency ordinance and resolution confirmatory reading. Rich, before I turn it over to you, I just want to talk with John Ely really quick. Do we do the public hearing today or when this comes back for confirmatory reading?
The public hearing is always at the confirmatory reading on these emergency measures.
Thank you so much. All right, with that, Rich Engelhardt, please go ahead and present.
Good, thank you, board. Rich Engelhardt, Deputy County Manager and Interim Airport Director. So I'm in front of you today with a couple of opportunities. I guess we could list them as kind of a second go round of coronavirus funding that's come to airports around the country. The first was a CARES Act, and these are now described as CARISA, which is federally funded Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act. So they're more tied specifically to actions rather than the first go round. The first time we were able to supplement our budget. These are really tied to expenses now, and there's date certains on those. So, but I did want to mention these are emergency resolutions, not based on the fact that we're accepting these as an emergency. It's just the timing did not work out. The FAA had put a deadline of this action taking place by April 15th, which is tomorrow, which means that if the board so chooses to take this action, we'll have Kelly's signatures on 2 different documents. And then it's also calls for our county attorney to sign off on those as well. So we'll turn these rather quickly. So, but to break this down a little bit, the very first one that we have, both of them, again, items 8 and 9 are very similar in their language and the grant conditions. But the very first one is authorizing up to $2.487 million worth of financing. And it's set up to where once we sign this, we have a 4-year period to be able to expend these dollars. What's a little different in this case is that we don't have a specific use for these yet. However, in the AIS, I had mentioned that one of the things that we're looking at is an evaluation of our HVAC system. As part of the microgrid, or it's called the AABC Energy Box Master Plan, we are having Kimley Horn, as part of that effort, do an assessment, an energy savings assessment on a number of different buildings. And one of those happens to be the terminal. In this case, our terminal HVAC we know is old. We do have the proper filters that we put in there to at least do what we could as far as the coronavirus and protections out there. However, the air exchange rates, it's an older system. We may be able to upgrade those. Once we get that information back, we'll be coming back to the board and having a discussion to see if this is something we want to approve moving forward with. Again, staff's concern is if we end up with a new terminal down the road, does it make sense to put money into this? Is it something that we can carry over to the new terminal possibly? So there's still some unanswered questions along those lines, but really what we're doing is seeking action on this first one, is to get the board to approve this emergency resolution allowing the acceptance of this and having Kelly's signature on it. So the first one is really dedicated towards that. It also allows us to do a debt payment coverage, but I'm happy to say right now we don't have any debt out at the airport. So that would not apply to this specific grant. So at least that's kind of staff's thoughts right now on where we could utilize some of these funds if we so choose to go that way. So with that, Kelly, I'll just open up for any questions, but these will both have to be taken separately since it takes actions on the other, and I'll explain the second one here in a second.
All right, thank you, Rich. Questions for Rich on this grant? Greg.
Yeah, Rich, I guess with these things, I didn't see it anywhere, but I wanted to know what our obligation is if we accept these funds. Is this your typical FAA sort of obligation? Who are we getting married to here if we accept this?
Well, if we accept it right now, we're in the honeymoon stage, maybe. We're not even married yet. I'm sorry. We're in the engagement stage. Once we go ahead and spend the money, then we're held accountable to their conditions. But right now, Greg, even by doing this, if we elect not to even move forward with this, we have 4 years to decide if we're going to use it or not. If we don't, there's no obligation to do anything different. And these are 100% funded as well. So we don't have any cash match that we would have to put towards this.
It's a long engagement. I like it.
It could be, yes.
Other questions for Rich? Steve.
So Rich, if we did not spend this on our existing terminal and in approaching the end of 4 years, we actually were making progress on a new terminal, could we use these funds for the HVAC system on the new terminal?
I think it'd be a push or a challenge maybe, Steve, to get them to tie this to coronavirus impacts. I think a new terminal is going to be a new terminal, corona or not. So these are really tied to kind of those impacts that the coronavirus may have had on operations. So I'm not sure we can make that stretch, but I think it's a great idea. One worth pursuing possibly in the future.
Other questions? Rich, could this similarly, I guess I'll just ask, could this be used for like the Airport Operations Center or FBO or anything like that?
Well, it will reimburse us for expenses that the coronavirus created. So right now, our first CARES Act money that we received, which is right around 3.4 million, we pretty much covered most all of our expenses there. I don't think we've had anything new other than just maybe some ongoing. We may be able to pick up some of the money for that, Kelly, but it's just more targeted towards just a reimbursement on those kind of impacts. So.
Okay. And will you bring this back in a work session to tell us how you want to spend the money? Is there any future action of the board to like appropriate it?
Yeah, no, we would do that. This allows up to 2.4 million. That certainly wouldn't be the cost of an HVAC system. So we would be coming back to you all and with some form of approval on a project. We'll see how the assessment goes, but yeah, we'll be coming back.
Okay, thank you. Greg?
If you're ready, I'd just make a motion that we approve the grant agreement with the U.S. Department of Transportation, FAA, Airport Coronavirus Relief Grant Program.
Thank you.
The deadline is tomorrow. Get 20 out, so let's get this done.
I'll second that and set for the public hearing and confirmatory reading on the 28th. Is that correct, Rich?
I believe it is, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, okay. All right, Rich, what's the next one, please?
Okay, so the next one is an amendment to what you just approved, allowing an additional $65,996 in funding. And this is really set up for relief for rent or minimum annual guarantees for concessionaires that were impacted out at the airport. Again, we have not put together any type of a program yet. I wanted to make sure that the board was okay accepting these funds first. What we will end up doing is work with probably our financial assistants that we're getting out of Recondo. They've been going through this with other airports and seeing how these can be properly applied for concessionaires. So this would be for like our food vendor, possibly our rental car concessionaires, others that have been impacted out at the airport, All-Star Media, those type of concessionaires that we have out there. It's not a lot of money, so we'll have to see how that would break out. We would try to do it equitably across the board. So a little bit of work is going to have to be done on this, but this is what this one's associated with. Like I said, $65,996 for us to be able to give relief to potential MAG obligations for concessionaires. So very similar grant conditions with this one. Still have a 4-year period to be able to utilize these funds as well. So again, to Greg's point, we're still in the engagement period on this one as well.
Thank you. Questions? I have a question. So we had extended some relief to the concessionaires. Could this go to us if it works out in the end to sort of make us whole, or does it have to be paid out to a concessionaire?
Yeah, and Kelly, one thing we didn't ever do is waive those obligations. So eventually those have to come back. We deferred them. What this could maybe do is that we pay ourselves that deferred amount, which means that they don't have to pay that back to us. So that could be one form that we would look at. But the board never did waive those financing mechanisms for them. They've always been obligated to pay them. We just allowed that deferral. So.
Okay, thanks for the clarification, and we'll wait for more on that. Greg.
Okay.
I was going to make a motion that we amend the resolution number 23, 2021, authorizing acceptance of the addendum part 1 offer to a grant agreement 3-08-0003-058 with the U.S. Department of Transportation, FAA, Airport Coronavirus Relief Grant Program for concession relief at Aspen Pitkin Airport.
Greg,
have a second, please.
I'll second it.
Thank you,
Set for
Francie.
confirmatory reading on the 28th.
Thanks, Patty.
Okay. Moved by Greg, seconded by Francie. And any further discussion?
I don't believe so. I just for clarification for the record, I believe it's supposed to be 059, Greg. I see it's in a couple of.
Oh.
It's amendment to 8, but what you're approving is 059. It's a separate contract. Does that make sense?
My motion.
Okay.
So amended.
Okay, thank you.
Francie, can you second the amendment, please?
Yeah, I'll second the amended.
Thank you. All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Rich.
Thank you, board. I'll be back.
All right. So I want to check in with the board. The next item for land use will be a continuation. And then we have 2 probably fairly lengthy land use items. I would propose that we take on the continuation and then see if the board needs a little break before land use, or if you'd prefer to break later in the meeting.
Let's do the quick one and then break.
Yeah, Kelly, I'm going to have to step out again. I have to step out. I'll try and dial in, or I'm still dialed in, so I should be able to participate on the phone for a brief period. Just wanted to warn you about that. But I could make the motion to continue the resolution approving Rosemary Circle LLC activity envelope review to July 14th.
Okay, and I have a second, and then we'll check in with Tammy.
I'll second.
Okay, moved by Greg to continue, seconded by Patty. And Tammy, did you have any information you wanted to share with us on this request to continue?
Not really. I believe that
Oh, you're frozen. Maybe turn your video back off.
So in the meantime, Kelly, this is a public hearing that we need to hold.
Thank you. Tammy, can you turn off your video? Okay. Yes, this item is a land use public hearing, and didn't sound like Tammy had a lot to offer, but let's go ahead and see if there's any public comment related to Rosemary Circle LLC activity envelope review and the continuation to mid-July. If you would wish to comment on this item, please press *9 to raise your hand. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone wishing to comment on this item. I will leave it open just for a minute. Is there other community development staff that can comment on this? Since we've lost Tammy Cochin. Hi, Tammy. Maybe keep your video off. I see you've joined us. Unmute.
Okay. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, so the owner, there's a transaction going on with the owner of the Rosemary Circle property. And so those potential new buyers are taking some time to look at these documents, the packet that staff's put forward. So that's what's going on the back end.
I appreciate that information. And with that new information, I'll check in again to see if any members of the public wish to comment on this activity envelope review and its request to continue until July. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone, and I'll close the public hearing on that item. And we have a motion by Greg and a second by Patty to continue this to July 14th, 2021. Is there any further discussion by the board? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. And is 15 minutes sufficient, folks?
Good.
Okay, so our board's going to take a 15-minute break, and then we'll be back to discuss the constrained site TDR, which is item number 11 on our agenda. So thank you all for your patience, and thanks, Grassroots. We'll be back at 2:15. Okay, welcome back everyone to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular session on Wednesday afternoon, April 14th. We are on item 11 on our agenda, land use items, and this is a resolution granting one constrained site TDR to Jay Engstrom. And I see Leslie Lamont from Community Development here to present.
Hello, board. How are you today? So I want to start this off by confirming that the applicant has submitted his public notice, his affidavit of public notice, and that public notice does comply with our code for this type of project. So the property owner, the applicant, is Jay Engstrom, and he owns a half-acre lot in Redstone Ranch Acres and requests a constrained site transfer development right. This is a one-step review to the BOCC. I'll give you a brief overview of the application, staff's recommendation, and then turn it over to the applicant so he can elaborate a little bit further. And I'm going to share my screen with you all. And I assume you can see that, my maps.
We can, thank you.
So I just want to give you a little bit of an orientation here where this is. So here's Highway 133, Redstone is over here. This is the Redstone Castle area. And Redstone Ranch Acres is a subdivision further up Highway 133 that entails this area here and this area here. And Jay's property is right here. So it's up here in this part of the subdivision. These large pieces of property right here and here are not part of the subdivision. They're greater than 35 acres. So the subdivision was originally created in 1959, and the area of where Jay's property was platted in January of 1966. Pickens County adopted zoning regulations for the Crystal River Valley in 1971, and subdivision regulations for this area of the county were not adopted until 1972. Therefore, this subdivision was created without Pickens County land use oversight. Although this is a platted lot, Jay requests to transfer the development right off the property and record a restrictive covenant against further development. He suggests that the property is severely constrained and cannot be developed based upon the development standards of our current land use code. And he bases his application on several reasons. 85% of the property is encumbered with slopes greater than 30%. Of that 85%, 37 is greater than 45%. So this is the property right here, and red are slopes greater than 45%, orange is greater than 30%, and green is less than 30%. Section 7-20-20 of the code prohibits development on slopes greater than 30% unless there is no alternative. There's a small area of the property right here on the property where slopes are less than 30%. And the applicant did explore developing this area for his home. However, the utilities that are required to service this property, particularly water and sewer, require a domestic well to be drilled and would also require on-site wastewater treatment system. And there are a variety of setbacks that go with establishing a new well as well as the OWTS. So state law mandates that a 600-foot radius setback for a new well has to occur from other wells unless current well owners they sign a waiver that a well can be closer than 600 feet to their property. And there's a couple letters in the application from adjacent property owners saying they're fairly reluctant to sign a waiver because they feel that their wells currently are low producing wells already. In addition, there's a 50-foot horizontal setback required from a well to a septic tank, and there's a 100-foot horizontal setback that's required from the leach field. So this graphic shows you, so here's the property. There's a well here, there's a well here, and this is where Jay would propose to drill a well if he were to develop his property. This is the site plan that he had done when he was exploring developing the property. So this radius here is the 100-foot radius from this well. This radius here is the 100-foot radius for this well. And this radius here is the 100-foot setback from this well up here. And so that pushes the leach field up here in this end of the property. However, this end of the property is where we have our steepest slopes. They're slopes greater than 45%. And the applicant's engineer, again, this letter is in the application, the applicant's engineer stated, to make the installation of the system possible, the infiltration trenches would need to be stepped or benched with retaining walls, as grading cannot exceed 2:1 per the land use code. This design does not meet the Pickens County setback requirements, as the cut would exceed 30 inches from existing grade. And I also want to point out that here is the property, and here is Bobcat Lane, and the property is not contiguous to the road. So right about here, Jay can clarify for me, but there's a gate on the road. So Bobcat Lane is a public road, but beyond this gate, Bobcat Lane is a private road. And so this property not being contiguous to Bobcat Lane gets more complicated if you think you're going to build a leach field up at this part of the property. Both county engineers, Gerald Fielding, and Catherine agreed that the site is severely constrained. The property is also within elk winter range and less than a quarter mile from elk production habitat. Again, the code requires a minimum of a quarter mile buffer between development and our critical habitat, the elk production habitat. And finally, I want to mention here, the Carbondale Fire Deputy Chief of Carbondale Fires District also talked about fire access. So this property is mapped low wildfire hazard in our GIS mapping. However, the deputy chief commented that the access to the property creates a high potential fire danger due to the steepness of the road and the narrowness of the road. So the red are grades of 18 to 50%. Green is 15 to 18% grade, and blue is less than 15% grade. So finally, in 1992, a site plan and a 1041 minor hazard review was approved for this property. And it's the applicant's opinion that the topographical survey that was used that mapped out the slopes on the property was inaccurate. I actually wonder, but not to throw a fellow planner under the bus, but I wonder if there was even a site visit to the property. And also a lot has changed in the code since 1992. The code has more development standards related to environmental constraints. There's better mapping. And today we have a TDR program that attempts to steer development off highly constrained sites. Remember when I talked about the steep slopes, we do work with property owners where on a piece of property, if there's slopes that are greater than 30%, we try and work with the property owner and finding if there's no alternative. There are alternatives available to us with this property, which is if the board finds that it's a highly constrained site and wishes to grant a TDR. Staff is recommending that the board do just that. Staff is recommending that the board find that the parcel is undevelopable and severely constrained and eligible for one transfer development right pursuant to the resolution that's in your packet.
Okay, are there questions for Leslie at this time? Greg and then Steve.
So Leslie, I'm just wondering regarding the leach field and the step leach field. I just happen to live in a neighborhood where somebody has built a stepped, terraced leach field they're installing right now on a very steep slope just in Brush Creek Village. And so it's kind of interesting this comes up because I thought, well, I never thought it would be possible, but it looks like it is. And so I'm just wondering how this has gone beyond the limit. You said something about a 30 inches off of grade or something like that. I'm willing to trust the judgment of the engineers, but I'm trying to understand it more because it seems in some cases it's totally doable, but in this case it's not.
Well, you can engineer anything, right? But when you take the standards of our code, for example, one needs a variance if they're going to excavate greater than 30 inches within a setback. And what Richard Goulding is talking about is to start getting into this area of the property and start digging it down, you're in a setback. So we have our 30-inch rule in a setback. And then stepping it down as you're developing. Again, our code says no development greater than 30% slopes. But if there's no alternative available, then there's a series of findings that we have to make on properties of greater than 30% slopes. And then when you move above 45% slopes, this series of findings that we have to make to enable one to build on 45% slopes is even greater. One of the things that I did not mention is in the application is just to get in here to do a soil samples on this property because the road is not contiguous to the property line. Just to get in here and even do the soil samples is really complicated for this property. And when we get applications all the time. Brush Creek Village is a classic example. And we get applications all the time on a previously platted subdivision where someone has a development and they have a development right and they're going to pursue it. And we take the code and we take all the standards in the code and we try and find the least impactful, the best site that one could build on. And there has been a TDR that has been severed from a property in Brush Creek Village. I think if you look at my packet, there's the tally sheet of the TDRs that have been severed off of constrained sites. And one was created off of Brush Creek Village. But when you have someone who is requesting a TDR because they have a very constrained site, the conversation on how you use the code to say, wow, do you really have a constrained site? And let's look at our standards in the code versus a property owner who says, I have a development right. I'm going to develop on my property and you have to make it work for me, are two different conversations.
Okay, Steve and then Francie.
So Leslie, it appears to me that the only way this property could conceivably be developed would be if the two wells on the neighbor's property were abandoned and there was an alternative water supply that was developed for all three of the properties, bringing water from a well farther down the road someplace. That would then allow a septic system leach field to be put in on somewhere further down on the property where the slopes are not as steep. And so my question is there any possibility at all of water system being developed that would bring water in from elsewhere?
I'll let Jay answer that, but I will say when the subdivision, I assume when this area of the subdivision was platted, the well up here, let me go to that. This well up here was drilled and defined as a community well. And several people were on that. And then it was discovered that the permit did not provide for multiple people to be on this well. So this well was then drilled. And I think another property owner who was off of this well had to drill. So in 1992, it was assumed when the property was originally was approved in 1992 with the 1041, it was assumed that this community well would be used. But since Jay bought the property, they realized that this cannot be a community well. And Jay can elaborate a little bit more on that. He knows a little bit more of the history than I do.
1 second now.
Okay, and I'm just gonna hold that question, Jay, and we'll just see if board members have questions directly for staff, but I've noted it to make sure we cover it. And we invite you to participate. So Francie, you had a hand up questions for Leslie.
Yes, it's really about how we had a lot get to this position. I mean, it sounds like it was zoned before Pickens County had land use codes, or I'm not sure exactly how it got there, but in reading through all of the documentation that was provided, it seems like it's completely unfit for development. And so I guess Jay will probably speak to how it ended up in his possession and undevelopable and everything. But I'm wondering where the TDR is. So he would get a TDR in exchange for it, and then that would be a TDR that would be on the open market. Is that how it would work?
Yes, and then he would not obtain his TDR until he put a covenant on the property that covenants the property against further development, any development.
Okay.
Okay, I'm not seeing other questions for Leslie at this point, and so I will invite our applicant, Jay Engstrom, to address the board. Hi, Mr. Engstrom. Hi, Jay. How are you?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Can you hear me all right? Okay, good
Yes,
to hear.
we can. Thank you.
Awesome. Let me see if I can share my screen here. There we go. Can you see my presentation slide there?
We can. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. First of all, I just wanted to start off with saying thank you so much for your time. Leslie did a great job of summarizing my application, and I understand that you guys have all read my application as well, so I'll try and keep this as quick and to the point as possible. So just a little bit about myself. My name is Jay Engstrom, and I am a civil engineer, and I live down in Carbondale currently. And I actually grew up next door to this piece of property. My parents still own the property, and they still live up there. But Lot E7, my uncle, he purchased it back in the early 90s, And then he ended up sitting on it for about 25 years before he sold it to me in 2018. And then that's when I started doing my development and analysis, and why I'm here in front of you right now. So right here you can see, this is, again, Leslie did a good job of explaining everything laid out here, but I thought I'd point out a couple more things. You can see right here that my parents' property is right here to the west. They also own this piece of property here to the north as well. And you can see Bobcat Lane, it does meander up this way, and then it ends as a public road right here. And that's when it transitions into a private road. I also wanted to point out that this area right here is designated in the community as a utility space. And that's where they were supposed to put that community well that Leslie was talking about, even though they ended up putting the well in the middle of the right of way. So that's cool. But then, let's see, what else is there? You can see the existing roughed-in driveway on my property, and you can also see this existing well on my parents' property as well. So the three main things that I wanted to talk to you guys about today were the steep slopes, the steep slopes on the site, the access up to the site, and then the wastewater treatment system, specifically the leach field. So I will just dive into each one of those pretty specifically. Right here is a picture of the site. I'll actually go back. Imagine you're standing kind of up by this existing well, looking down Bobcat Lane kind of towards the driveway, and it's kind of the best place to view this, this piece of property, I guess. Kind of hard to take pictures of. But as you can see, it's a pretty consistent steep slope and very well vegetated. Also keep in mind, pictures never do steep slopes justice. You can also see down here, this is where the driveway access is, you can see, and I apologize for the little camper park there, but that's the driveway access, and you can see the steep slopes down below. So first I want to talk about the steep slopes, and just to remind you all of kind of everything that would need to be fit on this site for the development. We would need to fit more of the driveway, just because a majority of that driveway cut's actually in the right of way. So we need to make more space for driveway and parking. We'd also need to make space for the residence itself. We also have the OWTS septic tanks, the well, any other sort of utility work that we have to do in this space. Once you take all that and then you apply the setbacks, the right-of-way location, as you saw, Bobcat Lane doesn't really follow in the center of the right-of-way, so that creates an issue in itself. And so because of that, an extensive amount of variances would have to be applied for to even get to the point of potentially developing this lot. Also right here, I mentioned the leach field. It's definitely impacted by the steep slopes, but I'll dive into that one a little bit further in the presentation. So this is just a zoomed in image of the document that Leslie already showed you guys. You can see here the green areas, that's 0 to 30% slope. The orange areas, those are all 30 to 45% slope. And then the red is 45% and up. So the further up the hillside, the steeper it gets. And so really, I guess I just kind of wanted to talk through how we would be able to fit everything on here. Currently, you can't even fit a car onto the property. So this road would have to extend further onto the property to have enough parking for a residence. And so that ends up taking up a good chunk of the green area as it is. Then, you start looking at where you can fit the house in there, and you end up getting pushed up that hillside to where it does just keep getting steeper and steeper. So it's just really tight. And I'd also like to point out that these green areas that are right up against the property line, there's not really much you can do with that as well. So I did this additional analysis right here for the setback envelope. So that's just in the area that you would be able to build in. And you can see here that only 1,100 square feet are under 30% slope within that envelope. So it's very tight. Right here, this is again just the image that Leslie already showed you, but I did want to point out, just in comparison to a couple of the neighboring residences. this entire neighborhood is pretty remote. Getting up to my parents' house in the wintertime is pretty hairy. It's tough to get up to this place. And even constructing up there, it does seem like it would be a really difficult area to construct my parents' house and also the neighboring houses. They do really fit into the existing grade really well. But then once you actually start comparing with these properties, you know, how much of this area is under 30% slope compared to my property, you really start to see how little space I have to work with. So the next thing I want to talk about is the access up to the property. You can see, this is again the analysis that Leslie showed you, but you can see that the blue areas, those that range from 12 to 15%, the green areas are 15 to 18%, and the red areas are 18 to 50%. And so keep in mind that all of these colors, anything that is colored in the road, that is already above what Pickens County Land Use Code allows. So typical driveway, you really don't want a typical driveway more than 8%. 8% is like a recommended driveway. As you're going up Independence Pass, nothing on Independence Pass exceeds 8%. In front of my driveway right here, we're talking about a 22% grade. So that's a lot. That's twice as steep as the maximum that the Pickens County Land Use Code usually allows. And yes, I did see I'll continue on with the road up to my parents' property. So this is kind of the second hill of Bobcat Lane. There's another hill that's further down the road that's also very steep. But this hill starts about right here and continues up at 12 to 15%, gets a little steeper, and then goes back to 12% onto my parents' property. And this is already a pretty difficult road to access, especially in the winter. And then once you wrap around here, that's when it gets really steep and goes up to 22% and continues at above 18 through here, and then it gets a little level, but then it goes straight back up to going above 18%. So yeah, it's just very steep. I know that G.R. Fielding, he wrote a letter talking about how alterations could be made to the road to make it a little bit more driver friendly, which I totally agree that it definitely could use some improvements. At the same time, just given the limited amount of space that you have in here to realign the road, as well as you know, Bobcat Lane is already on neighboring properties, and so to realign it, you would need multiple applications on multiple properties, and it would just be a whole process. And at the same time, I'm not really sure how much more you can do, because you still have to tie into existing grade down here, and you have to tie into existing grade up here. So from my experience doing civil engineering work, I honestly don't see this stretch where it's 22%. You know, we might be able to make some improvements and bring it down to 18%. So it's, no matter what, it's just going to be steep. It's going straight up a mountain. It's just kind of expected. So another thing I wanted to mention as well is in this right of way, actually right here, kind of by my driveway cut, there is there's exposed bedrock. So that also means that any sort of construction in this area, you would need to have heavy machinery that would be able to break up a below grade sandstone pad. So any work in this area would just be very difficult. And all in all, what this really comes down to is emergency and fire access up to the property. And just from living up there, I know firsthand that I would be very impressed if a ambulance or a fire truck could make it up to this property in the middle of winter, let alone my parents' Tacoma in the middle of winter barely makes it up there. So yeah, it's just very difficult to access. And then also turning around a large vehicle up here, there's no good turnaround. There's no good pull-offs. If you were to turn around, the only option is really to pull into my parents' driveway, back up this hillside, and then go down Bobcat Lane. But you know, when you're doing that in a large vehicle and you're backing up a 22% grade with a very steep slope down below, that could be very dangerous as well. And honestly, I don't really feel good about developing up here if that's going to put at risk any firefighters or medics in accessing this property and my residents, let alone whoever would own the residence further down the road. So I just included this one as well if there were any additional questions in the presentation. Right here, this is Bobcat Road, Bobcat Lane coming up to my parents' property. So this area right here is about 12 to 15% grade, and it goes smoothly, it smoothly transitions into my parents' property. And then the next picture is actually from right about here, looking up. This is Bobcat Lane going around the corner, and then this is my parents' driveway right here. And like I was saying, this is that area that is around 22% slope, so it's very steep. And you can see my driveway cut up here. It's about 6 feet above my parents' driveway, so it's a lot of grade to catch on to in a very short distance of time. Also, I wanted to mention, you can see right here, this marker right here is my property line, and so it cuts from there up across my driveway cut, and then continues up through the woods up here. So you can see that a good chunk of the existing driveway actually isn't even on the property. So, so then another thing I would like to mention is if you do want to park up here, currently you have to come up this hill and you have to come up with momentum. You can't come to a stop. You have to continue all the way up around this corner and then back in. And while you're doing that, your whole car is just kind of tweaking out of place. It's pretty rough trying to get up there. So this is a little bit further up the road where it continues up. Again, you can see a lot of drainage issues, nasty cross slope, steep slopes up. The hill's kind of just sliding down onto the road. It's in general just steep up here. And this is the road then continuing around that corner and going up to the private access to those neighboring properties further up the road. And snow isn't even melting up there. So you can also see this right here is that triangle that they set aside when they were doing the subdivision for utility work. So just thought I'd point that out. The next thing I want to talk about is the wastewater treatment system, specifically the leach field. And Leslie did a pretty good job of summarizing this with the 100-foot well setbacks. But really what happens is that pushes our slopes, our leach field up onto slopes greater than 45%. And this might be a little bit of a prettier visual than that one that I sent Leslie a couple months ago, but you can see here's the 100-foot offset from that existing well up there, this existing well here, that's my parents', and then also just my potential well. This is honestly kind of the only place where you would be able to put a well on the site to make enough room for the leach field. So I just kind of tucked it in that corner as much as possible, right on top of the bedrock, actually. So, and so then, yes, that pushes your leach field up into this corner of the property. And as you can see with this slope analysis, that's largely on areas that are over 45% slope. And I guess it'd also be good to mention just a 45% slope, that's close to 50% slope, and a 50% slope is for every 2 horizontal feet, you drop down 1 vertical foot. So if that helps you at all to gauge kind of how quickly the grade is dropping, that's how quickly it's dropping in this area. And also down there, kind of in the 0 to 30%, right around 30%, you're close to 3-to-1 slope. So 3 horizontal to 1 vertical drop, 1 foot vertical drop. So yeah, just to help you guys to gauge on how steep this is. So, oh, the other thing I wanted to mention is that my uncle, he did a soils test down in this area, which of course we're not going to be able to use because it's within that setback. But he hit bedrock at 4 feet. And so because of that, if that is the same condition that is up in that area that I am saying that we would have to put the leach field, a raised bed system would be necessary, meaning that you would be, for the footprint of your entire leach field, you actually need to import 3 feet of sand and somehow get it up that hillside and put that under your leach field. So if that gives you a concept of, you know, a constructability issue, that's definitely one. you all have seen the engineering letter that Richard Golding wrote, and he said that using retaining walls, it may fit. It also might not fit. We really don't know until we can do that soils test up there. The problem is to do those soils tests, you have to dig down 8 feet with an excavator. And so that means you actually have to get an excavator up there to do the soils test to see if I can even fit a leach field up here. The sizing that we did here for this leach field, that we used, I actually went up there and dug a pit by hand deep enough to be able to analyze the soils. And we sized that to those soils. However, we don't know if there's bedrock further down. And given the footprint of this right here, with retaining walls, it is very tight and it's not very flexible. It's not a flexible situation. And leach fields, they're generally not put on any slopes greater than 30%. So like Greg, like you mentioned before with the benching, yes, you would have to do multiple benches. Usually you would do multiple benches to be able to fit this leach field on this site. However, if it is a sand mounted system, you can't have a bench within the middle of the leach field. And it just, the sand system also is a lot larger. And from Richard Golding's report, he pretty much stated that if it is a sand system, it's most likely not going to fit within the constraints. So right here, you can just see an image. This is just an image showing where, again, I apologize for the camper, but that's the existing driveway. And you can see that where this arrow is pointing up here is where you would have to locate the leach field. And talking to my excavator, he said that to get up there to dig the test pits, he would have to cut a road. He would have to cut a construction access that switchbacks up this hillside on my property up to the site to be able to dig the pit to even see if we can fit a leach field on the site or not. So it's a lot of time and a lot of overhead cost just to find out if we can even fit this leach field on here. So this image right here is from up in that area, kind of looking down at the driveway and the camper down there. So there's also the additional constraints that Leslie also mentioned. There's the water supply. Talking with my water attorney, he has expressed to me the concern of all the wells that are within 600 feet. And yes, as Steve had mentioned with having a community well, that's what was initially proposed in this subdivision. However, when they drilled the well and they permitted the well incorrectly and labeled it as a single home well. And because of that, now everybody has drilled, every development up there has their own individual well. So that means there's 5 wells within 600 feet, meaning I would need permission from all 5 homeowners, as well as proof that, and if they deny that, then I have to prove that I'm not going to impact their water flows, which is a 2-year recording process, and it just ends up being a ton of legal water right issues. So honestly, I don't really, going down that road sounds really scary. There's also the concern of wildfire. As Leslie had mentioned, Bill Gavette wrote in and just wrote that the whole community is at high fire danger. And as I had shown before with the access to the site is very difficult. And I think it's also important to recognize that there's only one way in and one way out of this entire subdivision across a bridge. So if there was any sort of event that occurred below my property, there's also no way to get off of my property, which I know my parents think about all the time. They're definitely on edge all summer about fires. But up in that area, you wouldn't even be able to hike out if there was a fire down lower in the subdivision. So definitely something to take into account. Also, of course, there's the wildlife. As Leslie had mentioned, it is within elk winter range and less than a quarter mile from elk production habitat. And so in summary, the site constraints consist of the very steep slopes, the general and emergency access, OWTS/leach field limitations, the bedrock issues for excavation, the water rights issues, the wildfire, and the wildlife. Also, I would like to point out that this would not be the only TDR in Ranch Acres. This entire subdivision does battle with a lot of the sites have very steep slopes and have horrible access, and it's just a very poorly platted subdivision. And as Leslie also mentioned, that this was platted in 1966, so that was prior to any subdivision regulations, and it was also prior to any 1041 hazard reviews. So yeah, that's pretty much all I have for you all. I did want to mention that I know that pictures don't do existing grades justice. So if you do still feel conflicted on this decision, I would entertain maybe the option of doing a site visit, just so that you can see the constraints firsthand, because they are very real. It's a very steep site. So thank you so much, and I will answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Jay. Francie.
Yeah, Francie.
Thank you, Jay. I have some questions sort of about the history of this lot.
Right.
Was it in your family when it was plotted in the, what'd you say, the 60s?
It was not. My whole family moved out here from Florida in the, my grandparents moved out here in the late 80s, and my uncle, he bought this property in 92. So I'm not entirely, I can't put a name to who owned it prior to him, but they didn't do anything to the property up until my uncle bought the property. So.
And what has been done with it since then?
Oh, nothing. Oh. Nothing.
Okay. So your parents owned the larger piece next to it. Is that correct? Or your father, you said?
Yes, they own 2 parcels up there. They own the one that their house is on, and then they also own these undeveloped lot that's to the north of Bobcat Lane.
And that's developable?
Technically, I guess, yeah.
And do they have plans to develop it?
You know, I'm not sure.
Okay. And then your uncle bought the one next to your father's at the same time as he did?
You know, I'm not entirely sure when my parents bought their property. I think it was either in 90 or 91. So a little bit after. I think he came out and visited and liked this area and saw that the neighboring lot was for sale. So.
Okay. Well, I want to be open about what I'm getting at here. It could be interpreted that your family bought this property up there, and now maybe you had thoughts that maybe you would build a house there, but you've come to realize you really don't want to, and so this is one way to get a whole lot of money for a lot that you don't really want to build on, even though it's next to your father's lot. And you know, I just want to make sure that the motivation behind this. And I'm sure you're a really nice person. You don't have any bad motivations, but on the surface, it kind of looks like a family is trying to take part of their property and get some money for it, even though it can't be developed.
Right. And I mean, in all honesty, this was a big goal of mine. This was my opportunity to be able to buy a piece of property around here and build my own home and have it next door to my parents. Like, that was very exciting to me. I spent so long dreaming about trying to build on this property. And the more I figured out, and the more I actually started crunching numbers and actually seeing the prices given the constraints, and then not only that, also seeing how the constraints will not help me at all in the process. I mean, honestly, it just ended up getting to the point where I couldn't see how I could financially afford to build on this property. And Leslie touched on that a little bit as well, as to, you know, with enough money, you can build anything. I know that if this site was over in Aspen, if the end result means that you're getting a house that's worth $20 million, then yes, it's definitely worth it. And, you know, you can definitely work through all those variances and everything, but those are enough to stop me from being able to financially afford any sort of development on this property. And I think also anybody else who would try to develop on this property as well. If anything, I feel like I would have more opportunities than others having my parents next door. And that's really my bit. I would
So you don't see that it would be maybe ethical to sell it to somebody else and let them discover the same problems?
Well, technically, I can't sell it now and withhold this information from them.
Yeah.
When I sell it now, I have to tell them that it is pretty much undevelopable.
When did you buy it, Jay?
I bought it back in 2018.
Oh, just a couple of years ago.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Steve.
Jay, the only other way I could see that this could be developed would be if you didn't have to do a septic system on your property. I presume all the other lots have their own individual septic systems. Is there any possibility at all that there would be a community waste treatment system somewhere further down the hill near the bridge for the whole subdivision?
Sure. Let me pull up one of my slides right here just to.
So Jay, all we're seeing is a black screen currently.
Right, now I'm trying to pull it up. I'm not sure why this isn't working.
You may need to stop sharing and then reshare.
Gotcha. Oh, there we go. I think that might have. There we go. So this first image right here, so you can see, so the other issue is then you start talking about setbacks for a leach field on the neighboring properties with existing wells even further down. So there's another well down in this area that, you know, the 100-foot setback and then the 100-foot setback from that one. Also, my parents' leach field is in this area, and the lot E5, their leach field is in this area. This has that existing well here, and it also has this existing well here. So honestly, fitting a leach field on this area is already really tight. There's just no space up here.
Steve, did you have more questions?
So how about for the whole entire subdivision, is there a place that an on-site waste treatment system could be put somewhere down near the bridge or something? That's what I was thinking, where you build a community sewage treatment plant. Would be an expensive possibility, but it might solve problems for a whole lot of other people too. Has that been discussed at all? Is it engineering wise feasible to do that?
Right, and that kind of also goes back to that question of if a community well for everybody to reduce the number of wells in this area. And definitely that is an option. However, so many properties up here already have their own existing well and their existing leach fields that, I don't know, to try and encourage them that their system, they need a new one, just so that I can develop my lot. I don't really see that being too plausible unless I was to pay for everybody's new leach field and new water system. So,
Patty.
Yeah, yeah, Jay, thank you. And I was just going to kind of tag on to what you just said. Yeah, it's difficult for me to base my decision on, well, the ideal situation would be one main water system and one main septic system. But to connect all of those, to do the application, to do the engineering, to do the building, to do all of that, I don't think the onus is on Jay for his lot that is very constrained. And for me, I don't want to see another house built up there because of the access, ingress, egress, the one way in, one way out for our emergency responders. First of all, I mean, we don't, that we've known this area has water issues and has wildfire issues. We've known it for years. If anything, and I can also not, in my own mind, try and judge what Jay's motive is to do this. He has a constrained lot. He owns it. I would rather see no development on him. And I'm personally right now do not have a problem giving him a TDR, getting that lot so there's nothing built on it. We don't have to worry about all the extenuating circumstances and issues, and then keep that lot from development and let Jay move on with his life.
Okay, thanks, Patty. Other questions for Jay? Greg?
Yeah, my questions really are just regarding the lot itself. You know, I do have a lot of concern about this because it sounds like I'd have to say, if anybody knew what they were getting into, it's got to be you. You're a civil engineer. You grew up on the property. So I'm concerned that what we're doing is we're buying something at a fairly high rate. I don't know what the market rate for a lot down there would be, or I don't know what you paid for it 2 years ago or 3 years ago. My concern is that we'd be buying, basically giving a TDR is the equivalent of buying a piece of property using a TDR. I'm not sure if we're getting a good value. Quite honestly, it seems as if there's a certain amount of, caveat emptor, you're an educated buyer when you bought it. And maybe it was a really great deal. I don't know, but I'd want to make sure that what we're doing to help you get out of this isn't something that takes advantage of the county and the TDR program. I'm really not excited about creating new TDRs if we can avoid it, because they all land somewhere. And where we're going to put all the TDRs that exist or in the market now is a concern of mine. Mm-hmm. So I guess it's a matter of, is this an expensive piece of property to build on, as you suggested? Because I know you could build on it if you had to, if you could afford to, or is it an impossible piece of property to build on? And that's what I'm wrestling with. So I have to say, I don't think I'm ready to make a decision. I still want to hear more, but that's kind of what I'm thinking about. And I'm wondering if, if there's anybody else who can help us, whether it's Leslie or GR or somebody else who can talk about just, what would it really take? Is the septic system completely impossible here, or is it just going to be expensive? And what are our obligations to you as the buyer of a piece of property, who I think you probably had your eyes open. And I'm sorry it turned out this way, but I'm conflicted here. So that's my comment, and however you want to address it would be great. I'm wrestling with those issues.
Thank you, Greg. I'm going to recognize Leslie, who looks like she has additional information to have with her hand up. And Leslie.
So according to the TDR tally sheet that was in your memo, there were 19 TDRs. Now some were multiple TDRs on the same property, but there were 19 TDRs that were issued, and the first reason listed were slopes. Jay is correct. There was a TDR issued from this subdivision. I was looking on our GIS and I couldn't find the property owner's name. And according to the assessor's website, which is, so I was trying to find that on the assessor's website and I couldn't find it. So.
Okay. I have.
I'm sorry. Can I respond?
Still up.
Be all right if I respond to Greg a little bit?
Sure. Go ahead, Jay.
Okay. So, Greg, to answer your first question about, since I should have known when I first bought this property, and in all honesty, I saw the 1041 that my uncle had applied for, which was included in my packet, and you can see in there that it's very limited on its information. But I saw that that if he got his 1041, that I could probably get mine. And then it honestly wasn't until I really got a new survey where I truly saw how steep those slopes were, because walking around it on existing conditions, you really don't know how steep everything really is until you start seeing it on a survey. And then once I started contacting contractors and talking about, how steep of the slope we're talking about trying to fit this leach field on, it's definitely very difficult. And in a way, I kind of thought, you know what? If anybody can pull this off, it can be me. I had that same mentality. It was like, yeah, I got this. And I did truly want to build on this property. But then, I mean, the opportunity to live right next to door to my parents, and I don't know if most people think that, but I was very excited about that option. And I do love this area. And honestly, I would probably have more drive than anybody to try and build a house on this property. And yeah, I guess that's what I have for you.
Okay, I saw some other hands, and I'm not sure which order. Francie and Steve. Francie, go ahead. I also have a few questions too.
Okay. Jay, what is further up the road as you were coming down off your property? It goes around on the right side. Are there more dwellings up there?
There are 2 more houses up there that honestly aren't used year round. They're kind of smaller.
Honestly, what?
They're not used year round. So they are very inaccessible in the wintertime, and they have old trucks from the 70s that they drive up there in the summertime, sort of thing. So okay. Very difficult to access.
So I'm sort of in agreement with Greg. One of my concerns is that, we want to prevent the development of lots in rural and remote areas that have scenic value or wildlife habitat value or other things. And I would say that this lot doesn't have a lot of value to be conserved at the county's expense. And I agree with Greg in that it seems like you had an opportunity, actually most of your life, to do due diligence about this piece of property. So I'm not saying I'm not going to vote for it, but I definitely have some concerns about it that we're trying to cover your mistake in buying a piece of property that was constrained, and you've known the piece of property a long time. So you're kind of asking us to do your due diligence for you. And I don't know, I remain concerned, especially since there are more lots up above. And, I know some places in the county and in Garfield County that would probably be considered very constrained. And so they have like a compost toilet or something so that they don't have to have as big a leach field. And I'm wondering if you could tie into your father's leach field, if it's big enough to accommodate another small house. So anyway, those are my concerns. So I'm not convinced yet.
So I guess
I'm not sure there was a direct question in there. Francis, Jay to reply. Sorry,
go ahead.
Hang on. Excuse me. Hang on a sec, Jay. Francis, did you have something specific you wanted Jay to reply to?
I guess about if he's going to answer something specifically, it would be not about your motivation, because I believe that you're honest and you really wanted to live there next to your dad and everything, but more about, so then that lot will be undevelopable, but does it have other qualities that make it worth saving?
Okay, Jay, go ahead, please.
Does it have qualities worth saving?
Well, yeah, to keep it from being developed. Are there some qualities that it has that makes it worth not developing? I mean, no, I understand it's constrained because it's steep and everything, but there are a lot of houses built on steep slopes around, and maybe they shouldn't be, but because it has a road that goes by it. And when you showed me the pictures, it looked a little bit, I guess the road makes it look a little torn up. I've been there in the summer. It's beautiful around there, but I mean, I could see it would be great for your father to have an empty lot next door, but what about the county? What makes it great for the county?
Well, I do think that this could also this is a lot of requests for variances on the county's code.
I'm sorry, I really have a hard time understanding you. Is there some way that you could get closer to your speaker or something? I'm sorry.
Let's see. Hold on one second. Let me turn up my mic a little bit. Whoops. Does that help at all?
Yes, a lot.
That does. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it is up there in the woods. I mean, it is saving a piece of land that is wild. I mean, I know that growing up there, I've seen countless elk and deer and bears and mountain lion activity. It's definitely a gorgeous piece of land, and it, you know, in a way, it would be really sad to see this lot developed. And it is just gorgeous up there. It is a beautiful spot. But then also you did mention that there are a lot of homes built on steep slopes. I agree. There are definitely homes that are built on steep slopes, and you would look at my parents' house and you would tell them that their house is on a steep slope, but it's under 30%. This is a very steep site. Mm-hmm. And sure, like I said before, if it was over in Snowmass area or over by Aspen, you could put $1 million retaining wall and build a massive house on this. But to develop this lot, if that means that you're spending what you would need to even develop this lot, if I had to spend $600,000 on retainage to be able to build a small house up here, that's it's kind of a lot to ask. And
okay, well, I did find Bill Duray's letter incredibly compelling, so I have to say. So
okay, we have some more questions. I saw from Steve first, then Patty, and then Leslie, I see your hand too.
So my questions are for Leslie, actually. And you want me to pose that question right now, Kelly?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So Leslie, I'm wondering about the possible use of this land if we do issue a TDR and the lot is sterilized. Jay at that point would still own the land, but he just couldn't build a house on it. Could he extend the driveway in there a little bit just to access the property that he can't build on? Could his parents use it for overflow parking if they had a party or something? I could see that a little bit of parking for 1 or 2 vehicles would be the only use for that land that might or might not still be allowed at that point. What would be allowed if we do issue the TDR?
So technically there can be no grubbing or earth moving, or no permits can be issued on the land when the development is taken off. Any of those permits will require an activity envelope and site plan review. If there's a restrictive covenant put on the land, I would anticipate and require that the camper be removed off the land. I mean, that little stub in that they did could not be expanded or extended. Nothing can be done to the property.
Okay, thank you. I had a similar question to that. Patty, go ahead.
I need to clarify 2 things. First of all, I'm concerned about this talk about it's costing the county. The county is buying this piece of land. Technically, we're not. We are issuing a TDR. We have no control over the sale of that TDR. We have no control if it's 100,000 or if it's 300,000. It's what the market bears, and it's out of the county's hands once a TDR is issued. Where that TDR would go to use, we can, I believe, put some contingencies on that if we chose to do so, or we could just let the market play itself out. So it's the county is not spending money for this property. We're not giving him money out of our general fund and paying for it. We're issuing him a TDR, then he takes a risk at selling it on the market. That's one thing. The other thing is it's not just about slopes. This is winter wildlife range for elk. There's ingress egress for public safety. There's all these other issues that are listed in this application that were explained by staff and explained by the applicant. It's not just because it's steep. There's other issues that are constraining this property that we need to think about, not just because it's steep. So I just want to keep that out there. We look at every opportunity to protect wildlife habitat. This would be doing it if this is in critical winter range for elk. Just, it's in the application, guys. It's right there in front of us. Thanks, Kelly.
Sure. Thanks, Patty. And Leslie, I think you had other things you wanted to comment on, and then I have a question or two.
I just, actually, I wanted to say this before Patty said this, so it's kind of a reiteration. The standard for looking at a constrained site TDR are the constraints on the site. And we utilize Section 7 of our land use code, which talk about waterways, floodplains, steep slopes, wildfire, wildlife, scenic, geologic hazards, multiple things. How it benefits the county is not one of those standards that staff would use to determine whether a property is appropriate or not for a constrained site TDR.
Okay, thank you. And then I have a question, would, say this was a rural and remote property, would it have the same requirements for a water and offsite wastewater treatment system? So that's a question for Leslie. You're muted.
I'm not worked on a property in rural and remote when someone's attempting to develop and what the code gives them some lenience on. I know Suzanne and I have been, Suzanne's listening to the to this meeting, and if she wants to chime in.
She might need to be promoted to a panelist, Andrew.
Yep, I just promoted her.
Thank you, Andrew. Suzanne, do you want to answer that rural and remote question?
Yes, thank you. Thanks for promoting me.
It's hard for me to see everybody since I only have one screen. So
yeah, no, I was in the background. But, so yes, I mean, with rural and remote, I mean, there's the same analysis of, well, septic, all of those kinds of things. The difference with rural remote is that if somebody went through the analysis that Jay has to determine if he thought his property was, if he could afford to develop that and decided that he couldn't, with rural remote, the TDR is automatic. You don't have to request it. So again, that's what's different about this is a zone district where a TDR is not an automatic thing that's available instead of developing. That's why we have this process for someone to go through to say, it's constrained, which, undevelopable or severely constrained under the code. And then obviously the discretion is with the BOCC to determine if therefore it's appropriate to grant the TDR.
Great. Thanks, Suzanne. I appreciate that. Okay. So we do have a public hearing, and we're going to have a lengthy public hearing as our next item. So are there more questions either for the applicant or Leslie before I open up the public hearing? Okay, I'm not seeing any. So I'm going to go ahead and invite the public to comment on this application. Again, this is item 11 on our agenda, the resolution granting one constrained site TDR to Jay Engstrom. And if you're interested in commenting, please press *9 or use your Zoom controls to raise your hand. I see Bill Argeros. Hi, sir. You may need to press *6 or unmute yourself, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think I can add much to the discussion that Leslie hasn't already analyzed, but I will say this. My name is Bill Argeros. First of all, I'm a resident of Redstone Ranch Acres. I live down the hill at Klein Creek. I am also a board member for the Crystal River Caucus. So let me just explain that the caucus board did review this application and was unanimous in agreeing that this is a constrained lot that we believe should be available for a TDR. But I'm not going to speak for the caucus right now. That decision was made. I'm going to speak as a neighbor and as a person who's been in this area for 20 plus years. Actually, I've been around for 40 plus years, but have lived here for over 20 years raising my family. I know the Angstroms, and they're a great family. So if Francie had any questions about the integrity of what Jay's doing, let me tell you that there should be no concerns whatsoever. That this is a stellar family, just grassroots. That couldn't find better folks. Jay's not in this for the money. And 3 years ago, when he bought that lot, I went up there with him, and it had been approved at that point, and I was frankly shocked when I walked the property. How could this have been approved? But it was, and he was going to try and make this his family home and be near his parents. So everything he says, I can tell you, he was devastated as it kept coming up that he would need to do so much to this property and spend so much money to this property in order to make it viable. So from a perspective as a neighbor, I can tell you we are severely constrained up here, and I think any houses that are built up here should be examined very carefully by the BOCC before that, before they allow a building permit to exist. It used to be 20 years ago that we had a lot more wildlife than we do now. And they're moving out. And this lot is one of the few lots where they feel safe. They bed down there for the winter. There's all kinds of elk and wildlife up there that Pickett County should be concerned about. And not to mention all, and I won't go through the plethora of other issues that have been raised, but it would be a real travesty for this young man not to be able to get a TVR on something that is unquestionably a highly constrained lot. A personal site visit, perhaps by the BOCC, I think would confirm what everybody really knows. I understand Leslie has been up there personally, and I have too, trying to figure out how he could get a small little house up there and raise a family near his parents. Can't be done. It really, and it shouldn't be done. So I know I only have 3 minutes. I wanted to give you my 2 cents as a neighbor, as a person in this subdivision, and as a caucus member and board member. We think BOCC should seriously consider giving Jay a TDR. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arturos. Appreciate you. All right, any other members of the public who wish to comment on this item? Please press *9 to raise your hand. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone else wishing to make a public comment right now, so I'm going to close the hearing on this item, and I'm going to bring it back to the board for discussion or a motion, please. Any further? Steve?
I, like Patty, am in favor of granting a TDR for this site. I think the wildlife values of it speak for themselves, and it's worth preserving that habitat. There have been some bad subdivisions in Pickett County, in the history of Pickett County, that were just bad. Some of the lots were probably good, but there were bad sites on them. There are places people are building houses in Capitol Creek Valley that houses should not have been built upon, that I thought at the time that the county should step in and give a TDR or do something. That there are places houses just should not be built for a variety of reasons that are really constrained sites, or the impact on the wildlife, or impact on wetlands, or various things. And so I've seen it happen more than once in my lifetime, that a house is built where it really shouldn't have been. I don't want to repeat that mistake when I'm in the seat where I can make the decision. So I would like to make a motion to approve the resolution granting one constrained site TDR to Jay Engstrom.
I'd like to second that with a comment.
Go ahead, Patty.
Yeah, you know, and I too am concerned about TDRs and where their use is going to be. You know, we're going to be reviewing that process. But, you know, they were created knowingly that we were going to be putting development elsewhere. And it's hard to punish people when that's how this system was set up. So I definitely support this. And Steve, thank you for, you know, the wildlife is critical, and we're running out of habitat for everybody in the valley. So I definitely support it. Therefore, the reason why I second Steve's motion. Thank you, Kelly.
And I think I see Greg has joined us by phone again. He's an attendee. Can you move him over as a panelist, please? His phone number 7997 as a panelist. And then Greg, you can go ahead and unmute yourself to talk. *6.
Okay. This is Greg. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you. I don't know if you're asking for a vote yet. I think my comment would be that I'm still not comfortable with this. I'm concerned about the value of this piece of property, and I do believe that, as I understand it, TDRs are selling for about $400,000 now. So it might represent a real windfall, or maybe it doesn't. I don't know, but I think it'd be nice to know that. It'd be nice to know what Joel has in the property. I think, or Jay, pardon me, if that's something we can ask. And I think I want to learn more. I'm not ready yet, and I'm sorry about that. And I've listened to what everyone has said, and I appreciate what's been said, but I just don't feel comfortable yet. Thanks.
Okay. All right, Greg, we do have a motion and a second, Greg, so I will call the vote at some point, and we can, I'll do a voice call at that time. Any other comments? Francie, you're muted.
So sorry. What happens if we don't pass the resolution today? Is there any way to table it or anything so that Greg could have a period of time in which to be satisfied? And what would happen?
So I will let John Ely weigh in on options for the board.
But tabling is always is very rarely not an option for the board. So in this case, if the board wanted to table the issue for some period of time, you may do so.
Kelly.
Okay, Patty.
Yeah, I don't think we need to table this. I don't believe in my history with TDRs, constrained or otherwise. It's really not a matter of the value, because maybe a TDR today is selling for $400,000, $500,000, $600,000, but that doesn't mean that Jay's going to sell his for that amount. By the time he gets it on the market, by the time somebody gets to him to buy it, it could be back to 250 or 100,000. We don't know. We don't control the market. That's never been a discussion that I'm familiar with the board saying, well, how much money are you going to make off of this? Because we don't have control over that market. So for me, I understand Greg if he doesn't have enough information, but the financial issue for me is not reason enough to table this. And if anything, Greg, I have to call you out. This is going to preserve a wildlife habitat, and you're the one who always speaks up for the elk. So I'm kind of surprised, because this is a critical winter habitat.
Okay. I'm going to see if, Leslie, do you know what the value of the TDR is right now? To answer Greg's question, or Suzanne?
Most recent sold for $485.
Thank you, Suzanne. Steve, go ahead.
So I'm not worried about the value of a TDR. There have been land speculators in recent history who have acquired land through nefarious means sometimes to, mining claims, and then really held the county for ransom to make people made fortunes off of land that's all they got the land for, was to do that. This is not a case of a person acquiring land just to make a bunch of money off of. I totally concede Jay's point. He wanted to buy this land right next to his parents because he'd grown up there and tromped around this land and probably totally loved it, and he probably always will continue loving it. This is what we have the TDR program for, to transfer development from areas where it should not be built to areas where it is appropriate for development to be placed. In this case, adding 2,500 square feet to a house in an appropriate location where they don't have issues with the wildlife, with the water, with the septic, in neighborhoods that are, appropriate to place a little bit larger house. That's why we have the TDR program. And I totally believe this is an appropriate use for a constrained site, where we should not be having a house built here. Let's transfer that, some of that square footage to a different site. Jay might make some money on the deal. He might not. We don't know. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about this piece of land and what's the best thing for it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Are there other comments before I call the vote? Greg.
Okay. Yeah, Kelly. Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry. I had to be in the car, so this is complicated, but I appreciate y'all. Thank you. I've heard what everybody's had to say. My only other comment would be that I'd prefer tabling this and a site visit before I commit. Thanks.
Okay. That sounds like an amended motion. I don't know if that's a friendly amendment to Steve's motion. So, John, how should I deal with that?
If there's a desire to table, then an individual board member has to make that motion, and that motion would take precedence over the standing motion for action on the application.
Okay, so Greg, I'm confirming the motion to table. Okay, is there a second on Greg's motion to table this?
Sure, I'll second it.
Okay, I will ask further.
I have a comment.
Yeah,
let me make a quick comment. So we're going to table it for a site visit when we can't even get together in a room to meet together, and now we're going to go on a site visit together. So I'm a little confused. So I am not going to support tabling this.
Okay, Steve?
So I believe that the proper motion would be to continue this. Is that correct? That's what is being said when we're saying
tabling or continuing, it will affect the same thing.
And I have concerns about conducting a site visit also, and wondered the mechanism of that. Would it be one where Andrew goes up with the drone and flies over all the properties? Or are we going to all go up and tromp around on the land? Logistically, it would be easier if Andrew went up with the drone and did an aerial video of it.
Leslie has a response. Go ahead, Leslie.
Hi, I've done a bunch of these drone site visits with Andrew, and Andrew does an amazing job. However, I really thought about this, and I just think that aerial doesn't really, like, if you look at our GIS map and you look at the property, I don't think aerial and photos really give you the sense of the steepness of the property. I would be happy to coordinate with you, either with all of you individually, to go up and look at this site, and Jay could meet us, and it's 3 of us. We could stand far apart with our masks on. We have been doing site visits during COVID. But I mean, Andrew, unless you want to chime in on something with the drone, I'm not sure we'll give you what you need.
Thank you. Andrew, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm happy to support with what you guys need there. I kind of do agree it might be a little bit difficult to judge the actual slope angle in there, potentially by flying a little further away. We may be able to highlight that, but happy to follow your direction on that.
Thank you. I really want to move us along on this item. Patty?
Yeah, Kelly, one of the things about doing individual site visits, the benefit of doing a site visit when we're all there at the same time on the same property, hearing the same discussion, hearing each other ask questions and get the answers. I have a concern about each of us going up individually and maybe getting a different viewpoint or different information or answering different questions. So if we're going to do it, which I'm not going to support because I think I have enough information, it has to be a group visit because that's the only way I think we can legally all get the same information at the same time.
Okay. I'm going to call the vote on the motion to continue this item. I'm going to do a voice roll call vote just because Greg's on the phone and we may have differences of opinion here. So I will start based on district number. So on the motion to continue this item to a different date, Patty?
No.
No? I'll go next. I'm District 2. I'm a no. Greg, District 3?
Continue, yes.
Okay. Steve?
No.
Okay. And Francie?
Yes.
Okay. So that motion fails to pass. We have our original motion on the table, which is to approve the constrained site TDR. I'm going to call a roll call vote on that one as well. Patty? You're muted, please, Patty.
Yes, approved.
Okay. Me, I approve. Steve, Greg, District 3. You're muted, Greg, and this is on the vote to approve the TDR.
Sorry, I dropped out there for a bit. If this is the vote to approve the TDR, I'm going to vote no.
Okay, thank you, Greg. Steve?
Yes.
Steve and Francie?
I'm going to vote yes.
Okay, thank you, Francie. Okay, that motion passes 4-1. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Jay. Congratulations.
Thank you, Jay. Thanks, Leslie.
Thank you guys so much.
Okay, folks, checking in with the board. We have a long next hearing. Should we start it and then take a break midway through? Steve?
If we could do 5 minutes right now.
Okay. We'll do a 7-minute break to round us off at 3:50. We'll have the board reconvene to start the Cozy Point Ranch application. So everyone will be back at 3:50. Thank you. Okay, welcome back everyone to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular session on Wednesday, April 14th. We are at the end of our agenda on the last item, number 12, a resolution granting approval of a permit for development in areas of state interest for the redevelopment of the Farm Collaborative Learning Center at Cozy Point Ranch. Excuse me, and I will invite Community Development staff, Tammy Cochin, to go ahead and present to us on this item and introduce anyone we need to on your team or on the applicant team. Thanks.
All right, great. Thanks, Kelly. And I'm just going to be calling in. My computer's been freezing, so I really apologize. There's not going to be any graphics from me, but the applicant will have a lot for you on that side. So just to start, I'm actually going to request that we let the city mayor, Tori, who's on, just speak a few words real quick because he has, I understand, a city council meeting he needs to run to. So if we can just let him jump in real quick, that'd be great.
Sure. Let's see. I think he may have already dropped off. He did send me a text with his comments, which I'll read. He said, I wanted to speak as a member of the public that is supportive of the Farm Collaborative work and proposal. I think this agricultural entity will be a wonderful Valley asset.
Okay. All right. I guess I'll just jump right back in with the rest of the introductions. So the applicant for this item is the city of Aspen. They own the subject parcel. However, it is through the Farm Collaborative, who they've formerly been known as Aspen Tree, that this application is really being submitted, and they're a lessee of the Cozy Point Ranch. So the Farm Collaborative is a nonprofit organization. It's managed by Ed Barty, and he is here in the meeting as well. He's represented today by Mike Kramer with Bendon and Adams Planning. Also on the call is a lot of City of Aspen open space staff, including Austin Weiss, Matt Kuhn, and John Spies. And we also have the project architect, Steve Harris, and the landscape architect, I think Giles Thornley is on the call, as well as the traffic engineer, Bill Fox. So I'm going to just give a quick summary and background, and then let Mike really present for Adam's team with the graphics. And then after that, I believe the City of Aspen Park staff will have follow-up information from there. So in a nutshell, the City of Aspen, through their lessee, the Farm Collaborative, is requesting to implement a portion of the City of Aspen's adopted management plan for Cozy Point Ranch, and as that relates to the sustainable agriculture and education piece of their management plan. And so essentially they're proposing to construct a centralized ag building, agricultural education building, and the associated site improvements with that. As you know, you probably know where it's located, but the address is 220 Juniper Hill Road. Primary access is taken from Juniper Hill Road from Highway 82. There's also a secondary access right off of Highway 82. So in 1994, the property was purchased by the City of Aspen, and through their various lessees, the property supports equestrian boarding, a trailhead, and agricultural operations, including hay and food production, an agricultural retail stand, and a number of other educational programs. There's also some employee housing and an archery range. So the portion that the Farm Collaborative leases is basically a 15-acre area, of which 1.46 acres is used as a public learning area. And that's really the focus of this application. In 2003, it's important to note that a conservation easement was placed on the property through AVLT. And that easement basically defines a 10-acre area where structures and development are supposed to be clustered. Just real quick, some prominent structures I'm sure you know on the property include the riding arena, the 1930 historic red barn. There's two 1900 frame houses, which right now are utilized as employee housing. There's the geodesic dome as well as some boat structures. So just real quick, some history on the property. In 2013, the BOCC designated those red barn and the frame houses to the historic register. And then recently in 2018, the P&Z approved a location and extent review, mostly regrading of the site to improve drainage and access. And so there's an earth moving permit right now that's basically open to do that work. So if you drive by right now, you'll see a lot of dirt and earth moving going on out there. Also ongoing are the temporary and special event permits for things such as Wrangler Hoedown, the Earth Day community events, and uses such as the snow dump for the city. I'll let Mike talk about all the programs and camps and activities that occur on the property right now. And I'll just jump to, basically they're proposing to continue these activities, but also expand upon them and build a central farm center for those activities to occur. With that, they're going to be demolishing 8 of the structures and constructing 1 permanent greenhouse. They're also requesting to potentially locate 2 RV trailers for seasonal worker housing. The farm center itself will include a welcome center and retail stand, soup and salad bar, learning kitchens and processing kitchens, indoor classrooms and bathrooms and that sort of thing. So this application was referred to in a large number of groups. Comments were received from many of those people, as well as we received a number of letters from the public, and those are all included in the packet. So the review process for this application is definitely more unique than most land use reviews in the county, just because of the fact that the property is owned by the city of Aspen. And so most of the typical land use codes don't apply to this process. So instead, it's subject to a location and extent review. Additionally, the community development director made the determination that a finding of no significant impact is not appropriate and that the applicant must obtain a permit for development in areas of state interest due to the property's location next to Highway 82 and Juniper Hill Road. So the Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed this application, and by a vote of 5-0, they found that it was in conformance with the 2003 Brush Creek Master Plan. They also reviewed the areas of state interest portion of the application and recommended that the board approve that portion of the application. So that is the portion that the board is hearing today and needs to consider, is the areas and activities of state interest. And that really has to do with Chapter 12 of our land use code. That chapter is really lengthy. So I'm just going to basically say that overall, staff found that the project really complies with most of the criteria in Chapter 12, such as avoiding constraints and mitigating environmental impacts. They're using a number of conservation and energy efficient techniques for clustering the structures and so on. So it really does comply with most of Chapter 12. Really, staff's concern has to do with the traffic. So I'm just going to jump right to those sections because that's where I believe discussion will occur. So per Chapter 12, staff requested that the applicant provide a comprehensive traffic analysis. They engaged the Fox Tuttle Transportation Group to complete that analysis. But it should be noted that due to COVID-19, the traffic patterns and analysis that they used were based upon a 2016 study. They also utilized some of the traffic counts that the Brush Creek Metro District provided. So within their study, they basically found that the farm collaborative services will not result in significant additional traffic and traffic-related impacts. They stated that's largely due to the maximum site occupancy of being limited to 75 people at one time. They also found that Cozy Point overall generates about 255 automobile trips a day. And of those, approximately 200 one-way vehicle trips per day were generated from the Farm Collaborative. They found that the expanded uses that are proposed with this application will create an average of 40 additional trips a day. And so staff has reviewed those reports and agrees that yes, most of those proposed increases can be mitigated. However, there is concern since this property has been purchased, there has been this slow gradual expansion of uses and programs. And staff's concern is that these potential traffic impacts could continue to expand if all the lessees were to begin to operate their programs and events at a full capacity. There's also a concern that by only setting a maximum occupancy number, that there's still a potential for those individual visitors to continually change throughout the day. So that could also greatly exceed that average daily trip number. And then the last concern is really that the lease agreement terms could continually change and increase the amount of frequency and activity on the ranch. So to mitigate some of those impacts, the applicant has provided a list of transportation demand management measures. They include things such as carpooling, using RAFTA, having school buses, and providing a 15-passenger van, and so forth. And so staff really agrees that these measures will be useful in mitigating the traffic, and has put them in as conditions of approval in the draft resolution. But with that, staff and the P&Z recommended that in 1 year after obtaining the certificate of occupancy, the applicant shall conduct a traffic audit to assess and forecast and address those impacts associated with traffic. This condition also states that the audit should be provided to the Community Development Department, and that the engineer may require additional actions be taken if found that the traffic impacts aren't mitigated or managed. The applicant has made the request that that portion of the condition be removed. They have concerns that basically they might be asked to mitigate for things that are out of their control. However, staff believes that the traffic audit could be conducted in a way to really discern between which traffics are outside of their control and which ones are specific to Cozy Point Ranch. And so we have recommended that the condition just remain as is, but that's for the board to discuss with the applicant. And then the other section that really was of a little bit of concern is the requirement in section 124010, which states that the project shall not create an undue financial burden on existing or future residents of the county. And for the most part, because this project is privately funded, staff believes that this complies with that section. However, the Brush Creek Metro District has raised concerns that the use of that lower portion of Juniper Hill Road has seen a large amount of degradation due to the Cozy Point Ranch activities. And so they brought up the point that they have a cost sharing agreement with the city to manage and upkeep that portion of the road. However, they believe that that cost sharing formula provided in that easement is out of date and needs to be updated. So staff does agree that since that agreement was made, the uses have likely evolved, and without a fair and equitable formula, the proposed uses at Cozy Point Ranch could potentially create an undue financial burden on those residents. And so staff has drafted condition number 3. Actually, it was condition number 3 in the P&Z resolution, and it basically stated that at the time of the BOCC review, the applicant shall provide an appropriate time frame into enter, go to say, discussions with the Brush Creek Metro District and so on So the applicant has had some preliminary discussions with the district regarding the terms of that easement. However, staff did anticipate that they would provide some kind of time frame for the BOCC's consideration in order to provide some assurance that discussions would really continue towards a point of resolution. And also the applicant has requested that condition be modified as well, and that was included in your packet. And so I'm sure they'll want to discuss that with you furthermore. But overall, based on, staff recommends that the resolution.
I think we can still hear you, Tammy.
Okay, I lost you online. Staff believes that the resolution, as drafted, really does address those traffic concerns, and recommends with the P&Z that the board approve the Farm Collaborative permit for areas of state interest. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mike, and hopefully he has a better connection than I do.
All right, and let me just check in. Are there any immediate questions for Tammy from the board that you want to have answered right this moment? No, okay. And Mike, since we are not in the boardroom today, we're kind of juggling folks. So as you need to call in team members, if you could identify them by first and last name so we can make sure they get promoted to a panelist, that would be very helpful. And nice to see you.
Good to see you too. Thank you, everybody. Thanks, Kelly. I think everybody is on except for Steve Harris with Roland and Broughton. If he could get flipped over to, is it panelist? Is that the right term? Okay. Yeah. Okay, great. Okay, thank you, Board of County Commissioners. Can everybody hear me okay, by the way? Everybody can, okay, great. I feel bad that Tammy's got a bad connection. That's tough. I'm gonna share my screen quick and we'll go through our presentation. So just give me 1 second. Okay, can everybody see that fancy photo on the front? Okay, great. Okay, all right, so thank you, Mike Kramer with Ben and Adams, helping the Farm Collaborative. And we are very excited to be here today for the Farm Learning Center activities of state and local interest review. Here with us is Eden Vardy, the Executive Director of the Farm Collaborative, and the project team, which is Steve Harris and John Rowland with Rowland and Broughton, Bill Fox with the Fox Tuttle Transportation Group, and Giles Thornley with Connect One. Also with us here today are Matt Kuhn and John Spees with the City of Aspen, Open Space and Trails Department, representing the property owner, who, as Tammy said, is the City of Aspen. And then we also had Mayor Torrey on the line with us, but it sounds like he jumped off, so I'm glad he got his comments in. Thanks for doing that. So just some quick background leading up to this hearing. Last year, the Farm Collaborative received approval from the City of Aspen Open Space and Trails Board and City Council authorization to submit this land use application. And on January 19th, the Farm Collaborative received Pickens County Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation of approval and a location and extent approval on a unanimous vote of support for Eden's request. And Eden would just like to take a real quick minute, Kelly, and introduce himself and say thank you to the board here.
Sure, please go ahead. Nice to see you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nice to see you all. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present to you today. This has been a long time coming for us at the Farm Collaborative. This project has been in the works for about 4 years now, but really has been part of something that I've been very excited about for the majority of my life. I grew up across the street up in W/J Ranch and looked down at Cozy Point Ranch. And this is something that we're really, really excited and honored to be presenting and moving forward today. And really, I just wanted to thank you as commissioners for your focus and prioritization of agriculture and sustainability in the Roaring Fork Valley. And we are honored to partner with you on that goal in this parcel that's right at the gateway to Pickens County and the Roaring Fork Valley, Upper Roaring Fork Valley, Aspen, and Snowmass Woody Creek. And we're just thrilled to have the opportunity to share with our greater community and our visitors what sustainability and agriculture, when integrated, how that can look and how that is something that we value as a community. So thank you for the opportunity to present.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, can everybody see the screen again? Okay, great.
Yes, we can.
All right, I'm gonna flip slide. Okay. All right, so we wanted to provide some background on Cozy Point Ranch. It's a 166 acre parcel that lies at the intersections of Highway 82 and Juniper Hill, as you can see there, to the north, and then Highway 82 and Brush Creek Road to the south. Brush Creek Village subdivision, it lies to the west. Cozy Point South, which you are all the property owners of, to the south of this parcel. Cozy Point was once part of a larger 1,600 acre ranch subdivided into separate parcels way back in 1981. The main core of the ranch was acquired by the city of Aspen in 1994, and it contains all the iconic structures like the historically designated red barn that we can all see from the highway, and the metal-sided riding arena that everyone can see traveling up and down the highway. Cozy Point is home to many uses, such as cattle grazing, equestrian uses, food production, material storage, archery, and the farm collaborative. The entirety of the parcel is encumbered by a conservation easement that's held to the benefit of the Aspen Valley Land Trust, the acronym's AVLT, that Ed and the city work with very closely with the ranch. The property is divided into 2 different acreages, and 27 acres are dedicated for ranch and equestrian activities. 80 acres are undeveloped land that are just considered open space, and 60 acres of irrigated meadow for hay production. Cozy Point operates under an adopted 2017 management plan that governs existing and future activities on the ranch. And the 2017 management plan is really like a master plan for the property. And the city of Aspen would just like to take a minute to provide some background on Cozy Point information, including the 2 lessees that operate at the property, and then their work on the revised AVLT easement, which I think they discussed even last night with City Council, and then finally access to the property. So we've got Matt Kuhn and John Spees in Austin on the line here, and they can provide some background.
Thanks. Pardon me. Thanks, Mike. Can I just get a thumbs up if you all can hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you, Matt. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. As Mike said, we're really excited to be in front of the commission today. And thanks in advance for your consideration of this application. I also wanted to thank the county staff for just a pretty incredible memo that was prepared here and very thorough. I had a chance to read it in preparation of this, and I appreciate the thoughtful considerations that were put forth in that. As Mike highlighted, there's a number of documents and kind of planning processes that have gone through a public engagement process and have resulted in a number of sorry, let me back up a second. We have 4 documents that guide the property. One is the management plan, and that's what I was referring to with the public process. That started way back in 2016 and 2015, and I believe some members of this board participated in that process. As Mike mentioned, that management plan, in our eyes, is a guiding master plan. And I recognize that there's a little bit of difference between a master plan and a management plan in the county and the city's perspective, but it really is guiding where we're heading with the property. In addition to that, we have the conservation easement that Mike referenced. We actually have just completed, or are in the process of completing, the restated and amended easement that went in front of our city council last night, following several years of work with AVLT and our Open Space and Trails Board. That conservation easement reflects some changes that came about following the management plan in 2017. For those of you that have been in the community for many years, you probably remember that this was originally purchased by the city of Aspen with housing in mind. And in fact, that was the case. And later, after the purchase of that, the City of Aspen Open Space and Trails Fund bought out the portion of that property that was used, that was purchased with housing funds. The purpose of that, and the reason I bring that up, is since that decision was made, it continues to be our approach and direction to manage this property as an open space, and a space that's available for the community to visit, for equestrian operations, and recently an increased focus on sustainable agriculture and education associated with that. And that's why we're really excited to be here in front of you today, supporting the Farm Collaborative's Learning Center. We feel it's a substantial improvement to the property. It reduces the number of ad hoc buildings within Eden's lease area and creates a beautiful place where we feel the community can come and visit the site and really experience the beauty of it as an open space parcel, arguably the entrance to the Aspen area, and also highlight the importance of sustainable agriculture within our valley. There are 2 leases on the property. Eden holds one of those. That was granted to Eden through a competitive request for proposals. And we vetted a number of applications, and ultimately our Open Space and Trails Board and City Council selected Eden as the tenant for this property. I also wanted to highlight that the equestrian operations is a separate lease, and that has many aspects to it that include hay production, youth programs for equestrian, as well as a boarding operation. All of those things, the management plan, the conservation easement, and the 2 leases are managed by staff, but they're also overseen by our Open Space and Trails Board. And that's something I really wanted to highlight, because some of the concerns that have been discussed, I want to assure the Board of County Commissioners that our Open Space and Trails Board and staff really view that and treat this property as an open space parcel first and foremost. This is not a commercial venture for the City of Aspen. It's about providing access to the land, access to opportunities for education. And I just wanted to highlight that kind of overarching picture and just touch on a few of the guiding documents that we have. With that, I'll hand it back to Mike, and I'm available for questions later on. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to share my screen again. Okay, so I realized that we probably need to explain what the Farm Collaborative is, and I'll just start off by saying that the mission is to promote and educate the public about the benefits of local food production. Eden operates the Farm Collaborative at the ranch under an existing lease agreement, which has 14 acres. It was just renewed in 2018. I'm gonna ask Eden to jump in here. I'm gonna roll through some bullet points of what the mission is and what the ideas are behind the existing operations and what Farm Collaborative is. So Eden, just let me know when you're ready.
Thank you, Mike. I'm ready.
Okay.
So our organization really is kind of a 3-legged stool in the areas of support that we provide for our community. The first and fundamental focus is around our youth. And so we've been running a diversity of youth programs that touch kids from Aspen to Glenwood, sometimes beyond, focused on sustainable agriculture education, as well as connection to our food system and connection to nature at large. Our main program that we host within that is called Earth Keepers, which was actually started by John Denver, and my wife River was a participant in that program before we inherited it at the Farm Collaborative. We also operate a farm park, which is a public food producing landscape that we run just like a town park, a place for people to come on their own time, experience what local food production looks like while having leisure space for just being in the outdoors. One of the other legs of our organization is more on the research side and demonstration. And something that we actually had the opportunity to partner with CORE and several other organizations recently through a Randy Udall grant was the first attempt that CORE had at carbon sequestration monitoring and calculating as an environmental measure in the Roaring Fork Valley. And so we are a big portion of our lease is dedicated to what we're calling a heritage orchard, where we have fruit trees from across the Roaring Fork Valley brought in by the pioneers that we have grafted onto rootstock that allows for a much more significant amount of carbon to be pulled out of the atmosphere and stored in the soil. And we're measuring that while also providing that historical archive of our pioneer agriculture heritage. Currently in our leased area, we do not have any space that's indoors. So all of our structures are open air. All of our structures have been somewhat ad hoc put together. And in this project, as we'll learn later, is really a formalization of our programming and our programming infrastructure so that it can bring together in a more effective way what we do and allow for our programs to be much more effective in the winter season when schools come out. And currently it can be difficult with exposure to the elements and others to get people to connect. One of the main things that we're known for is our farm-to-table meal that takes place at the Hotel Jerome. Typically serves 1,200 guests with about 250 volunteers. And I just want to recognize the Board of County Commissioners. I believe just about all of you have volunteered for that event and helped to put it on in the past. We've had to take a 2-year hiatus with coronavirus, but we intend to kick that back off again as soon as we're able. Another more recent addition to the Farm Collaborative family of programs was the adoption of the Edible Aspen publication. We inherited that this last year, published our first issues that are on racks now, really with a focus on the environmental component of our local food system and connection to our food system at large, as well as food equity as a primary agenda there. The other piece that has recently become part of the Farm Collaborative family is the Two Forks Club. This was used to be a separate standalone 501c3 that is now merged together into the Farm Collaborative, and that group makes 0% interest loans for farmers and food entrepreneurs in the Roaring Fork and North Fork River valleys. We've had over 30 loans, averaging about 20 to 50,000 in range to support our farmers in expanding their enterprise. Many of our loan recipients are on Pickens County open space land that are part of the agriculture lease program that Pickens County provides.
Okay, thanks, Ed. That was great.
Thank you.
Okay, board, we just want to quickly go through some of the existing operations at the Farm Collaborative. And Ed just talked about the mission as agricultural learning and emphasis on local food production. You know, Farm Collaborative has a heavy operation in the summer. They operate from April until October. In the winter, they operate from November to March, and these operations are really greatly reduced. And I don't want to say it goes, you know, dormant, but there are some things that happen. It's just a lot less than in the summer. Some of the summer programming includes operation of summer camps from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. And Eden actually operates under a state of Colorado child care exemption license so that school children can come to the property. They do tours and programming 5 days per week, up to 65 kids for a few hours a day. As Ed mentioned, there's the Earth Keepers program that have 25 children and occasionally above that in the mornings and afternoons. There's also parent and toddler programming in the late mornings to noon. And then one of the really interesting things that happens out here is the farm equipment library and co-op, which currently, if I'm correct, Eden has 8 members that use equipment 2 to 3 days a week. And there's hand tools and then also 6 pieces of farm equipment too that have been purchased and it can be rented out.
And just a quick note there, thanks again to Pickens County Open Space partnered with us to kickstart that program. And it's another way that we support the overall local farm movement by hosting that library and subsidizing the cost of access to equipment for all of our regional farmers.
Okay. Farm-to-table meals happen in connection with educational events currently. And we just want to be really clear that, you know, this is not in any terms or any means a restaurant. These are farm-to-table meals that happen with educational classes that Eden holds at the property. Obviously, there's vegetable production and animal and livestock grazing. There's also farm-related incubator space that Eden is developing for better farming practices. And then farm-related apprenticeships where about 5 teams and mentors go out to Cozy Point and they apprentice, the mentors apprentice younger people to get excited about farming in our valley. One thing we want to highlight too is that there's a maximum capacity of up to 75 people that kind of exists and is proposed with our application. And the only exception to this is, you know, sometimes there'll be special events that may exceed that and that we are required to get Pickens County special event permits when that happens too. Okay, so this is the proposed learning center and some of the new uses, and we want to quickly run through these. One of the great things about this, and we'll show a really nice slide here in a couple of slides, but all the uses that we're talking about come under one roof, and that's a really important topic that we want to show in one of the slides here. There's going to be integrated learning through classes and a demonstration kitchen. And this is kind of a key component that with the development of the Farm Learning Center, the collaborative will be able to continue to offer school programs and year-round, and then better meet state and child care health code requirements for summer programming. So that's a really big thing with this. As we said, up to 75 people max occupancy. This request includes 2 mobile loafing sheds that are located just west of the Learning Center. And the existing large dilapidated loafing shed that has if you can believe it, a rooftop classroom will be demolished as part of this proposal. We're asking for 1 additional greenhouse. Also a retail farm stand that's going to be located at the Welcome Center for the sale of farm agricultural products. And I'll include vegetables, milk, meat, and general sale to the public. We want to continue to have farm-to-table meals that happen with educational classes. And what we're proposing is that would be up to 1 evening per week in the future. And typically, arrival time is between 4 and 6 p.m. And then the class happens, and then departure happens later in the evening. There's a max occupancy of 50 people for these classes too. So there won't be hundreds and hundreds of people. We're proposing a max occupancy of 50. There is a root cellar proposed for processing vegetables in the kitchen. And this is going to allow for expanded food production across the Roaring Fork Valley by offering root cellar space available for storage of crops from other farmers in the area. We also are proposing an adult and college student workshop on the evenings and weekends. And if you'd like more detail on that, Eden can provide it. And then lastly, I think Tammy mentioned this in her presentation. We are requesting 2 RVs or recreational vehicles, and we're thinking that those will most likely be pull-behind trailers that would be on the property and available during the growing season for workers at the Farm Collaborative to stay overnight. And really, I think one of the points we want to make is, this is consistent with the recent Pickens County Land Use Code amendments that allowed this. And also, we're finding that this creates a net reduction in site access traffic too. So we think it's a plus. Okay, details and dimensions of the project. There's a 26-foot 9-inch maximum height limit, well below the county maximum of 28 feet to a midpoint and 33 to the ridge. We are proposing a 4,000 square feet main level for the Farm Collaborative Learning Center, and then a 4,000 square foot subgrade level where that cellar and demonstration kitchen would be, and then an 800 square foot second story office space. So that totals out at 8,800 square feet of basically gross floor area for the project. A couple of things we just want to make you aware of. Eden is going through the cost measures and budgeting for the project. And we just want to make the board aware that there might be an optional basement floor area reduction. In large part, the project will remain the same, but we're finding that basements are really expensive. So Eden's kind of working through that with his design team to make a decision on that. And then finally, this is schematic design that we're showing, and there might be some minor design changes that happen. But we definitely want to say that the intent of this design and everything that we're showing today is what we want to build. There just might be some minor adjustments throughout the process. Okay, this is a really important slide we want to show. This is a blow up of the Farm Collaborative area. And the green shows existing structures that will remain on the property. And for reference, I'm going to put my laser pointer on quick. For reference, this is the historic red barn right here. And then this is the geodesic dome right here. And there are a number of, I think it's polite to say, ramshackle makeshift structures that Eden uses for his existing operation. And this map is showing 8 of them in total, and these are all in red. So there are 8 structures there right now, and these will be removed. And the point we're trying to show is that the total of this removal equals 3,000 square feet of floor area. And so all these structures go away, and then we have all future uses under one roof on the property. Okay, so this slide is overall existing conditions for the property, and we're going to have Giles Thornley walk us through the site plan and the layout, and we're going to show 2 slides here, and Giles is going to go quickly through that. Oop, is Giles on?
He is. He needs to be promoted to a panelist.
Oh, does he? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
We'll get it. Okay. Giles, I think you're on. If you'd like to unmute or start your video or both. Okay. We can see you, but we can't hear you. So if you're on your phone, you may need to press star 6.
Oh, there we go.
There you go.
Hey, commissioners. Hello, everyone. Sorry, I'm driving back from Grand Junction on I-70. So hopefully I'm not getting too interrupted, but I do want to go through some of the final points on the everyone is very familiar with those but I did want to point out some of the areas on this plan for those other people listening or who are not familiar with the site. So in terms of context, there's Highway 82. I'm going to allow Mike to be my pointer, if that's okay, if that can work. Highway 82. Obviously, the blue roof is the arena, and the paddocks in that area is the other leaseholder area. And then we also have the entrance point at number 4 being proposed for great, much more.
Giles, we're having a hard time hearing you. It's picking up. No, you're kind of frozen a little.
Sorry, Molly, are you on? Are you able to take over? Can you allow Molly Soames to take over?
Sure. Let's see. Molly, could you promote her to a panelist, please?
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right, I'm the backup. Yeah, he had to go to Junction to get his second shot, so I was avoiding it. But yeah, so let's see. He was just talking about the main entrances. We have, yes, the entrance off of Juniper Hill Road there. And you can see at number 7 is the drop-off spot, and sorry, give me 1 second here. I think I'm getting a little out of order on his notes. Number 4 is the parking. And then over at number 2, we have a secondary entrance into the site that is proposed to be closed only access with emergency vehicles in the future. And yeah. So we have the riding arena. We talk about Juniper Hill Road. The activity envelope will say is this blue dashed line that you can see faintly that circulates around the riding arena, the horse operations, and on the west edge of the creek and back around. The existing resident storage and admin structures are indicated as numbers 8 through 11, which are around sort of the courtyard area. The farm collaborative lease areas, both on the east and west side of the creek, and that is that the heavier use, the center and the greenhouses are on the west side, while we have the agricultural operations and the food production on the east side of the creek.
Molly, I'm going to flip over to the actual site layout now for you.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yep, there you go.
Okay, so yeah, you can see here the number 3 is, and 4 is sort of the main access into the site, into the center itself. And then we have the greenhouses and the existing, I'm blanking on my words right now, the existing dome in the center there, just to get you guys a little more oriented. So when we look at the main area of the site, the 500-foot and the 100-foot setback were a big driver in placing and siting some of these pieces. And that was also a big impetus for putting a lot of the things under one roof so that we could maximize our uses and use of space. And
just for the board's edification too, the setbacks that Molly's talking about, this is the 50-foot setback from Brush Creek. And then this is the 100-foot setback from Brush Creek. So we've cited the new building, which is right here under number 12, 100 feet from there. So I'm gonna just highlight that.
So we also shifted and consolidated the animal husbandry operations to the east. The mobile chicken coops identified by number 22 and loafing sheds of the sheep and alpaca and goats identified by number 23 and 24. The mobile homes for these animals will be rotated around the fields during all months, except for winter, where they will be stored in the areas shown in the plan. The existing septic number 8 and proposed septic for farm center only number 5. So yeah, so you can see number 8's existing and 25 is where it's proposed. And the existing rolling greenhouse number 18, the brand new greenhouse installed this year, number 19, and another greenhouse in the future is number 20. So you can see the, number 18 is a rolling greenhouse, number 19 exists, and number 20 is proposed, well, it's a future desired greenhouse. Road alignments for emergency access, number 9 allows for existing dirt road. And we are working through the surface treatment of that. We hope will be gravel, turnaround from drop off to produce from fields to center, number 10. Okay, so yeah, so number 9 is emergency access and operational access. We have sort of a turnaround over by number 10 and 11 where there's there's an operational access to the building. And then they can move on across to the ag center, or to the food production across the creek. And I think that's all the notes that we were given. I'm sorry if that was a little unclear. I was a little caught off guard. But yeah.
Okay, thanks, Molly. We appreciate it. And if the board has any questions, we're happy to answer them after the presentation. Okay.
Steve Child has his hand up. Steve, go ahead.
I'm curious about the historic red barn. I know at one point in time that was used by the equestrian operation. It appears it might be part of the farm collaborative in this plan. Could I get clarification on that?
Yes, the red barn is still being operated and used by the horse operations, and our boundary is sort of that fence line that goes across the front of this proposed farm center, and then heads south towards the mobile loafing sheds, and across the front of 25, the proposed septic field. So they still have operation of the paddocks surrounding the red barn, the horses.
Okay, thank you. Francie, you're on mute.
I'm not sure who this question is for. Some of them are from Eden maybe, but I just wanted to say this is definitely for Eden, that the first issue of Aspen Edible was really beautiful. And congratulations on that. I can't even imagine a more beautiful cover on a magazine. You did a great job with that. Not sure who was responsible, but it's really spectacular. I have some questions about, in the proposal, it talks about the cattle are there to eat the unwanted hay from the horses, and then the cattle are going to go away and be replaced by more horses. And for a farm collaborative, that seems A little strange since cattle produce food and horses don't. So I was wondering what the reason was for that.
Yeah, so Francie, I can speak to that. So cattle and horses were not part of the Farm Collaborative leased operations. So that was part of Cozy Point LLC. There was a time when there was cattle that was part of Cozy Point LLC's operation. And now cattle are not part of Cozy Point LLC's operation. That is a separate leaseholder than ours. We do not have any horses as part of our operation. We have sheep, goats, chicken, rabbits, and the occasional other poultry type of birds, turkeys, quails, etc. Our fields where this area here is where they dry lot in the winter, and then they rotationally graze through the pastures that are along Highway 82 during the rest of the growing season, both in the alleys of the Heritage Orchard, which are basically wider rows where they help fertilize the fruit trees, as well as provide a more carbon dense base in the soil microorganisms, as well as in a field that we have dedicated exclusively for rotational grazing. And that is sheep, followed by chickens, occasional intervention by rabbits, and then sometimes we'll let the alpacas out there as well. But all of our animals, besides the alpacas, are, and we have 2 of them, they're our marketing department. The rest of the animals are part of our agriculture operation.
So the fencing that you'll have will be a pretty small scale wire mesh, right? If you have rabbits.
So everything is based in kind of mobility and moving things around. So we predominantly use electric netting for containment of our animals. The fencing has already been completed. That was part of a previous planning and zoning approval, I believe 2 years ago. And CDOT worked with us on that fence, or basically advised us on that fencing. That's the fencing that you can see along Highway 82. That is basically a no-climb, wildlife-friendly, tall fence so that it's bear-proof. And that is where we do the Heritage Orchard, as well as the predominant rotational grazing. We have a small parcel outside of that that's for the larger graze animals. So that's the sheep and the chickens. They have a existing fence that encloses them, and then electrified netting that's a second layer of security.
And Kelly, can I ask one more question, or should we go to somebody?
Yeah. No, it's just they might answer them in the rest of the presentation, but feel free, go ahead.
It's about the materials for the new building, and so that might be somebody other. I'm not sure who would answer that, but I mean, the design is really beautiful. I'm wondering what the materials are.
So Steve is about to get into that. We're designing.
Okay, great.
We're designing for both embedded and net zero carbon use and net zero embedded carbon. So all the material selection has been based around the most environmentally friendly material from a carbon standpoint and a ability of access standpoint within our bioregion as much as possible.
Great, I'll wait.
All right, why don't we try and move through the rest of the presentation, and we'll, unless we have urgent questions, we'll keep it going. Thank you.
Okay, here's architecture. We've got Roland and Broughton, and if Steve Harris is not a presenter, or sorry, panelist, we'll make him quick and he can run through the architecture.
Yeah, I think I am. Can everyone hear me?
We can, yeah. Thank
Great.
You.
Thank you everyone for your time this afternoon. And, like everyone else, we're really excited for this project and, how the Learning Center can impact our community. Your first rendering here is looking to the south. It has the visitor walking towards the front entry from the parking that we looked at on the site plan. This is really what we're proposing is a humble structure, a gable form, detailed drawing insight from agricultural aesthetics. We're proposing to utilize simple materials, as Ed alluded to. Regenerative sources are really important for what he's trying to achieve, and also this building. So we've really focused on stuff like wood siding, and how we can use recycled materials, repurpose materials from that perspective. And then looking down this view, we're trying to really be respectful to the existing structures in the context that's out there. And Mike, if you can go to the next rendering.
Okay.
Here you're seeing a view in the opposite direction towards the north. And really what we're trying to highlight here is how the structure is integrating into the larger farming landscape and context, which is really, the most predominant and most important part of this parcel in Eden's operation. On the left side of the building here, we're housing the entrance, the welcome center, the farm stand, reception area it will be in that smaller piece. And then as we move to the right, underneath the gable, that houses his educational center, the indoor, outdoor classrooms, and then a learning kitchen all the way down on the right side. I do want to mention on that left side, you can go forward, Mike.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. The left side, we also have a pollinator garden, addressing kind of, a rooftop garden, the bees, the culture, and really trying to kind of tie it all together. You can go to the next one, Mike. And
okay,
great. Really, the structure from our perspective is showcasing a holistic design approach. We really want to stand the test of time, and we really want to make sure that we're doing that by creating a greener footprint. And Eden has set some really lofty goals for us to pursue on this project. Net zero energy being one of them. Embodied carbon, reducing that in our building materials and construction. Similar to how he's trying to reduce, capture that and sequester that through his farming practice. And then an end of life deconstruction plan. Really trying to focus on reducing, what this building hopefully lives for 100 years. In that period, the landfill, we really want to reduce our impact on the landfill through that deconstruction plan. And these goals are highlighted by, optimal southern exposure, which you can see here. Also with the PV panels along the roof, high performance glazing, high performance building envelope, really high performance insulation, much greater than code, solar energy generation. And of course, trying to have the structure sequester carbon, not only reduce it in our selections through, using mass timber and regenerative and engineered wood products. These goals will position the Farm Collaborative and the structure itself as kind of a leader in regenerative building practices, which is, a really big part of the program and the discussion here. So really the design of the structure is really proposing to be a vehicle to connect the children and the community to nature through the farming, food, and education with a respect to a rural vernacular architectural approach.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Does the board have any questions on design or materials or anything for the architects?
Eddie.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, do we have any control over what kind of building materials or what kind of fencing? This is an activity of state interest. So I think this is a great presentation. I think this plan is amazing. I've been part of Eden's program since when they first got started. It was great to see it come to this level. But I'm just kind of getting confused by all the information that's being presented and what the board really has purview over, since the property is owned by the city of Aspen. So if somebody could just clarify that for me so I can focus when I'm hearing into my decision making at the end.
And I'll invite Tammy or Suzanne to jump in here.
Thank you.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, Tammy.
Yeah, so Patty is right to some degree, as I mentioned before. Our typical land use code sections don't apply to this property. So this is a review under that chapter 12. However, that section does have some standards that do speak to whether the property, has energy efficient building materials and so forth. So there are some standards. I can pull those up if a second here, but it doesn't get as detailed as, right, are they using solar, but there's general standards of our environmental impacts being mitigated and so forth. So does that answer your question?
Okay. Yeah, that helps me kind of focus the information that I'm gaining and where I need to use it to my decision at the end of the day. Thank you. I think that will benefit the rest of the board also. So thanks, Tammy.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Greg, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Just while we're on architecture, looking at the renderings, they're beautiful. It's very exciting. Just wanted to ask about color palette. One thing I noticed is that this view is kind of similar to the view you'd have from the highway. And one of the iconic thing on that property is the red barn. And I think this building will probably block the view of that, which is unfortunate, but I don't know if it's
it certainly isn't, you know, I don't know what else you can do, but I was concerned just about height again. How close are we to maximum height? Is the one question about the barn. Then I have other questions as well.
Yeah, I can answer that, Greg, as well. So, I mean, for height reasons, yes, the typical code provisions don't apply to height restrictions, but nonetheless, the applicant is staying below our typical standards. I think, Mike, what did you say it was? 29?
26 feet 9 inches to the ridge.
To the ridge.
To the ridge. Oh, to the ridge.
And
Okay,
then,
okay, thank you.
And then in terms of the red barn, yes, that's definitely was a concern, especially in the location and extent review. Susanna Reed, the historic preservation officer, did review this application thoroughly, and her comments were provided in that packet. And she did have, you know, she made a lot of comments about future growth and what it needs to be, but she did make the finding that basically the structure wouldn't block those critical view sheds that she was looking at.
Okay, great. Thank you. I have some other questions just about, you know, the roads and some of the other structures that'll be taken out. And I don't know when the appropriate time is to ask those, but let me know.
Okay, and I'll check in with Mike. I assume you're going to address the traffic plans and such, and that would be when Greg could bring up questions related to roads.
Yep, that's our next slide. We're going to get right into the 1041 and the traffic.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, should I go or any more questions?
Yep.
Okay.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. So the activities of state and local interest review, as you know, Tammy was just saying, cast a wide net of review criteria, and the Farm Collaborative is subject to development around interchanges and arterial highways section of the Land Use Code. And we know that traffic is a really a key consideration with this. And the Farm Collaborative feels really fortunate. We have traffic engineer Bill Fox, who's known in Colorado, from the Fox Tuttle Transportation Group to study existing and future traffic generation for the project. And just as I'm presenting here, if Bill is not a panelist, could we make him that quick? He's gonna do a little presentation for us. Okay. He's going to provide a short presentation on his approach and findings. And one of the key things that we want to make sure the board is aware of is that the Colorado Department of Transportation, CDOT, requires an access permit and an evaluation when a 20% increase in traffic is triggered by development. And according to Bill's traffic summary that he provided in the application, the new learning center and uses will have an insignificant amount of traffic that does not meet the 20% threshold or trigger a CDOT access permit review. So if we can make Bill a presenter, he's going to give us a short presentation on his findings.
Hey, we can see Bill. Hi, Bill.
And I'm going to stop my screen share too.
If you can
yes,
hear me,
Bill, I can hear you.
And I don't get to have pretty graphics. I'm a traffic engineer, and by definition, they don't allow us to have graphics. I'm a principal with Fox Tuttle Transportation Group, and before I talk about this, just a quick little bit about my background, so hopefully you believe what I have to tell you. Been a traffic engineer, transportation planner for the past 35 years in Colorado, and been working for communities all over the state, including being an on-call traffic engineer for a number of small mountain communities, including Aspen, Basalt, Steamboat, and a lot Crested Butte communities all over the state. But I'm very familiar with this corridor, Highway 82 corridor, having done a number of studies in this corridor specifically. And as was mentioned, Tammy mentioned that we were involved earlier on working on the Cozy Point Ranch as part of that 2016 study, and we were able to document traffic coming and going and signal issues and things on the state highway. So, and that's fortunate because now we have COVID-19 and I can't run out and do current traffic counts to have a better idea. But this is a unique project. It's probably one of the most unique land use plans I've ever done a traffic study for. And there is no cookbook on how to do a traffic study for a farm collaborative. I spent a lot of time on the phone with Ed trying to understand the range of things, the amazing range of things that are going on this site, and how that will be enhanced with the proposed changes, and a little bit more that will be added. And even though we couldn't go out and get current counts, we did have some recent counts from July of 2019 on Juniper Hill Road on both sides of the Cozy Point access driveways, and that was very helpful in this process. But the biggest challenge was trying to figure out the traffic implications of all this use, and it was done in the context of there's still going to be a 75 person at a time limit on how much can be happening on the site at any one time. But with the counts that we had on Juniper Hill Road, and I think Tammy mentioned this earlier, that we concluded that about 255 vehicles a day, one-way trips come and go from the Cozy Point driveways. And then thinking about how that divides between the farm collaborative and the equestrian uses, we've estimated that probably 80% is farm collaborative traffic, or about 200 trips a day. And then in talking with Ed about all the uses and the types of uses, and it varies by season, it varies by day of the week, it varies by time of day. But we concluded that that 200 trip a day estimate would probably go up to about 240. And it's important to highlight the transportation demand management, or TDM, efforts that Ed is proposing, and most of which he's doing already, to try to minimize automobile access to the site, including encouraging carpools for access and school bus access for some of the bigger groups that come to the site, van shuttles to other parts of town or in the valley, and then a potential van shuttle to and from the park and ride, the Brush Creek Park and Ride. And obviously there's access to the RAFTA stop right out front. Even though it is a challenge to cross Highway 82 as a pedestrian, it can be done. And there may be things that can be done to enhance that in the future. But and also Ed's working on a parking management plan to reduce the potential or eliminate the potential for overflow parking to extend out onto Juniper Hill Road. But when you put all that together, the conclusion is that the 240 vehicle trips a day will not, or the increase of, say, about 40 vehicle trips a day will not increase the need for a traffic signal warrant at Highway 82. I know that's a concern to many about what about access, and do we need a traffic signal out there at the state highway? But there are established federal guidelines that CDOT's bound to follow that says when you should or shouldn't have or can have a traffic signal, and that intersection is not close to warranting a traffic signal. In fact, the CDOT access control plan envisioned that this intersection at Highway 82 would not be signalized in the future. But that access control plan also did recommend that the closure of that other access out onto State Highway 82 that serves mostly the ranch or the ranching operation. But in any event, so it's unlikely that a traffic signal will be warranted in the future. And then the other thing that Mike mentioned is CDOT always looks at whether or not they need to issue you need to have a state highway access permit, and their threshold of increasing the traffic onto the state highway by 20% or more will not be met by this amount of increase on Cozy Point from the Farm Collaborative. So it is not likely that CDOT will require an access permit for this use onto the highway. I think that's the bulk of it. I certainly can answer any more specific questions as we go, but that's a summary of the traffic issues so far.
Sure, I think this is an important issue, so we'll take questions on this. Greg.
Great, thank you. Sorry, I was unmuted already. Hopefully it wasn't too noisy from here. Thank you for your presentation on that. I'm looking at the photographs in the packet, page 961 or 942, 955, in that area. There are a lot of great photographs of the various entrances. My understanding is that the Smith Hill Road, Highway 82, Juniper Hill Road intersection is absolutely the most dangerous intersection in our county. And we've had some fatalities there on the other side coming up from Smith Hill. But that's probably the scariest intersection I can think of in our county. So I'm glad you're studying it. I'm glad we're talking about it, because that's an important one. Another thing I wanted to point out is just the access off of Juniper Hill Road. used to drive my kids to the school bus down that road. And the entrance into where the red barn is, into the property, is kind of an awkward entrance. It's on a bit of a corner with a grade and a drop. I've seen people run off the road there. And so I'm wondering, I'm expecting that we'd be making improvements to that intersection and that entrance into the property off of Juniper Hill Road on the west side. And I know there's some photographs in here that would kind of illustrate, kind of get an idea. If you're looking down, you see the horse trailers in the background. Right. So that's the other one regarding the roads. The second, and the third part on that regarding the roads, I see there's a new road that kind of runs around the perimeter to service the property that reconnects behind the barn and to that. And I'm wondering if that's going to be treated with a surface just so it isn't a dust problem, because I'm going to guess that the neighbors up on the hillside of Juniper Hill may have issues with, they're the ones who are most affected by this. My worry is that there may be some dust issues if we're creating another road. And also that place, generally it's either dusty or it's kind of muddy. When it's often in mud season, it's full of potholes. It's very muddy. And I'm wondering what the treatment is going to be for the roads and the parking areas in there. It's kind of a mess, to tell you the truth. And I'm wondering if Aspen or if the Farm Collaborative has a plan to help, maybe with the partner, the other lessee, to do something about that.
So I would start in trying to, there were a number of questions there, and I'm going to let Mike and Ed talk about the on-site ones with the gravel roads and things, but the intersection at State Highway 82, no question, that's an intersection of concern, and CDOT is aware of that. But it's, and when I talk about this site not having enough traffic to warrant a traffic signal at that location really is two intersections, right? Because there's the big median in between. And the higher volume traffic is on the other side of Highway 82 on the east side, Smith Way, where it comes and goes, because people use that as a backdoor into Aspen when the corridor and the roundabouts are congested. And so that's the traffic that's of most concern. The good news about the Farm Collaborative site is, number one, most of their access occurs outside of the peak hours when traffic is heaviest on the state highway. And it's also on the lower volume side of that intersection. So it doesn't have to interact as much with the higher volume traffic coming and going onto Smith Way. But I'll let Mike talk about the other issues on site.
If I could, if you don't mind, Kelly, if you don't mind,
Sure,
if
go
I
ahead,
ask
Greg.
Bill, just to follow up on that. I know we've discussed that there's a farm stand. There'll be a retail farm products stand somewhere out there, and I wasn't sure if that was going to happen in the big building. But I'm wondering what the traffic impact from that will be, and if that was factored in. And then I also just wanted to point out that the EOTC, our Elected Officials Transportation Committee, has been talking about putting a farm stand in right across the street at the intercept lot, and maybe some competition with farm stands would be a good thing. We're paying $4 for a tomato nowadays, so maybe some competition is good. But I'm wondering if the Farm Collaborative had considered putting their farm stand over at the intercept lot and fulfilling that need for us, perhaps as an alternative to putting it on the ranch, accessible through that intersection.
So I'll let Ed answer the second part in a second, but your first question about did we consider the farm stand a part of the traffic projections, and the answer is yes. I asked the same question you did of Ed, and what do you mean by a farm stand? You have people out at the side of the road with lemonade and an umbrella and people pulling over on the shoulder, and the answer is no. What my understanding of the farm stand is mostly an opportunity for folks that are on the site to sell some of their surplus vegetables, say, to other folks that are on the site. And it's unlikely that you're going to be getting people to come in on the way home from Glenwood, say, or whatever, to buy a tomato on the way home as they drive by. But that's my understanding. So we didn't have a huge, we certainly factored in a couple of site access trips for that, but not a big deal.
Okay. Other questions? So we'll let Mike and Eden get back to Greg's other points, but more questions for Mr. Fox at this point. Steve.
So my big concern is that we prevent a situation like at the change in the times at the school when all the parents are driving their kids to the Aspen school system. We absolutely need to prevent all the parents from driving their kids to the Farm Collaborative for events. And so I'm really glad to see that, you know, there's an emphasis on both carpooling and use of shuttles and school buses and whatnot. Is that baked into the approval from the city of Aspen that it has to remain that way and it can't like slide into more and more parents driving their kids to events there on their way to work, kind of a thing like happens at the Aspen School District?
Yeah,
I don't think that's a question for me. That might be a question for Matt or Mike.
Yeah, I could speak a little bit to that, Steve. So the exact application that we're presenting to the board today is the same that we showed the City Council and the Open Space and Trails Board. And our transportation demand management measures are the same. So we anticipate that when school kids come to the property will be by school bus. And then also we have a shuttle that runs from Brush Creek Intercept Lot to Cozy Point. And I think Eden probably can explain those in a little bit more detail if you like, but those are two things that we think are really significant and we're committing to and will be part of our traffic plan.
So can I just jump in for process purposes? Will you be covering your transportation demand management proposal with all the detail? I know it's in our conditions of approval, but do you plan to lay that out for us in the rest of your presentation, Mike?
If you'd like us to, we can go through which each one is, and I think probably Bill or Eden might be the best for explaining each one, but we're happy to, Kelly, if that's what you like.
Okay, and Greg, I see a hand.
Yeah, just thank you, Kelly. Just to follow up, I guess I'd like to hear just a little bit more clarity about the farm stand, because when I think farm stand, I do think of a place where people are going to pull off. There'll be a sign, an attractive sign that draws them in to buy produce, and that was my impression over the last few years hearing about it. But maybe I misunderstood. Is the farm stand only for people who are already on the property? That doesn't make sense to me, and so I think we just need clarification.
Okay. So I'm noting the questions here for Mike and Eden, which includes Steve's question about the transportation demand management commitments. Is there other questions here for Bill Fox, the transportation engineering? Francie. You're muted.
You're muted.
Yeah. I love this plan. So this is not meant as a criticism or anything, but in my experience with parents, no matter how much transportation you provide, they're going to drive their kids right to the door. I mean, I was a teacher forever, and we had bus service, and we had everything we could do. Parents drive their kids to the door. So even if you have a bus from Cozy Point, from the Intercept Lot, they're not going to stop and drop their kids off there to get on a bus that's going to take them over there. Sorry to say, Eden, but that's my experience. So I think you need to really think about that impact. And the same with picking them up. They're not going to trust that their kids are going to get on a bus and then be dropped off at the Intercept Lot or whatever. You're going to have parents driving in there a lot. Sorry to say. So I'm not sure how you can deal with that and how you can turn it into numbers, Bill, but I do think that if you're thinking that the kids are going to ride public transportation, that you might need to, or maybe you already have and you just haven't explained it to me.
Well, I guess the good news is that most of the access that's going to go to Cozy Point is already happening today, and it's in that 255 trips a day that are coming to and from the site. And yes, that'll go up marginally, but I think it'll go up in the context of some pretty significant encouragement to not bring your cars. Eden has impressed to me that's part of his goal, is to part of the plan. And you know, the school bus issue, I agree with you. I do lots and lots of school studies all over the place, and people will drive, but in in the context of classes coming from classrooms to spend time at the Farm Collaborative, and a bus is bringing them, that's could certainly minimize the parent factor. And I see Eden wanted to
Sure. I do want to acknowledge Tammy first. She put her hand up here on this topic. So Tammy, go ahead, please. You're muted. *6.
Great.
All right.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So in the resolution, I mean, that was one of our concerns that Steve brought up, is just exactly how is carpooling going to be promoted, and, you know, how is use of the RAFTA buses going to be promoted. So we've really asked the applicant to go into further detail at building permit submittal and come up with some really specific plans for how that they're going to use these transportation demand measures that they've talked about. What else? You know, and I think that also touches on staff's primary concern is right, that these numbers are always going to be shifting. There's always going to be the parents that are going to want to drive their kids. And that's really the impetus of why we wanted to put in that condition that ongoing studies occur and that ongoing mitigation occurs, because we do see this site evolving and the traffic evolving, and to just put it in, you know, say this is how it is and how it's always going to be is very unlikely. So that's our response to that.
Okay, thank you, Jenny. And I'll go to, let's see, I have a couple questions. So for Eden and Mike, I've just noted what I've heard from the other board members, questions related to improvements to the entrance off Juniper Hill, roads internal to the property, the farm stand at the park and ride, and more details related to transportation demand management. And Patty, I see your hand up. Do you have other questions to add?
Yeah, it goes right to the demand management plan. When we have a piece of property that the county owns just past that, it was given to the county for housing. The county, in all their wisdom, some years ago decided not to use it for housing because of its lack of proximity to the RAFTA bus stop at Brush Creek, because there's no safe pedestrian and bike access. So I think it would be great. I know it's mentioned in the demand management plan, but I think a plan to actually put in some kind of pathway or something from the Farm Collaborative facilities to the Brush Creek intersection. There is an underpass at Brush Creek to the east side of the intersection. The concern would be a safe passage across I think it's 4 lanes of Brush Creek Road as it comes out into the intersection. But that would be a perfect opportunity for us to get something to really help connect that by pedestrian or bicycle. So I don't know if that's specifically, I know it's mentioned, but I think a plan would be terrific. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Patty. I've noted that on my list. So I will turn it back to Mike and Eden to answer the 5 questions we have at hand here.
Okay, I think I wrote down the same ones, Kelly.
Okay.
I'm going to discuss just the interior roads, and this, I think Steve brought this up. You know, this came up at the P&Z hearing too. And one of the things of concern at the P&Z was that the interior road that loops to the east and the south of the project area, there was concern that it was close to Brush Creek proper, and that we were asked to not pave it or not asphalt it, no cement, and to keep it, I think the P&Z resolution said, in a natural state. I can't, probably at this time, I can't speak to, you know, what type of, if it would be, you know, crusher fines or some type of gravel, but that's something we committed to in the P&Z resolution. Areas outside the lease area, I'll probably let Matt Kuhn explain that, and including any of the parking or access upgrades off of Juniper Hill Road, if you want Matt to talk and speak to that.
Thanks, Mike. And I think Mike highlighted well, we're not looking to create a whole new interior network of roads that are used for circulation. Those would be for ad hoc access for things like getting into certain buildings or to the equipment library and things of that nature. It's not a circulation route. It's not a drop-off route. So I would estimate that, knowing that I would not see a large amount of dust generation, just because it'll be kind of ad hoc agricultural and operational uses. And I appreciate your comments and recognition on kind of the poorer conditions of the parking lot and roads right now. And that's related to kind of an ongoing lack of drainage across the Cozy Point property. And I think it was mentioned by Tammy or maybe Mike earlier. And we have a landscape and grading plan that is approved and that we're starting that work this year. It's 2 years of work to really formalize and improve the drainage across the entire site with water treatment and quality improvements before it gets into Brush Creek, ensuring that as stewards of the open space, any of the runoff that's generated from a gravel or road-based parking lot is captured before it reaches Brush Creek. So that's work that's ongoing. And hopefully in the coming years, you'll see improvements in that standing water. And also, that's improvements to the horse paddocks, to pedestrian access within the site. It really is a multifold benefit on the property. Regarding the access off of Juniper Hill Road and the more southern access point, at this point, we're not anticipating a grade change on the paved road, but it's a little bit of a foreshadowing into the scope of discussions with Brush Creek Metro District that we can elaborate on later, but it's something for us to consider. And it's not just there that grades are brought up, it's also at the junction with 82. And there's a number of factors and really elements of consideration with the segment of road, of Juniper Hill Road, that exists on Cozy Point property. It's the road, that section of Brush Creek Road, Juniper Hill Road, exists on Cozy Point on an easement. And I think we'll probably want to talk about that in some detail a little later. But just to answer specifically the question of Commissioner Poshman, I wanted to recognize that at this point, we're not adjusting grades at that southern entrance. We are, though, going to be trying to encourage a directional flow throughout the parking area. And so that will become predominantly an entrance, where the more northern access road will be predominantly an exit with some nuance to that. So overarching point is we are looking very holistically at circulation within the property and trying to consolidate the circulation of vehicles dropping off, vehicles parking, trailer parking, and those kind of things into an improved structure. So hopefully by the end of this year, come November, you're going to see some quite substantial improvements to that area.
Matt, do you also want to address Patty's question about plan for pathway and trails, and as it relates to the 2017 management plan, that might shed some light on that?
Sure, I'll touch on that quickly. Being the open space and trails department, that's keenly on our radar. We're interested in making those improvements as well. It's a bit challenging, I think, as you highlighted, crossing the 4 lanes of Brush Creek Road. We've looked at that in the past. Back in probably 2015, we looked at that as a possible equestrian connection onto Sky Mountain Park. We even had an engineer provide an analysis of at-grade crossing on Brush Creek there. Unfortunately, the speeds are pretty fast on Brush Creek Road for an at-grade crossing away from the intersection. To connect to that underpass that's south of Brush Creek and then ultimately over to the intercept lot and the transit portions of the property, we would have to look at how we can get across Brush Creek safely. And it's not just pedestrians and cyclists that we need to consider. Because of the agricultural nature of the property, it's important that we're looking equitably at equestrians. And so it challenges it a bit for us. Presently, it's on our ambitions, but we don't yet have a project earmarked in our capital project for that specific connection because of that historical look back that we had with engineers in 2015. Does that answer the question that you had, Commissioner Clapper?
Okay. I had the same question. I don't know if is it codified? I'll just follow up, Matt. Is it codified at all in the management plan for that ambition?
To my recollection, we do reference a larger scale ambition to connect to the transit areas as well as to existing trails. But specific projects are not spelled out. It's a general theme of intent.
Kelly?
Yes, Patty.
It pretty much says the applicant shall create plans for infrastructure enhancements to support pedestrian bicycle safety and connectivity. So that's on page 14 of our staff memorandum. So it's there, and I think it's something we should hold them to it, because that's a key element for me. Thank you.
Okay, Steve.
Just real quickly, the Roaring Fork Horse Council really wanted to develop the equestrian crossing at Brush Creek Road. And I walked all around there with several members of them and looked at the underpass and everything. And the conclusion that was arrived at was the only safe crossing of Brush Creek Road is right at the light, with having a button you could push, and you cross when the green light is for the Highway 82 traffic to get over to the underpass. There was no possibility for a midway crossing a little bit away from the intersection would be so dangerous that and it would delay traffic unnecessarily that close to the intersection.
Okay. Thank you, Steve. I'll turn it back over to Mike for to answer the remaining list of questions we have right now.
Okay. Eden, can you detail on carpooling and the shuttle bus that we use, or you use from the Intercept lot, and also provide some detail on the retail farm stand? I know that we did explore putting it out at the Brush Creek Intercept lot, and maybe you can speak to that and address some of the concerns.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Jacober, that is a very good point. Parents often do not, being a parent myself, I have myself sometimes not put my children on a shuttle bus that's offered and drop them off. So I appreciate the notion. I think there's a nuance here that's maybe getting lost somewhere in the mix. Our programs, there's really two different kinds of kids programs that take place on the site. And one of them is kids programs that's part of our extended classroom that comes directly from the schools. And that program is not open for the general public. That is a program that we facilitate directly with teachers across the Roaring Fork Valley. And so those teachers, they coordinate the arrangement of how the children are brought to the site. And they do so by school bus, by van pool, or by a pretty significant kind of suburban style carpool with parents. And so that's very different than our kids program and their arrival to the site. And the other thing that I think is just worth noting here is that we are not looking for a significant increase in those kids programs. And we also have a staggered entry period for all of our kids programs. So even if all the children were arriving at site, first of all, that's how things are today for the most part. And even in that case, we haven't seen traffic issues. However, to kind of further mitigation efforts, we have put a lot of serious work into expanding carpooling options. And so starting last year, we've had for several years, and last year we started offering it as a service, a 15-passenger van that picks up children in the morning and brings them back home at night. And we've actually seen a very significant demand for that service because it's because of the time in which the way we kind of marketed it to parents is we basically push it as extended hours. So because our programs start in off traffic hours, our programs typically start after there's the big traffic push in the morning during the summer. The reason there's a big traffic push is because that is the time when a lot of parents are going to work in the morning. And so by providing the shuttle, what we do is pick children up earlier from their original area. So we have a stop in downtown Aspen, a stop at the Intercept lot, and occasionally we'll have a stop somewhere in the Woody Creek corridor to intersect parents that are coming from Down Valley. And we actually saw a much greater demand than we anticipated for that shuttle service. I think it was because of the way we marketed it as a chance to extend hours in the program. Basically, parents get an extra 30 plus minutes in the morning and 30 plus minutes in the afternoon of childcare. We have seen significant demand for that, and we anticipate that that demand will grow once the word spreads about it. We just did a trial with it and it worked really well. Does that help answer your questions, Commissioner Jacober? Okay, as for the farm stand, I understand how farm stand can be perceived as many different things. And as the Farm Collaborative, one of our objectives is to build a resilient and regenerative food system for our whole community. So as such, anytime that an activity that we're doing is perceived at being in competition to our agriculture providers and distributors, we will hush that activity down. And I say that specifically because we are big supporters of Skip's Farm to Market in Basalt. We really like what they're doing. We're big supporters of farm runners. We love what is happening when Meat and Cheese has some local food that they provide, and as well as some of the other food distributors down Valley. We do not intend to compete with those people. We intend to support them. Part of what we do with Two Forks is specifically support those type of ventures. And so it would be contradictory to our mission to create something that is then in competition to that which we are supporting. So this farm stand is really, the closest analogy would be the tack shop that is already operating at Cozy Point Ranch today. Are you guys familiar with that one? It's basically a little marketplace where children that are enrolled in Cozy Point LLC equestrian programs can purchase tack equipment for the horses, can get little snacks for kids that are in camp. That is really the direction of what we're looking at, is providing a marketplace for the people that are on the site to get access to lunches, to foods, and to really get that holistic experience when they're coming out and touring the facility.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask Andrew, can you promote Greg? He's on the phone, 7997, so I can check in with him and see if his question's been answered. And Greg, can you *6? Did Eden address your question? Any follow-up? You're not muted, but I don't hear you. Yeah. No, Greg, I see your hand. I just, I'm not sure what's going on. You may need to hit *6.
Okay, how's that?
Good.
Thank you. Okay, I'm satisfied with that. I appreciate the response, Eden, regarding the farm stand. I think that does make sense, and hopefully if we end up establishing a farm stand over at the Intercept lot, perhaps you can help support them as well. There'll probably be people you already know. So
yes.
I think I'm satisfied with that answer. I have some other answers coming up just regarding the housing, regarding Airstream trailers, things like that. So when the time comes, I'll chime in then. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Eden, did you want to address any other point on that? To the farm stand or the farm stand at the Park and Ride?
I'm happy to address further questions. Oh, in regards to the Park and Ride, we have been communicating with the team. We're really enthusiastic that there is a farm stand being proposed out there. We're not in a position to occupy that at this time. We would certainly, I guess what I would say is I hope that the county continues to pursue that option. If we start to see demand increase in our farm stand in a way that contradicts what we're doing, we would either look for an entrepreneur to step in and take that on and hopefully do something at the Intercept lot, or partner with somebody to provide that service. I think it's a really, really great option, and I hope that the county does do it.
Great, thank you. Okay, let's keep going. We're going to be here all night.
Okay.
Thanks for your patience, everybody.
No, we are not going to be here all night. I've been here all night already from yesterday.
Yeah.
All right.
Kelly, I'm gonna cut it short and say that concludes our presentation, and especially the transportation piece and the traffic demand measures that we're proposing. We want to say thank you to Tammy and the ComDev staff. It's always great working with them. And when the time comes to discuss the resolution, there are certain conditions of approval that affect the Cozy Point Ranch at large, and they're outside Eden's lease area. So when the time comes to talk conditions of approval, the city of Aspen would like to talk about some minor changes with the BOCC. So thank you.
Okay. I do know, Greg just had a question related to the housing, the temporary Airstreams. So if we could get some presentation related to that. And then I saw another hand from Patty. So let's start with the housing, and Steve has another question too.
Okay. I think Eden will be the best one to answer these questions.
Yes, so happy to discuss the temporary seasonal farm worker housing. So this is effectively putting into use the resolution that was passed at the commissioner level for temporary seasonal farm worker housing on farms that are actively growing food on more than 5 acres in Pickens County. And so we are pursuing this. Last year we did a trial with an Airstream. This year we're pursuing the max that was allowed by the ordinance, which is 2 units. And basically what we're doing, how it relates to this proposal is that we are looking to formalize where we're able to put those so that they are, I guess, the most integrated with the facility. And so that it's something that when we're basically, going for that annual allowance, that it's just cleanly presented and something that we can do that really doesn't contradict the vernacular of the rest of the site. In terms of Airstream, the Airstream was something that we pulled together quickly last year as a trial. We will have it for the first half of this summer. And then we have upgraded to basically mobile tiny homes, similar to what is at Ski Company, with a slightly more modest scale. And we're going to be trialing 2 of those units on our facility. And if they work, we will scale that separate from the scope of this application. We'll scale that as a housing library for the greater farming community in the Roaring Fork Valley, so that not every farmer has to purchase their units and find a place to store it and all that. We will basically be providing that and then leasing them out to farmers, similar to our equipment library. Now, I think it's important to note that our agreement with the city is to have those units off of the site when they are not in use. So basically starting this next winter, when our next season is completed, we will be removing any of the tiny homes or the RV units that are on site to facilities that are not related to Cozy Point. We're looking at being really creative and innovative with that, such that we can provide housing perhaps for Ski Company or others, so that the housing units get used during the winter time. But that's outside of the scale of what I can present here today.
Thank you. Greg, does that answer your question? Can you hit *6 to unmute? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. It does. I'm just kind of imagining how things will grow from there. And my concern is, I know you're going for net zero, you're doing for low carbon. We have climate action plans in the city and the county, and we're taking energy efficiency and efficient homes very seriously. So it's gratifying to hear that we have hopefully energy efficient tiny homes rather than maybe an Airstream, which might be less so. But that is a concern of mine, and it's also a concern that things tend to grow. I think progress involves making things grow and become more permanent. And I'm wondering, what farming do you anticipate doing in the winter season, and what kind of staff might you have, and will you have a need to house people? So that's kind of where I see it going, and I'm wondering if it's too early to have that conversation. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Greg. I think it's a very important discussion, and I know that the housing library, the temporary seasonal farm worker housing ordinance that was passed by Pickens County has a sunset in which we will get to have a much more detailed discussion about that with you all. The short answer is we are hindered by what Pickens County allows. Right now, it's 2 housing units on a farm plot. So regardless of how our agriculture operation grows, that's what we're allowed to do. And so that's what we're planning to do. In terms of housing year round, I guess the short answer is the same as it is with every business. And yes, housing is absolutely a need. And I hope that we can explore those solutions in the future. Any long-term housing is certainly outside the scale of what we are prepared to present today here. and whether or not that takes place at Cozy Point is also something that I'm not really in a position to address right now. But I guess what I want to say is that I really look forward to the opportunity to discuss the success and the opportunities with the temporary seasonal farm working ordinance with you guys when that ordinance sunsets.
Great, thanks, Eden. And I know I saw a hand from Steve.
Oh, my hand is up.
And then Patty, sorry.
So,
then Patty.
Mine was a follow-up on this, actually. I was just curious about where the location of the RVs would be. If there were two airstreams sitting there in the wrong location, it would detract from the appearance of the, the red barn or anything. If they're properly located, they would be unobtrusive. And so I'm curious if you have figured that out. I'm realizing it's different with your configuration of buildings now than it would be in your build out plan that you've.
Mike, can you pull up the landscape plan? I can give a quick rundown on that. And we actually have it in for review right now with Pickens County for this year's use of that. Given that is a year-to-year approval, there's always the opportunity that the county could say, we don't like that location and we want you to change it next year. So it's not permanently represented here, but basically if you look in the basically the farm access side of the building, so that's where the tractor was in one of the previous renderings, next to number 27, basically right along the edge of where that access is right there. Sorry, but on the other side of the leach field fence there. Nope, back to the parking zone.
Back here.
Yeah, basically right where those vehicles are effectively, but tucked up against the corner of those fences. Yeah, in there. That's the place, and so that's where we're wiring for power right now for those units.
Patty, go ahead.
Yeah.
You just muted yourself.
I think Eden will. I've noticed there's some interesting use of Cozy Point. If you turn and drive up the Cozy Point access road off of 82 to your immediate, one pasture over to your right, the city has some kind of boulder separation and earth soil storage, which demands a lot of trucks, dump trucks coming and going, which I think could be one of the reasons that section of Cozy Point Road there is being degraded. So I don't know how the city is getting away with using their open space parcel for storage of boulders and soil. But I think the fact that there's dump trucks and heavy equipment that are using that section of road should be taken into consideration when you're talking at a financial burden existing and trying to come up with a plan for cost sharing. So I don't know if maybe Matt Kuhn can answer that for me, or somebody from the city can answer what that use is, why it's allowed, and how it's impacting the road. Thank you, Kelly.
Sure. Who wants to tackle that? Matt, go ahead, please.
Thank you. It's a really good question. That is associated with the landscape and grading project that I discussed earlier regarding Commissioner Postman's questions about drainage. That's temporary. That is within our activity envelope. We haven't really touched on the activity envelopes on the ranch. We have about 19 acres of available space to use for activity. Most of that surrounds the structures, the riding arena, and Eden's Farm Collaborative site. But we do have about 2 acres over to the north there for the archery range. And what we're using it now for is staging of materials for our drainage improvements that are happening. And that's why all of a sudden it looks like this big pile of boulders. We demobbed all of our boulders late in the fall from Burlingame Ranch and brought everything over to there in anticipation of this project. That's temporary. That site is used, though, for manure and a few other things year round. So you probably have seen activity there on a much smaller scale in years past. And that's why we have that activity envelope there. And that's where the manure from the paddocks, from the horses, all that goes, and we compost that. And then, in fact, we use that material to top dress our hay pastures and, try to improve soil health in general. So it's all generally a much scale operation, smaller scale operation. You'll see it in its current state for the next couple of years. regarding your second point, which was increased usage of dump trucks, we are, and as part of our permit, we are making a temporary access road between that pile and our project area so that we are crossing directly across Juniper Hill Road rather than making a turning movement onto Juniper Hill Road, going a while and then turning off. That kind of thing, that kind of use of the road would degrade it even quicker. And so we are going to be installing a temporary direct linear crossing between that path and there and the project area. And then when we come out of there in the fall of 22, hopefully, we will restore that temporary road. And then, you know, it's been discussed a little bit, and I think it's an appropriate time to mention that we recognize that our activities in this area do have an impact on that lower portion of Juniper Hill Road. And, you know, if there's more questions regarding the cost sharing agreement, I would leave it up to Commissioner Curry if that is something I should discuss now or at a later time. But we can discuss that in greater detail if desired.
Yeah, I don't think it needs to be discussed now. I think it's written in here. I think that'll be part of the ongoing discussion. But I have definitely noticed more significant potholes in that first section turning off of Highway 82 onto Juniper Hill Road. And that's why I noticed the activity. So if it's temporary or not, that section of road, that first section from the Highway 82 turnoff has definitely been degraded since I've noticed the increased temporary activity. So I just want everybody to have a fair portion of this cost sharing. So
well, and
just to point that out.
If I could simply respond to that, the maintenance of that portion of Juniper Hill Road has been solely the responsibility of the Brush Creek Metro District since the easement was recorded in the late 90s. And so part of the discussion that we're having with Brush Creek Metro District is how do we assess a current condition that is fair and equitable, recognizing that there might be some deferred maintenance costs that, if you read the terms of the easement, would be borne on the Brush Creek Metro District to have handled those in cost sharing with us. And so there's a lot of this, like we're playing catch up right now because the terms of the easement have not fully been respected to date. And so establishing a mutually agreed upon condition and agreements to the maintenance of that are really a lot of variables that we need to work through. I do think that there is, you know, as you see with a lot of roads, they're good until they start failing and then they fail very quickly. And that's where we're at right now on that section of road.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you, Matt.
Who pays for roads is a heated discussion at every level of government in Colorado. So how to move us forward here? This is a public hearing. So I do just want to check in. I think my plan here is we'll see if board members have any more questions. If not, we'll go to the public hearing and then I will come back and I will check in on the temperature of the board about the sense of approval. And if there's a sense of approval here, then we can go through the language of the conditions and the resolution and hammer out those details. So that's how I'm going to proceed, and I'll check in. Are there other questions from board members for applicant or staff right now? And Greg, since you're on the phone, you'll need to *9 if you do have more questions. Okay, I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing on this matter. Again, for members of the public who wish to comment, we are discussing the permit for development of areas of state interest for the redevelopment of the Farm Collaborative Learning Center at Cozy Point Ranch. And *9 to raise your hand, and then *6 to unmute yourself. And you have about 3 minutes. And I see Tom Newland. Hi, sir. Please go ahead and introduce yourself to the board, unmute yourself by pressing *6, and go ahead.
Hello, board, commissioners in attendance. Thank you for taking my public comments. I'm here representing the Brush Creek Metropolitan District. Unfortunately, Rick Stevens, who's the manager of the district, couldn't make it. He had a conflict with another meeting, so he put this in my hands. And I'd like to go through real quickly the comments that we have regarding the application. I hope you've all seen our December 30th, 2020 letter to the Planning and Zoning Commission. And if you've seen them and read them, we certainly hope you will consider the opinions that we've expressed. And the real bottom line is that this application to us seems pretty open-ended. I mean, it's going to generate traffic that Bill put together initially, but what happens when it grows? What happens if it gets wildly popular? For example, you got what, 8 people in the sorry, what you actually call it here. Oh yeah, farm equipment library. What if that doubles or triples or quadruples over time? That'll really increase traffic, especially on that portion of Juniper Hill Road that's currently failing. And as far as the the negotiations with the easements, we thank Matt a lot for getting on that. We've had an initial meeting with Matt and his crew about that, and I think it was a pretty good meeting. It's a good start. The condition of approval that references that, number 3, is great, but it doesn't have any teeth to it. It basically says, yeah, we'll negotiate, but what we'd really like to see is that put down into number 4 with the building permit approval. I think we can do it quickly. I don't think we're too far apart, the district and the city. And I'm wondering if you would consider that condition to change to 4. As far as the conditions in 4 go, 4E, as far as closing that access, that should be closed under the access plan, and presenting a plan for that, we'd like to hopefully see a date of when that would be closed. One thing that's lacking, although it is in the management plan, is a parking plan. However, that parking plan it shows a lot of good spaces, but it's going to be a dirt parking lot, so you can't mark the spaces and manage it that way. So we're kind of concerned about parking on Brush Creek Road, and it's good to hear that we're looking for an alternative for a backflow parking, or possibly even directing people to the intercept lot and traveling by shuttle, so we can avoid that problem. Parking along the side of the road there would just be a dangerous situation for everybody. I kind of take a little, I don't know, I don't agree with Mike that the farm to table, the lunch cafe, and the demo kitchen does not represent a restaurant. Technically it doesn't, but for all intents and purposes, it is a commercial kitchen. And I think it should be treated that way. We're heartened to hear that you're going to limit it to 75 people a day. My question is, how is that limit going to be enforced? The retail stand, I totally agree with what's been said about moving that over there. In fact, if you don't move it over there and somebody else takes that stand at the intercept lot, you could be out of business yourself. Nobody will show up to your place. And then finally, I'd just like to say, in light, and this is a quote from Rick, in light of the recent pressure on Brush Creek Corridor and the planning area, the participation of residents has increased substantially to including the update of the master plan that we're going through right now. And it's really a shame that we couldn't wait on this approval until the new master plan was approved. The Mr. District has spent a lot of funds hiring myself, and also doing some traffic studies and road condition studies. So we've got a lot of investment in this, and we want to make sure we can come to a good agreement with the city that's equitable to get that road back into condition where it should be. I think that's all I have. Just to let you know, the Metro District is roads, water, and trash, and nothing else up there. So we're not like the caucus or anything, but those are the concerns we have regarding those factors. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Tom. Okay, other members of the public who wish to comment on this application, please choose *9 to raise your hand. Nope, Tom, I see your hand again. We've already heard from you. Any other members here from the public? Jerry Scheinbaum. Go ahead and press *6 to unmute yourself, please.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, we can hear you just fine.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I've been a resident up there since 1975. In listening to the presentation, it's hard to disagree with a lot of what's going to happen. But one thing of major concern to my family and a lot of families I speak to is the Highway 82 intersection. It's a dangerous intersection. I don't think that it's been addressed clearly, or even I would almost say it hasn't been addressed honestly. Anyone who lives there who tries to go up or down Valley during the morning hours till around 10:30 in the morning, or anyone who tries to enter that road, Juniper Hill Road, in the afternoon is at high risk. And I believe that this plan of Eden's, which I don't have a big objection to, should be put on hold until an independent traffic engineer who is not paid by us or not paid by Eden really does a realistic study. And I think that traffic is only going to grow at the ranch. Farm to table is a great idea, but you could limit it to 75 people, but you might need another 75 to service those events. I think it was stated by Mike that there would be two farm to table dinners a week, but I don't think there's any restriction. If it's popular, there might be 5 or 6. And I think that we need to really address traffic much differently than has been stated so far. And that's basically all I have to say.
Okay, thank you, sir. Are there other members of the public who wish to comment on this? Please press *9 to raise your hand. I see it looks like we have a new phone number that has joined, ending in 7869. If you would like to press *6 to unmute yourself and introduce yourself to the board, you have 3 minutes, please. Try and press *6 to unmute yourself. Phone number ending 7869.
Looks like they had it unmuted. Here we go, unmuted again.
Hello.
Hi, yes, we can hear you.
Hello.
Go
Sorry,
ahead.
yeah, sorry, it's me. It's Giles again, the landscape architect. I had to call in because I'd run out of Zoom. So this is a better way. I'm not a member of the public, so sorry about that. It's Giles, the landscape architect, calling in.
Happy to have you back. Any other members of the public wish to comment on this application regarding the Farm Collaborative? I just see John Spice. Is he part of the project team?
John is with the city of Denison.
Okay. Okay, I'm not seeing other members joining us to comment on this permit application, so I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. I'll apologize for some background noise in my area, but we'll work through it. So what I'd like to do next is just sort of check in regarding general support or opposition for the board, and then based on that, we can dive into the details of the resolution as necessary. So I'm just going to look to board members. Patty?
Yeah, I want to move forward with this, and I would like to just fine tune the details of the resolution. And I'm sorry, the only resolution I have before me is the one from P&Z, and because of where I am right now, I don't have access to the other one, but I think they're pretty close, and I think Tammy can, if we can hear Tammy and she can hear us, we can walk it through, and I'd like to get on with that.
Okay, I can also pull it up to share my screen and we can walk through the language if that's helpful.
I think it's probably pretty close. Thank you.
Okay. Other board members, are we comfortable moving forward? Steve?
Well, I'm comfortable moving forward. I'm very much in favor of this project. There might be some details of the resolution that need to be ironed out still. I'm getting tired tonight. I hope we can finish it today.
Yeah, I'm with you. Maybe I'll actually look for a motion from the board. That's probably the more formal way for us to launch into this discussion.
I will make a motion to approve the resolution granting approval of the Farm Collaborative Learning Center permit for development in areas of state interest, areas around interchanges involving arterial highways. I think we need to kind of focus on that statement and when we move forward with the resolution, please.
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you, Francie.
Thank you, Francie.
And so further discussion here, I will invite the applicant to present the items of concern and the conditions of the resolution. And I'll just go ahead and share my screen so that all the board members can be on the same page. Hold on one moment, please.
Okay, I'm talking about dinner.
Okay, so I am sharing my screen, and here on page 5 is where we start with the actual conditions of the resolution. Let me check in with the applicant. Is there any objections by the board or by the applicant regarding the recitals? And I just ask you guys to have patience because it's hard for me to see everyone while I'm screen sharing.
Kelly, nothing on the Farm Collaborative side, but I think the city will want to talk about some.
Okay. And is Mike, are you going to identify those for the city or Matt? I mean, sorry, or someone else?
Yes, can I make a...
Feel free to correct me, Mike, but I don't think we have anything regarding concern within the recitals section of the resolution.
Yep, not to my knowledge.
Any concerns with board members on the recitals?
Nope.
Okay.
Yes,
Steve.
please, a pickup order, please.
The thing about the waste system is actually, I noticed that earlier on the map, is kind of uphill. It's being moved uphill. So, and I forgot to ask about that earlier, but I presume that the septic waste will have to be pumped to get up to that site. Is that correct?
There's a little bit of grade change from the new site to where the learning center is. So we haven't fully fleshed that out yet.
No pun intended.
I know. But that's a possibility. But the greater septic field that we're considering for Cozy Point Ranch requires collaboration with the other lessee and then work with the city. And that one obviously is way downhill and doesn't require a pump.
Okay, any other, and I'll just ask board members, you may need to jump in if I don't call on you. Francie, go ahead.
This is just really quick. I read this whole thing, but I can't remember what the timeline is. Would you remind me, Mike?
Timeline for what, Francie?
Or when you start and what your progress is going to look like and when you're going to finish and that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. So if approval is granted, Eden's going to engage the project team to get construction documents together, and then we would submit for building permit. Not exactly sure on the time frame, but there would be a push to get it in, and then pending permit review time, we would pull permits and begin construction. Eden, do you have a good handle on dates on that for Francie?
Imminently, as soon as possible. So we have this project is being funded by predominantly private philanthropic dollars. And we are on a tight timeline with putting some of those to use. So we're ready to get moving immediately.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, so then let's move on to the conditions of approval. I'm going to scroll down for board members who are looking at your own packets. In this page, they start at page 5. So let me check in. Who with the city is going to identify the conditions for our discussion?
I'd be happy to do that. And I think they're relatively minor changes, but certainly for consideration of the commission, I would ask that, and this is captured fairly well, I think, in the staff memo from county staff. And it's so basically regarding number 3, which currently states the applicant shall enter into good faith discussions with Brush Creek Metro District to update the cost sharing agreement for Juniper Hill Road. As Tom Newland mentioned in his public comment, we've already started that. We've had a kickoff meeting. We've traded some emails. We are looking forward to moving that along. There is a little bit of process associated with that. It might involve some traffic studies. It might involve some engineering research, but it's also worth noting that this cost sharing agreement lives within an easement. And so that will need to go to our open space and trails board and likely to city council. And so there is kind of a process associated with that. And the 2 minor changes we were requesting in section 3 here was to replace the word cost sharing in the first sentence with the word easement to reflect the easement that exists. And the second part of the requested change was that the last sentence states that both parties and shall be periodically updated based on the results of ongoing traffic counts. I think there is a chance, and I don't want to presume this, but I think there's a chance that the agreement is not simply based on traffic counts. And so we suggest that in lieu of the term ongoing traffic counts, that we reference something associated with the results of the amended agreement. It recognizes our intention and hope to reach an agreement and adjust the cost sharing, but it doesn't bind us to base our cost sharing on those traffic counts.
Okay, and then before I check in with the board, Tom Newland also had a suggestion to move that down to 4 to tie it in with the building permit. So what are your thoughts on that request?
Well, I understand where Tom would like that to be there. In terms of this application before you, this really is about the farm center and the farm collaborative. And the cost sharing easement is more in our program at the city of Aspen as being managers and stewards of the land. I would really, as Eden pointed out, it's our hope to get Eden an approval and allow him to start the building permit application process and then allow us within the city of Aspen and the Parks and Open Space Department to continue to work with Brush Creek Metro District on a revised easement for those purposes. So it's our request to not tie that to submission of the building permit and recognize that we are putting our best foot forward. We want to be good neighbors and trust us as land managers and fellow local government folks that our best intentions lie in working with Tom and Rick and the Brush Creek Metro District on that revised agreement.
Okay, on this point, let me check in with the board on preferred language for the board.
For number 3?
Yes, for number 3. And so here the recommendation is to not adopt what Tom Newland had presented and instead change number 3 to read, the applicant shall enter into good faith discussions with Brush Creek Metro District to update the easement for Juniper Hill Road. The updated cost sharing, easement, the updated easement shall accurately reflect the current and proposed use of Juniper Hill Road by both parties and shall be periodically updated based on the results of the amended agreement.
I'm okay with that language.
Any other thoughts? Francie, you may have frozen, so you may want to turn your video off.
I think isn't that the red line in the P&Z, page 5? Is that right? Tammy can answer. Whoops, okay, Kelly.
Please just share with them.
Sorry, I don't know. I'm just looking at what was in our packet.
Okay, I'm okay with it.
Try to get another.
Okay. Any other objections?
Here, I'll get it both out.
Sorry, I'm toggling between all of you on my screen, so I'm not seeing any objections by board members. Do I?
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead. Francie.
I was asking it before, but I think I got
You froze
kicked off for a second. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I sort of go in and out right now. I asked if is in good faith something that shows up in legal documents regularly.
John Ely, do you want to take that?
I wouldn't say that it regularly appears, but it is fallback language from time to time. It is a statement that tries to indicate a willingness of the parties without a firm commitment.
Okay. So it's legal language though.
Well, I guess there's no definition as to what legal language is. I mean, the language that is employed in legal documents from time to time.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So Kelly, what happens if the Metro District and the city fail to reach an agreement on their thing? How does that then affect the management and the cost sharing on the road and the future, the use of it by the farm collaborative?
I don't know if I'm the best person to answer that. So if they fail to meet this condition, what happens to the rest of the resolution?
The condition as written does not require that a agreement be reached. It requires good faith attempt to reach an agreement.
Well, I believe that'll happen, so I'm okay with it.
Okay. Any other concerns on the amended language? No. Okay. All right. So we will amend number 3. I'll go back to Matt to ask what other items you wanted us to consider.
Thank you. I am also toggling between screens here, so bear with me for one moment. The final minor change that we're suggesting is in resolution condition number 15, and the staff packet references this on page 14, and Tammy also mentioned this in her presentation at the start. The way that the latter part of this condition reads, and I'm just going to skip down to the sentence that starts with the traffic audit. The traffic audit shall incorporate the effectiveness of the proposed transportation demand management measures, and the applicant shall annually make adjustments to improve function of the TDM measures and establish a traffic generation cap if appropriate. The report shall be provided to the Community Development Department and the county engineer, who may require additional actions to be taken if it is found that the traffic impacts are not managed or mitigated. Basically, our concern here is that there are several aspects of this sentence that are outside of the control of the city of Aspen. And I think Commissioner Clapper highlighted it perhaps with that former parcel that's in the county's hands. There's a number of parcels up above this that are outside of the city's hands. And the recommendation of staff, of county staff at page 14 says staff recommends the condition remain as drafted, or to add language to make clear that the applicant would only be asked to mitigate for impacts associated with activity at Cozy Point Ranch. And so if the commission were willing to entertain the addition of that language to specify that we're only responsible for those factors of Cozy Point Ranch, I think we as the landowner would be amenable to that. And it speaks to our comment that's in, I think it's Exhibit L, which basically said there's elements of this beyond our control and we should not be responsible for those.
Okay, thank you. So looking at board members, Matt's looking to amend condition number 15 to include language that connects the traffic factors directly with Cozy Point Ranch. Thoughts?
I have thoughts.
Go ahead, Pat.
Okay, yeah.
I can't see you. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. I can see you. I don't have a problem adding specific to activities with Cozy Point Ranch. My question is, on the P&Z resolution, they have redlined out, eliminated the sentence that starts and that Tammy, can you help? It says, and establish a traffic generation cap if applicable. The report shall be provided to community development, et cetera, et cetera. That last portion is eliminated. Are we eliminating that or are we keeping it?
Tammy, can you talk about what was the decision to not retain P&Z's red line? You'll have to star 6. We can't hear you.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
So right, Matt was just saying that they originally requested that last portion of that sentence just be eliminated, and it was staff's recommendation to either keep it or make some clarifying language. So it sounds like Matt's okay with making that clarifying language. You got it, Patty? Does that make sense?
Yeah. So Kelly, yeah, I would rather keep that language in there. That's redlined out on P&Z's. I'd rather keep that language, and also adds Matt's request to put this specific to activity with Cozy Point in there also. And then I'm comfortable with number 15.
Okay. Other board members, I'm just going to invite board members to jump in. Steve.
I'm good with that change in the language too, and I think it's appropriate to put it in.
Okay.
Likewise from Greg.
Thank you.
I'm good with it, the way she suggested.
Okay. So to clarify, the way I'm reading it is that we would add it at the end there, or let's see, staff, where do you,
Can I ask a clarifying question about traffic generation cap? Are there instances within the county that this has been considered? And as I read this, there's no objective data referencing the traffic generation cap. And so if there's points within those land use codes that Tammy referenced for the areas of state interest that would inform that, I think that's potentially an additional clarification. If we do not strike that section that says traffic generation cap, it would be helpful for us to understand the objective terms that define what that may be.
Tammy, can you answer that?
Yeah. So I guess to start on the first part of that question, I might look to Suzanne too to think of other places in the county where something similar has been done. I wouldn't say the county has enforced a traffic generation cap. It's more, I'm thinking of like tow clot, where they say, you know, we're only going to have, you know, this many cars a day, or, you know, I don't know that. I'm trying to think of other examples. I don't know, Suzanne, is there any you can think of?
I'm not sure if I'm coming up with any examples. I mean, we probably did something with, you know, the music school. Again, the idea there was, you know, we'd like to see how the traffic demand measures work. And in the end, if we have concerns about that, maybe it's not a cap. Maybe it's, you know, establish further limits on traffic generation, maybe is a better way of putting that, rather than, right. I don't know that any of us know what that cap might be, but we'll know if traffic keeps increasing, that, you know, we want to put some more restrictions on that to try and limit it. So maybe that's a better approach.
Okay, so let me just try and wordsmith this a little bit. So we could say the applicant shall annually make adjustments to improve the function of the TDM measures and establish traffic generation limits if appropriate. And then the report shall be provided to ComDev and the county engineer, who may require additional actions be taken if it is found that traffic impacts associated with Cozy Point Ranch are not mitigated or managed. Okay.
Yeah, that's good language, Kelly.
Okay. Other board members, does that sound palatable to you? Steve?
So the way I'm reading number 15 is it's just a one-time traffic audit, and then you just said the word annually, Kelly. And also number 16 indicates that it's more an annual thing, that if it does exceed 20%, then they need to change their CDOT state highway access agreement. So what is actually being required of them? Is it an annual audit of the traffic, or is it just once in a while, or just once?
So I'll offer what I'm reading, because it says, you know, their initial traffic audit will determine if and when subsequent audits occur. So that's where following audits would be teed up.
Right, Kelly, that means that if they're seeing an upward trend, then they may want to require one in the next year or two. If they're seeing it holding steady or going down, that could be a different set of circumstances.
Mm-hmm.
I think your interpretation is correct, Kelly.
Do you want to clean that up, Steve, or does that work?
Well, to meet the requirements of number 16, it seems like that an audit would be required periodically to ensure that that 20% threshold hasn't been exceeded. I don't know any other way to do it besides doing it, you know, making it a periodic requirement. Maybe it doesn't have to be done annually. Maybe it could be put in that the community development could request it because there seem to be complaints and problems being generated by more and more traffic, something to that effect.
Well, Steve, I think that's already stated in the initial traffic audit shall determine if and when subsequent traffic audits shall be conducted. That leaves that door open to, they can determine if they need one next year or 3 years, or, you know, on a regular basis for the next 2 years consecutive. That's the second sentence of that section 15.
I would maybe offer in the last sentence again, we could say ComDev and the county engineer, who may require additional audits and or actions be taken.
That's fine. It just kind of reiterates that second sentence, and I'm fine with that. If Steve's okay with it.
Does that work, Steve? Okay. All right, other board members, is that language okay? Greg, thumbs up. Francie, okay?
Good.
Okay. All right, Matt, are there others to consider?
I do not believe so. Would it be possible to hear the final agreed upon terms of number 15?
Sure. So the edits I have offered all are at the end of that paragraph in 15. And so we would say, the applicant shall annually make adjustments to improve the function of the TDM measures and establish traffic generation limits if appropriate. The report shall be provided to the Community Development Department and the county engineer, who may require additional audits and or actions be taken if it is found that traffic impacts associated with Cozy Point Ranch are not managed or mitigated. I think that's clear. Okay. Moving on, did other board members have conditions that they would like to offer or edit? Patty.
I have one, and I'm not sure if it's the same page. It would be on page 5 of section 4, HI. That's on the P&Z. It's about the provide for future designated pedestrian and bike. No.
Yeah, that's condition 4I.
4I. So it's on 4I. Yeah, I just want to clarify the language, and I thank you for putting that. I mean, that's there. I didn't notice it, but it says on Cozy Point. That means it's pedestrian and bike access on Cozy Point. No, we want it to be on and or to Cozy Point. Because I think my concern is pedestrian and bike access to Cozy Point Ranch, not necessarily on Cozy Point Ranch. You got it? That makes sense?
Yep.
Okay. Just because I want to make sure we're getting the bikes and the pedestrians to Cozy Point Ranch, and then on it, we can worry about that. And Tom Newland also had a question about a date on section 4E, I think. He wanted a date certain for a plan for closure. I'm okay without a date certain. I think it'll happen when it happens.
The condition has language that basically at permit, we're asking them to sort of tell us what that timing is going to look like.
So that's already assumed in that.
So the date's not here, but we are looking for them to.
Okay, then that solves that problem. Thank you, Suzanne. I'll check that off. Okay.
Other items of concern or for edit?
Kelly, in 4F, let's see, 4F has typos in it, need correcting. Just repeats will be.
Thank you. I appreciate those catches. All right. Any others? All right, I'm seeing none. We do have a motion and a second on the table here. And so at this point, if there's no further discussion.
Yeah, Kelly, I would like to add to my motion and the corrections and additions to the resolution as presented to the board.
Patty, Francie, are you amenable, and can you second that amendment?
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you, Francie.
All right, thank you. Okay, then, all in favor of approving this application for a permit, please say aye.
Aye. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies, and Eden, especially, thank you so much.
Yay, thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. It's awesome.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I love what you do, Eden.
Thank you. Come out and visit anytime.
All right. Thank you, Board of County Commissioners.
Okay, we have open discussion and a interview for a board. I'm going to request a 5-minute break here to do a little family housekeeping. And so we'll just reconvene right at 6:30.
Sit down.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh.
All right, thanks for hanging in there, everyone. Andrew, when you get a chance, can you please promote Ben Mackoff? Okay, welcome back everyone to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular session on Wednesday, April 14th. We are towards the end of our day. We have our last item on our agenda, which is listed under open discussion, and that is an interview with Ben Mackoff for a Board of Health position. And I don't know if there's staff that wants to just give us the layout for the status of this board right now. Otherwise, we'll just invite Ben and introduce him and welcome him to the interview. So John, did you want to do an overview that Charlotte normally does?
Sure, Kelly. So we have been conducting interviews. There is one regular seat that is up. We have had one alternate who is interviewing for it, as well as Margie Butler, and now we have Ben who's interviewing.
Kelly, I have a question.
Sure, Patty, go ahead.
So John, it was my understanding when we first asked the alternate, Dr. Giesel, it was my understanding that she said she was fine remaining the alternate, but now I'm not sure. Do you have any idea?
My understanding, and I could be wrong, Patty, I think we'll have to ask Dr. Giesel. I think she is scheduled for an interview.
Okay.
Is that she is interested in the regular position.
Okay.
But I don't know that for sure.
All right. Well, I could hold off until then. Thank you.
Greg, did you have a question or comment?
Yeah, just that I've spoken with Dr. Giesel, and yes, she was applying for the regular position, but she's also willing to remain as an alternate if that's how things shake out. So she did confirm that to me.
Okay, thank you. And Steve, a question or comment?
Yeah, question. Since we do have one alternate position for Dr. Giesel, and that she is filling right now, and I'm not sure what the bylaws say in terms of how many alternates we can have for the Board of Health.
John, do you know the answer to that, or we may need to bring that back when we conduct the other interviews?
Sorry, I need to go back and look at the bylaws, Steve, but I believe it was one alternate from each of the municipalities and county, and then an alternate, two alternates, I believe, from community members, but we'll double check.
Yeah, John, I thought it was just one. That's why we only have one, but we might only have one because we only had one to fill the seat. But yeah.
We'll clarify that before we ask you for a decision on appointment.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, and welcome, Ben. So how we normally conduct these interviews is, we get a sort of a staff overview of the status of the board. And then we will invite you to introduce yourself, talk about your interest and qualifications. And then we'll do a roundtable with board members to ask you questions. And usually these take about 15 to 20 minutes. So thank you for joining us. Thank you for hanging in there in a long day. So I appreciate meeting you, and please introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone. I have a newfound respect for the Board of County Commissioners. That was a long meeting. You all spent a lot of effort, paid a lot of attention, so it's fun to watch. My name is Ben. I lived in the Roaring Fork Valley for 9 years. I'm really passionate about healthcare and this community, and I really want to join the volunteer Board of Health so that I can use some of my skills to give back. It should be mutually beneficial. I think I have some abilities I might be able to help the board with, and I think it should be a good resume builder and a great way for me to get some experience. I grew up in New Jersey, grew up playing sports, love a team aspect, and I love challenging myself, love keeping busy and pursuing lots of interests all at once. And I think this would be a great thing to add to what I'm working on right now. I work in healthcare. I'm an engineer paramedic at Roaring Fork Fire Rescue. Been with the agency for 7 years, full-time for 4. I'm really passionate about healthcare, both treatment and following algorithms for treating patients that I see with acute problems, and also prevention of emergency health situations. I get to see different aspects of healthcare than many people do. I get to go into the homes of people when they're having an emergency, and I get to visit all sorts of demographics of people who receive healthcare in Pickens County, from different economic backgrounds, different cultural backgrounds, and with lots of different needs. I'd love to take what I've learned from work about the community and apply it to help people gain access to healthcare in all aspects of Pickens County and the people who live here. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Ben. Questions from the board? Patty?
Hi, Ben. It's nice to see you. First, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for your service as a first responder. I have a close affinity not only to fire departments with my family history, but also with my educational history and work experience. I worked in ERs and clinics, emergency clinics, for many, many years in the past. So I really appreciate and understand what you do. And the other thing is I want to thank you for taking the time to apply for this position. I think what you could bring to the table will make our discussion on who we appoint very interesting, because you're kind of bringing some new thoughts for us. I especially liked your position on health equity. I thought that was really important. So I really don't have any questions other than, again, I want to thank you for both what you do and both for taking the time to apply. So thank you, Ben. And thank you for waiting through a very long meeting today.
Thank you. Francie?
Yeah, I agree with Patty, Ben. It's really great to have somebody from the EMS apply for this position. I think you could bring a unique perspective and one that would probably enhance the efficacy of the board. I certainly appreciate your service in the EMS field and your willingness to serve in a volunteer capacity in a really important field. So thank you so much, Ben.
Thanks, Francie. Other questions for Ben? Steve?
Well, first of all, comment. Thank you for being a paramedic in the BOCC. Well, it used to be BOCC Rural and Fire Protection District, has changed names now. About 10 years ago, my wife was nearly passed away from appendicitis, and it was I think the good care from the paramedics from BOCC who enabled her to survive to get to the hospital. I don't think without good care she would have survived that. So I know it wasn't you who was doing the care and the transportation then, but you know, what you are doing is so critical to this community. So I do have a question for you. I want to put you on the hot spot. The Board of Health has done a lot in the last year, obviously having to do with the pandemic. Virtually everything they talk about has to do with the pandemic and the coronavirus and all of that. Would you have done anything differently looking back? You have the benefit of hindsight, but how would you have dealt with the pandemic situation and the difficult decisions the Board of Health had to make this past year?
I have mostly compliments for how the Board of Health handled the COVID-19 pandemic. It was really interesting and fascinating to watch from a couple of different aspects. At my work, when we were having to go into the homes of people who were sick, when PPE, while we weren't limited with it, we were definitely being mindful and trying to reuse it. And we were acting with the best guidelines, but a lot hadn't been discovered yet. We weren't sure how to sterilize after calls. We weren't sure how long the COVID-19 disease vectors would last. And we honestly weren't sure about treatment protocols. We were to be patient and watch it evolve from, in the beginning, we were telling people to not go to the hospital, and then we were taking them all to the hospital to get checked out. I think that in hindsight, when I look at it in its totality, the Board of Health, just like the federal agencies, really dealt with what they had with the information at hand. It's been fascinating to read about because there is a lot of misinformation out there about COVID-19 and best practice treatments for it. And it's because the health officials are using science. If you watch Dr. Fauci speak, it almost seems really vague what he's saying. And it's because he will only speak definitively about a matter, about which he has data to back up what he's going to say. So I think the Board of Health really handled it well. They communicated clearly, they made the information accessible, and I think they were honest about what they knew and what they didn't know. I won't speak to individual policies. I won't bore you with the minutia of that, but I just want to say that I think this was a really rare case where not all the information was at hand. We didn't have all the right answers. And I think just people acted in the best interest of the community. And I commend the Board of Health for being creative and for being progressive and for evolving their policies as we learned more.
Thank you. Other questions? Greg?
Yeah, Ben, thanks for that. So it's refreshing and great to hear that response. I appreciate that. I don't think I could have hoped for a better answer that you just gave, because it's a tough question. Looking forward, what do you think the biggest challenges we face moving forward as we anticipate either the fourth wave or the pandemic ending? We're not sure. As you say, the ground is uncertain under our feet. But what do you think the biggest challenge we face going forward is with public health?
I'm a big believer in science. That's my background. I went to Wesleyan University in Middletown, Connecticut. I was pre-med there. I think, like I was explaining before, science can be intimidating. And when you hear terms Board of Health or CDC guidelines, those can be very intimidating. I think our biggest challenge is going to be to make
Ben, I think we may have lost you. Can you refresh or perhaps turn your video off so we can hear you?
it's becoming more and more diverse economically and culturally. And I think a lot of work has to be done to make all of that information accessible and digestible to everyone who lives here.
Okay, other questions for Ben? Steve.
So I want to make sure that your work schedule would allow you to attend Board of Health meetings, which are, during the workday typically. And also during this past year, the Board of Health has been meeting way more frequently than anybody had anticipated they would have to. So it did place pretty big demands on people's time and on their careers, I believe.
My work's interesting. It has a really flexible schedule most of the time. It's a 48-96 schedule. So I'm on for 2 days, then I have 4 days off. And we're given PTO hours as well as the ability to trade. So if I know in advance, I'm pretty confident I'll be able to get the time off to attend the meetings.
Okay, and I have two questions. I think we lost you a little bit on that last one. So this question may help fill in a little bit of the gap on that. And that is for me, what beyond the pandemic, what other public health issues strike you as most urgent in the Valley? And then my second question is, what do you see your role as in a team setting?
Okay. First, regarding what public health issues are important to the Valley. I really think that
oh no, Ben, I'm not sure you're destined to answer this question.
I know, that's a question he doesn't want to answer.
Hopefully you'll maybe turn your video off if you can hear me. Can you maybe turn your video off and we'll just hear you?
So a lot of that's going to be through education and
sorry, Ben, we lost you a little bit.
We lost you twice in a row.
I know. So you kind of said, oh, the big questions in the Valley, and then we lost you. So maybe turn your video off and the feed will be more stable if you can do that. Okay, great. Go ahead.
Hi. Sorry about that. So I think that the challenge in this Valley in particular, first and foremost, is the pandemic. Our economy is based on tourism, but there are a bunch of people who live here, and we're going to have to make sure that we can balance the financial needs of supporting tourism and having people travel here from all over the world, and also making sure that people who live here and work in that tourism industry can remain healthy. So I think a lot of policy is going to be involved, and I think the Board of Health can help drive that. And I look forward to using my strength, what I can add to the team, of knowing that I don't have all the answers and really relying on, just like I do at work, it's a team sport, emergency response, bringing out the strengths of the people I work with to help them come up with good ideas, support their projects, and then using my background in doing research to help drive community focused policy and decision making.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then my second question was related to when you in a team setting, what do you see your role as?
So in a team setting, I am going to be the person who listens more than I speak. I'm going to try to support others and encourage them to participate and learn their strengths and really push everyone in doing those things that they're good at and that they're confident at, but also support them in any way I can if they're doing something that's out of their comfort zone. Gonna try to be a team player through building the team and promoting collaboration.
Okay, great. Thank you. Are there other questions for Ben? Craig.
Just a short one, Ben. Looking at your resume, impressive. You've done a lot of really cool stuff, and I admire all the great stuff you've been involved in. One thing just popped out: you were a ski instructor in Portillo, but you only stayed one season. Tell me about it.
It was a fun summer. I got a call from a friend, and he asked me if I could get down to Portillo in 3 days because they had a job for me. So I stopped my job as a raft guide, went down and worked at Portillo. It was only for one season because right after that in 2013, November, I started with the fire department. So I couldn't take off for a whole summer anymore. Portillo was fun. I got to ski a lot, met a lot of people from all over the world, and
Okay. We may be losing Ben here. Other burning questions? Okay. Ben, I hope you can hear us. You're welcome to come back on video if you wish. What will happen is we will discuss after we interview the candidates that we had to cancel yesterday. We will have time where the board discuss all of our applicants and then decides on our appointments to the boards. Charlotte Anderson will continue to communicate with you, and then those appointments come through a formal resolution of the BOCC. So we're at the end of a long day, so I'm gonna thank Ben. Hopefully you can hear us, and then I'm gonna turn it to staff and the board for any other open discussion.
I would just note for the board that I think obviously everyone's aware that we closed down the building yesterday due to some email threats that were received. The law enforcement has a suspect in custody in Colorado Springs, and we will be reopening the building tomorrow. So just wanted to let you know that's coming to a conclusion.
John, I have a question. I've already been contacted by the Aspen Times. I don't know if they'd received the press release before they contacted me or not. I'm assuming they had. Just because this is still kind of an ongoing issue, I think we're still kind of keeping it close to home, right? Okay, and then I'll just call Carolyn back and let her know that. Because I don't want to mess anything up that might be used to by law enforcement as to this gentleman and the actions that he took. Okay. And other than that, thank you, John. I'm exhausted and I'm ready for dinner and bed.
All right.
It's been a long, Kelly and I have been through a trial and tribulation, guys.
Well,
So
and I
thank
do
you.
want to thank law enforcement and their collaboration
Yes.
to bring this to a pretty swift closure here. But let me check in other board members, burning, urgent, open discussion items. Steve.
So I'm curious, how are we going to reschedule the interviews for the different board people that we didn't get to interview yesterday, given the fact that we were going to be making our, discussing this in our work session next Tuesday? I guess conceivably we could be doing the interviews on Tuesday and then discussing them as we have planned.
I know Charlotte is working to reschedule those and contacting folks. I do not know the status of getting folks rescheduled at this point.
I did get an email from her this afternoon, which I just checked. She said that she has rescheduled Dr. Giesel and Claudia Kirby for the 27th, next 2 Tuesdays from now.
Perfect. Okay.
So it sounds like then probably our final vote will be it was scheduled for April 28th, probably will be sometime, maybe the first Wednesday meeting in May is maybe when we'd be able to make our final decisions.
Well, we don't usually make our final decisions at a regular meeting. We do it at a work session. We pass the resolution. I will be gone the first week of May for the first work session, but if I can, that's a Tuesday, we'll figure it out. We'll just figure it out.
And I'll take a look at future agendas, Steve.
We'll figure it out.
Greg.
Just want to make sure the next Board of Health meeting doesn't expect that we'll have them seated at that point. I'm not sure what the schedule is now. I don't have that, but something for Charlotte to consider. But I was going to make a motion to adjourn.
Oh, God, please.
Thank you.
I'll second it.
Thanks, Francine. Okay.
All right.
All in favor, please say aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, aye.
Thank you. Thank you for all the good work. Greg's the dissident today.
Bye.
All right, bye.